Oh, there we are. Hi, hi, hi. Hello. Welcome back to Cakes by You for a special Saturday night edition. Celebrating affiliate status. I didn't think it was gonna happen this fast, but here we are. So I wanted to do a special stream for tonight. So we'll get into it. You may be wondering, what the heck is this? So for tonight's stream, I want to do something festive. And I was thinking back to Monday, I was talking about when I was doing my little Valentine's Day heart cakes. I was thinking about when I worked at this other bakery and we did a Valentine's Day promo with like heart pinata cakes, basically the ones that you cut open and then like candy or something spills out. And I was like, that sounds fun and festive for this occasion. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do a pinata cake today of what better pinata to do than the Fortnite llama. So we're gonna make a Fortnite llama pinata for the festivities. And also, I mentioned before that I wanted to try making more, carved 3D cakes with armatures, because that's not something I've done a lot myself. And I figured a four-legged animal is a good place to start. So that's why we're going with this. And so I started out by, I made this off camera because I didn't know how this was going to work out. It took some fiddling around yesterday to go ahead and get it where it is. I think it'll support several pounds. We're going to find out together. Hopefully he won't just collapse and implode on himself. But so the idea is, legs, I'll build up the legs around each of these poles after probably puncturing, like mounting them onto this bottom board, because this is like 2 layers and you can punch dowels through here and then it gives you additional stability. So that's the plan today. And then his body will be cake about yay high, buttercream, what do you call it, like paper fringe like on a pinata, and then his neck will come up and the hat's on top. No YouTube? Okay. We're having some, we were trying the reason it took a minute to get on, we were trying a new stream manager. I was using Prism, but we wanted to try OBS because we're having a recurring issue with Prism. But yeah, so that's why the start time was a little bit delayed today. We're trying to bring YouTube back on also right now, so. But we ran into that before. I can't remember what we used, but one of the things we used before, it got a little clumpy on the inside, and so when it cuts, you want everything to like scatter. Okay, I think we've got YouTube online now too. So, but yeah, so you want something with like a firm outside shell that's not gonna stick to each other, because you really want them to scatter when you cut it open. So yeah, so we're gonna get started. First I'm gonna mount him onto this board. So I just need to punch some holes here and then insert the little pegs as needed. I think we're gonna cover his legs in fondant, but the rest of him, besides maybe his head and ears, is gonna be buttercream. So yeah, I don't wanna depend on fondant too much for these kinds of things. And I've got some dowels here, and that's how I'm gonna punch the hole into the board. So with the dowels, if it's the right thickness, you can just use a pencil sharpener. Sharpen it to a point and then use it like a stake, basically, and stab things. Like if you have to stab it all the way down through layers of cake with the cake boards between them, like when you're making a tiered cake. Whoop, there she goes. Yeah, so gonna get to see the whole process today. Typically when I hop on here, I'll have something like at least stacked in base ice, just so it's had time to chill and I have time to work on it. But today, The process is really the fun part. So I wanted to do it all together from start to finish. So yeah. So what I ended up doing, originally I tried with dowels, but they're rounded, so they were hard to like hammer on here. But I used some, I had to like take out chopsticks in the silverware drawer, and then I hammered some thumbtacks in place. And I did 2 on each leg, so it shouldn't pivot anymore. We're gonna see how many pounds it can hold though, because imagine about like yay and then yay. It's probably gonna be at least 3. I'm gonna guess 3 to 4 pounds or so. Yeah. And yeah, we'll see if this stands up to the test. I'm gonna have to get some more serious tools to construct these things in the future, because I was using my like dowel PVC cutter, and then I had a tiny little serrated blade from a, oh hi, hello, welcome in. I was using a tiny serrated blade to even up the feet, a serrated blade from like a pumpkin carving set, and I was like, this is taking forever. Yeah, so I need to upgrade my like hardware situation, like my household toolbox. So I sharpened this to a point, and then trying to get the same angle of entry as each of the legs. So right here, I'm gonna like punch a hole right here, and then right here, and then hopefully I'll be able to like insert 2 of the legs, and then hopefully pivot it so I can insert the other 2 legs. We'll see about that though. Since they're going in at an angle, it might be weird. We'll find out. But yeah, and then after that, I'll go grab the cake and we'll start building cake. So yeah, I was really excited. I did not think we were gonna get to affiliate status this quickly. So like, I mean, I had been working on some little upgrades for the channel. Like I started designing emotes because I was excited about doing that. But I don't know, it happened a lot sooner, so I just have like follower emotes right now. And then I'm still working on the subscriber emotes, but that'll be fun to do. I'm gonna actually sharpen this a little bit more so I can just really stab it into the board. Might be loud for like 1 second while I'm hammering, but then it'll be back to chill audio. That was another reason I thought, because 1, I didn't know how long it was going to take to make this little guy, or if it was even going to work. And 2, it did end up being loud while I was hammering. I was sitting at like my little kitchen table hammering away for a while, because the first thing I tried didn't work, and then I went back and tried some more. And my landlord texted and like was asking, it's like, he said like, oh, just curious, we heard some rhythmic banging. What are y'all doing up there? We're not supposed to hang anything on the walls. These are supposedly renter safe wall applications. But I'm like, oh man, this man thought we were, I don't know, hanging stuff on the walls or something. I was like, no, just a crafting project. Never you mind. But yeah, so it shouldn't be super loud. I should just have to do this 4 times. So I think that'll work. Yeah, just need to make it a little deeper. And then this won't be sliding around when I go to start actually building the cake and frosting the cake. So like that, and we're gonna, yeah, okay. So then I feel like it's gonna get trickier as it goes along, because these really have to line up nicely. Yeah. And the name of the game today is just hope this thing doesn't collapse, because it's not, you know, top tier craftsmanship. I mean, I'm happy that worked out. I don't do a lot of woodworking per se, so it was very much a improvised crafting situation, which might have been evident by the fact that I used takeout chopsticks for the legs. This thing I found at like the dollar store here. It was supposed to be like a little plant stand or something like pop in your window and put some little baby plants on it, or that's what the picture had. But it was like $1, so I was like, cool, I can use that. And I found some, the next character I want to do, the first two-legged character I want to try to make is Yoshi. I've already talked about this a couple times, but yeah. Oh, I think we lost the chat over here. Rats. And yeah, anyway, so I found some thin like crafting plywood for Yoshi's future construction. But I still haven't figured out what I'm going to use for his vertical supports. So that's going to be a work in progress. Okay. Going in at an angle. Hopefully that lined up okay. 1, 2, 3, and 4. So. Like so. Okay. And okay. Hopefully that should be the most noisy part of this. Hopefully. And then also I put one extra nail here so I could, I should have done another one on this side, I forgot. But so I can put the cardboard cake circle and like pop it down on top of here. Oh, did I do it? Oh dear. How did this suddenly feel? Oh, it's because I was going this way. That's why. It's like, how did it suddenly feel so wrong? I guess these ones are a bit wider than those ones. By like a centimeter or so, so that's okay. This is gonna be probably where his head goes. I think, yeah, this will be the head side. So neck, head, this side, if you could imagine. But yeah, that feels pretty good. And yeah, hopefully this works. I'm feeling pretty good about it. Yeah. And if I need to, his legs are just like little blue cylinders. I can pop this out and put the fondant on and then pop it back in. That's probably what we're gonna do. That'd be easier than trying to like wrap it around. But yeah, I'm gonna pull up the little picture of the guy real quick. So y'all, I mean, most of y'all probably have seen him. He was like the guy for a minute. I've made him, oh, another reason I wanted to do this design is because I've made him as a cake topper, like out of like, you know, yay big, out of fondant before, fondant and Rice Krispie, but I've never made him like the star of the show, like the actual cake part of the cake. So I think this is gonna be really fun. In fondant, it was always really fun because I would roll out really thin strips of fondant and then go with my little scissors, like these ones, and cut the little fringe for his papery bits. Like the tissue paper sort of thing. So here's the man. This is what we're going for. But yeah, I don't know if we're gonna make his little saddle bag today. I think we're just gonna focus on his fringe, his lovely colors. Yeah, as we're working, I need to decide what to make his like eyes and ears out of, but we'll figure that out as we get to it. She's improvising, ladies and gentlemen, and everybody else too. Okay, so I need blue fondant for his legs, and yeah, it's right off screen. Let me grab it. Hopefully it didn't dry out like the other ones the other night. It feels all right, I guess. I need to order. I don't always order all the colors of fondant, just the ones that are annoying to mix. Like black and red are usually the ones, and green because I used to use a lot of green. I don't do as much anymore. Blue fondant, she's looking a little crunchy. We might have to work with her for a minute. But that's okay. We love her anyway. You really meant to put them like in a bag or wrap them and then also put them in a sealed container, but I forgot to put these away after I was done using them the other day. So here we are. Oh, that's YouTube on the right. Oh boy, is she crunchy. Maybe this was a bad idea. I might just have to grab some white and mix a new color. Oh boy. Rats. I was like, let me mix up some colors so I have them on hand, and then I ruined it. Could do his legs out of Rice Krispie and then cover them in buttercream, I guess. That's also not a bad idea. Yeah. Because I think for his head, I'm going to possibly use Rice Krispie. I have a little bit of smaller pieces of cake on deck if we want to do his head out of frosting, or sorry, out of cake, like the body as well, but we'll see when we get there how much we have left. I baked just like one nice square 8-inch cake for his bod, because we're gonna cut like a couple rectangles, and then if you'll imagine like a couple like squares tapering off to the top of his neck. But yeah. But yeah, I haven't mixed up my buttercream colors yet either today. Normally I do that off camera just to kind of keep the pace rolling along, but today's a special day, so it'll probably be a longer stream because I'm excited. I wanted to do a little celebration situation. Nothing crazy, not like a 12-hour stream, but it'll be a longer one. We can just chill and hang out. Oop, I need some cornstarch. She's sticky. How you be sticky and crusty at the same time? It's an anomaly. Speaking of anomalies, y'all ever play I'm on Observation Duty? I was watching somebody last night. They weren't playing I'm on Observation Duty. It was like similar though, but you could like walk around within the world and take photos. I don't remember what the name of it was though. I should have checked. But you, instead of it being like a still camera shot, you were walking around with a handheld camera and you took a picture of everything that changed. It was like you were in this like old house or something, and you went up the stairs every time and the room was the same, and then you had to like see what was different in the room. Kind of like a, what's it, Exit 8, where it's like the same setting, and then every time you walk through it, you have to identify like the difference. Yeah, this should work. Even though she got some crusties. Well, once we get it like rolled out, that'll just mean that it'll harden up more quickly once we apply it to the legs, so that's good. Yeah. Okay, BRB, I'm gonna grab the frosting also in the cake. Shooba-dooba-dooba. Loud. Oh. So sorry. I got the it's kind of loud notification from the stream manager. My bad. Grabbing a knife and a cutting board for the cake layers. Incoming sharp knife. Sharp, sharp, sharp. We're back. Cake. Also, since it's a pinata confetti cake, I did confetti sprinkles inside, so when we cut it, it will be extra festive. I want to do something special to celebrate. Yeah. Okay, that's better. Pop this in the microwave just for a couple seconds, and it softened it up quite a bit. So it should be easier to roll out now and get these little chunks dealt with. But that's kind of a one-time situation. Oh, hi. Hello. Can we make that window any bigger? I feel like my chat's not updating on the iPad. Curious. Oh. Oh, I see. Just kidding. We're multi-streaming today. I got a message on the computer, but it's it was for YouTube, not for Twitch. I was like, why is it the Twitch chat updating? That's why. Because it wasn't from Twitch. But yeah, welcome in. Yeah, so we're doing a little prep work first, but the payoff should be great. Also, when we cut this open and all the candy spills out, that's gonna be a fun reveal that I'm personally very excited about. Because for those kind of things, as the cake decorator, you don't always get to see the reveal, you know? We would also do these checkered cakes where you cut different concentric rings of color in each layer of the cake. So alternating, you would have like 2 layers of chocolate cake, 2 layers of vanilla cake. Then you cut different concentric rings out of the cake. Then alternate the colors so that each cake layer looks like a target. And then when you stack them on top of each other, that's how people do the checkered cake. Like when you cut into it and it looks like a checkerboard. So we offered those one time. I forget what, it was at it was a bakery I worked at like forever ago. We offered those one time and I got to obviously do a test run and cut out the, you know, cut a slice from our tester. But after you, that's kind of it. Like if you do a practice run, you get to see it. But then after that, whenever you do them, you send them off with the customer and you never see, like, I mean, what it looks like inside. You presume it's all good, obviously. But same thing with a cake like this, the, you know, pinata cake. It's like, oh, I don't get to be there for the fun reveal. And there are other cakes too like that. When I was running my own business in Virginia, I got a request for one of those money cakes. I think I ended up doing 2 of them during the like 2 years that I was operating. So what it is there's like these plastic sleeves and the customer gives you like some dollar bills to put into each of the plastic sleeves. They're all connected in a strip. And then you roll them up and put them inside of this little plastic box. You cut a square out of your cake and insert the box, and it has a slot on the top. And then there's a topper that's connected to like a little plastic piece that goes over the slot. And that plastic piece is connected to the strip of dollar bills. So the idea is you ask your friend or family member, whoever, to cut their cake, and they go to take off the topper first to cut into it, and then it's like, whoa, what? There's just money here? It's a fun reveal, I guess. But yeah, I had never done one of those, so I checked in with that customer after the fact to be sure that it all went smoothly. And she said, yeah, it worked just like, you know, in the video. So she was super excited and I was relieved. I mean, I was pretty sure I installed it correctly and everything, but it's still, you just never know, I guess. That was a fun one. It was, I can't remember what the second one I did was, but the first one I did was a like Milwaukee tool bag, like a utility bag, that brand Milwaukee. That's what it was. Okay, so I'm just gonna cover the legs in the fondant and then we're gonna go back over them with the buttercream, I think, and smooth it out. But I'm just gonna use this a bit of fondant to kind of bulk them up. Yeah, then we'll move on from there. So I just need 4 pieces about the same size. And his legs look kind of goofy compared to the rest of the body, especially since they're just like in a rigid shape the whole time. Kind of like a fainting goat. Man, we were watching some old Vines last night. Peak internet comedy. I don't even know why we started doing that. I think my partner just like clicked on the compilation and we're sitting there. I was like, oh yeah, remember that? Oh, good times. Yeah. Hmm? But yeah, started with Prism. We're trying OBS today, so that'll be a little different. See, I mean, I've heard good things about OBS. I feel like they're the OG, or at least like one of the more popular ones, so we'll see how it works out for us. And I need a smidgen of my food glue, which is right over here. So I'm gonna brush a little bit onto each of the legs. Sorry, that's loud. And this one. And then that'll help the fondant stay put. So I'm gonna remove it. Okay, sweet. Got the chat where I can see it better now. I had started with solid wooden dowels for the legs, but I swapped to the chopsticks and they were a lot easier to cut through, so that's nice. But I don't know if we're sacrificing a bit of stability. We'll find out together, I guess. I'm also imagining that I'm gonna pipe some of the fringe coming over the edge, but I do want this to be covered. Like, I don't want you to see the whole undercarriage. So, yeah. But yeah, just make a cylinder. And then out a big, and he also has little black feet on the end, so I guess they don't have to come down all the way. Oop, just stuck my hand in the glue. There we go. Also would have been fun to just make these out of like chocolate. I think that would have been perhaps more delicious. I'd have to find like the right mold, I think, though. Or if he was a smaller cake, you could do like chocolate dipped pretzel sticks for his legs rather. That would be fun. Here we go. Got crusty legs. But yeah. Monday stream, well, Monday my time, Sunday night for, you know, the US at least. Gonna be making a birthday cake. Kind of classic, just like colorful letters and stars and sprinkles. So I do have that one order this week. That's the only order so far. And then Valentine's Day, still just have the one Valentine's Day order. I don't think it's gonna be a very busy month as far as that goes. So we'll have a lot of time to do fun designs like this, I think. I'm starting classes on Tuesday. I'm a little nervous. I think it'll be fun. It'll be fine. But some drawing and design classes for tattoo. We will see how that goes. I think it'll be good. And also, if I'm nervous or I hate it, it's only 11 weeks. So I don't know why. I don't know why it would be, you know, a bad thing. I'm sure it's gonna be really fun and cool. I just haven't done, I think it's just because I haven't been like in a classroom setting in a while. I think that's mainly where the anxiety is coming from. But I talked to like the administrator of the academy and it seemed nice. And each session's gonna be 3 hours in the evening. I'd wanted to start for morning classes, but they didn't have the time slot available that I was looking for. So I'll be doing it at night, but I'm like, oh, on those nights I'm probably not gonna get to bed till like midnight, which isn't terrible. It's mostly like coming home late. I like to have a decent amount of time to wind down in the evening. Like I can't just like get home and then like go to sleep in 30 minutes. It's like, okay, I need to like decompress a little bit. But it'll be a little bit of an adjustment, but it's not that bad. This guy's silly. Oh. But I think the class will be good because I've always liked drawing, and I did like some, you know, basic art classes in high school or whatever, but I've never taken like a real rigorous drawing course. So I'm excited, especially for composition. They're supposed to like design as part of the course. You start with like drawing and then design and composition, and then you do a lot of that before you even move on to like the hygiene of tattooing. And you know, also they're supposed to help you with like your portfolio, marketing yourself, and kind of basically said takes you from start to finish being able to tattoo and promote yourself. I'm excited because I think it'll be nice to have another option as far as employment, depending on where we move after this. So we'll see. I'm not currently working per se. I do my cake orders, and now I'm doing this. But yeah, that's just the nature of where we're living in South Korea. Like back during Korean War times, they made the like SOFA agreement. So it's like people who move here to live or work on a US base. It basically protects like Korean businesses and stuff from, you can't like be an American and just set up a business, and you can't get a job without being sponsored by a business and stuff like that. So it's just like, you know, so that people don't come in and just take over all the jobs, like the job market basically. So often, like someone in my position, English tutoring is an option. Like that's a pretty common choice for a lot of people, but I don't have my bachelor's degree. So that was like a requirement for a lot of, well, frankly, all of the programs that I looked into. So that was not an option. And then the base we live near, like you can get a job on base as like a US citizen through usjobs.gov. But the base we live next to is pretty small, so there's not a ton of job opportunities there. Sorry. Anyway, like the commissary is tiny and there's a post office, so I'm always creeping on the pages looking for possible jobs, but so far nothing has stuck. Nothing's worked out. And I fantasize about working at a Korean bakery here, but my Korean language skills are pathetic and almost non-existent. So I feel like a lot of bakeries here, you also have to do customer service also, obviously. I don't suppose anybody would want to sponsor somebody who can't speak Korean. So that being said, that's why I decided to do some continued education while I have some time. All right, so that's going to serve as the base for his legs, and we will kind of color those to match. Once we get our frosting mixed up, we'll probably cover his little leggies in some fringe also, because I'll bulk them up. But I think it's this way. That's what I'm struggling. I think. Yep, that's better. That'll also bulk them up a little bit because his legs are kind of thick until it gets down to the end. And I think having this fondant here will add a little stability as well, so that's good. Yeah. There we go. And after we put the buttercream on, we'll also add a little black at the bottom, like I was talking about for his hooves. Yeah. Alrighty, so there we go. Now, cake. The fun part that I'm here for. Yeah, let me tidy up my workspace a little bit. Okay, cake, but first I want to put a cardboard circle down. I might need a slightly larger one, or at least some parchment paper needs to go here because I don't want it directly on the wood, because that would be silly. Scissors. Like gift wrap. Yay, big. Oh my gosh, I did it too short. That's better. All right, solid. And once we build up his cake body, there's going to be, I think I'll use one of the boba straws or dowels right here. So I wonder, I should probably still put a cake board up front. So I have something to stab the point of the dowel into. Yeah, I don't know. I'm deciding on some of these as I go. Like I said, this is a new process. Exciting but different. All right. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'll go ahead and put this here in the hopes that the little dowel has something to stick into at the base. So, all right. So we'll trim this up. I'll turn it this way so I'm not trimming against the grain. Ooh. Crunchy. Okay, here we go. This here. Whoop. Tight. Yeah, there we go. And fold the sides down. Guess I'll just trim these off. Cool. Oops. Okay. Sounds good. Let's get started. Okay, get these scraps out of the way. And it's cake time now. Now we're cooking. Just kidding, we're already done with the cooking part. The baking part. Confetti cake. All right. Eyeball this bad boy a little bit. And I want it to be that big. Because it's going to get base iced, and then it's going to be having the fringe icing also, and that is going to bulk his body up quite a bit, honestly. So, oh, gotcha. Hi, hello. Welcome in. We're making a piñata cake today, like the llama from Fortnite. So, welcome in. Delicious. I baked it last night, but I did pop it in the freezer, so it was nice and chilled, so it'll be easier to work with this way. I'll do that with a lot of cakes though. Also, if you freeze them, like wrap them directly after baking and freeze them, keeps them really nice and moist. I know people think like, oh, a frozen cake, that's gonna affect the quality. Nah, not even. Also, pretty much any cake you get from a grocery store comes in frozen. Not to burst your bubble or anything. There we go. So this will go here. There's the confettis. I tried 2 different kinds of sprinkles inside for the confetti. Be like that. I'm gonna run and grab the frosting, but it is gonna sit like here. And then this one, same thing. We'll alternate sides, I guess. And trim it down to size. So I think this will be tall enough for his body. His body is weirdly tall. There we go. Ooh. It smells really good in here. It smells really sweet. Alright, and I will save this because I might use it to build up his head. So, good to have it on hand. And then we also need to consider carving out the cavity inside for the piñata guts for the candies. So yeah, I'm gonna do that while the cake is nice and firm. So let's see. I'll have a better time if I do it from the bottom. So if we imagine like this, I'll cut out part of this, and then those 2 sides will face each other. I should level the cake slightly, but I don't want to lose a lot of height. That's the only thing. There is a little bit of a crown on top, so we will handle that. Okay. Just a little bit, so it lies a little flatter. Oops. Yeah, good deal. Okay, so this will be bottom, this will be top, but the 2 sides that are facing each other, we need to make space for our candies. That outer layer of cake is always very sticky. I'm imagining just like a nice slot. I don't want to take away too much of the body of the cake, so we'll do like a 1/3 while keeping a nice thick wall to the cake. The handy thing about the heart-shaped cakes we did in this style was we could just use cookie cutters to cut out the layers. Yeah, depending on the size and shape of the cake you're gonna use, I feel like that's not always gonna be an option. Also, the fact that I'm not cutting all the way through this one, it's gonna be half and half. The heart-shaped confetti cake, like piñata cakes we did, were 3 layers. So we cut the, just punched a hole basically out of the center layer. And so it was a pretty easy process. Need this to be deep, but not too deep. I'm kind of playing it safe. And also, there we go. And then I'll cut it at an angle so I can kind of just take this insert out and see how deep it is already before I start really digging in there. There we go. Whoops. She's still a little firm in the center because she was frozen. But I was hoping that would help this kind of come out all in one piece. Best laid plans, you know. All right. And yeah, it's kind of a balancing act. Like if you're making a cake like this, you don't want to like remove too much of the cake or else you're not gonna have a lot of servings left. You don't just want it to be all candy hole. Okay. Yeah. Maybe should have pulled it out of the freezer just a little bit sooner. It's okay though. It's just gonna take an extra moment of consideration. Okay, there we go. Coming along nicely. And yeah. I feel like I'm filleting a fish. Oh, much better. Yeah, it's like frozen in the middle. Oh boy. Really just winging it some days. Yeah, there's a plan. There's a lot of components. There you go. It smells real tasty. Definitely gonna have to have some of this one after I finish. Because I gotta do a slice for the reveal. And I can wrap up the rest. Send it to some hungry coworkers. Okay. And I'm just trying to level it out. There's like a little notch at the bottom that didn't come out. There we go. All right. Yeah, so this is what we're working with so far. And I'll do the same thing on the other side. That should be big enough once that's all said and done, I think. Although, if this one, just thinking about how I'm gonna fill this up. I guess this one needs to go all the way through because then I can pour it in the top. If I fill this and then just kind of lay this on top like that, I'm not gonna be able to like fill it and then slam it closed. So, or this could be the top and this could be the bottom, I think. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna cut all the way through this one. Do it like that. Cool. Okay, should line up now. Okay, this will actually be easier if I'm just cutting straight through it. I'm not trying to like gently carve away at the center. I'm just gonna remove an insert basically. Just a little slot shape. And if I can get this out in one piece, I can use it to help build the neck too, which will be good. Because I'd rather just use as much cake as possible and less Rice Krispie. Okay. Double check the corners. I feel like that's always the part when you're cutting that are stuck. And then punch the center out. Oh, maybe. Okay, what if I do it this way? Got it. Also good. We could use this as some neck meat. Oh, my neck meat. Okay. We're going to scoop our trimmings into the bowl. Should just put them there to start with instead of piling them on the table. Here. Need one of these babies. Much better. Okay, good deal. So this is what we're working with now. This one, and then this will go, yeah, I guess this will be the top. And now we have a decent size hole to fill with our pinata stuffing. Cool. All right. I am going to go wash my hands for like the 800th time today. And I'll grab our frosting, because that is the key feature we're missing back here. Made a nice big bowl of frosting. Crumbs. I was about to say crumbs are the enemy. My dad would always say that after we went to the beach. He would say sand is our enemy, because he didn't want us to track sand into the car. It's been like 30 minutes just brushing off our feet. Okay, grabbing frosting. Be right back. So loud. So sorry. It is what it is. I don't have a sink in my streaming room. I will get better at muting myself before I come in here. I think that would help. I think it would be in everybody's best interest. Sorry, friends. Okay, buttercream. Oh, she looks so smooth and silky and luscious. We got the Swiss American hybrid recipe again. It is my go-to. And I'll let her mix for a good long while today, trying to knock out all of those air bubbles as much as possible. Because you gotta whip some volume into the meringue, but then you gotta not have bubbles in your finished product. So you switch to the paddle on your mixer, and it usually does the trick. So yeah, buttercream incoming. And I'll mix my colors today on stream. Usually I do that ahead of time, but today we're taking it easy. Yeah. This could be a longer stream today than usual. Usually I stream for like 3 to 4 hours, depending on the design, but this is kind of a celebration. So I'm here as long as it takes. Also, again, this is me trying to figure out the process of doing armature, cake armatures. So we'll see. It's yeah, this is a learning experience for me today. Look at it. Hang on, where's my spatula? Frosting check. Ta-da! Delightful. Let's get some buttercream ASMR. Listen to this, listen to this. Where is she? She's very fluffy. Okay, enough of that. Okay, cake legs, buttercream. We need a spatula. Not that kind of spatula, different spatula. I should put these facing me, but the little bunny nubs are cute, so I put it facing that way. It's not practical, it's just for vibes. Okay, buttercream. Probably should tack this in place too, now that I'm thinking about it. Now that all these layers are on. We'll do that really quick. Yeah. It'll probably just turn out better in the long run. Okay. Originally, I was gonna glue the board onto the base, but I thought this will be easier to remove in case I want to use this structure again, which is a possibility. So, here. Right there. And there, okay. Sorry, a little loud. And now this is not sliding around on me, so that's good. In the future, for larger structures, I need to get some of those like stainless steel rod type dealies. Okay, this cake layer first. It's a little offset. Here we go. I guess I can do it flat side down actually. And yeah. So I do want like a little bit of a gap here because I'm gonna frost around the whole thing and then it's gonna get the fringe. So it's okay if it's not the full width of the board. That's actually how I want it to be. And then, oh, I did it. I did it backwards again after just discussing my thought process. This one has to go on the bottom and then the one with the hole goes on the top, like the full hole. Okay. Yeah. I think. Buttercream. And I need to fill up a bag actually, instead of just using the spatula. Here we go. And this one. Put it that way. Okay. I like what we're working with so far. His body is quite tall, so we're moving in the right direction. And yeah, that'll do. I'm gonna fill the hole with the candies. Start pouring these and a hot dog comes out. Have you seen that where people take the little plastic tubes that these come in like for the single serving and they hand them to someone like, here, have some, and they pour it and the hot dog comes out instead? So dumb. Make that opening a little wider. This doesn't have to take all day. I'm gonna fill it to the tippy top. Cool. Okay. Just nom, nom, nom. Okay. Now, I'll use our cake scraps to like just put a thin layer of cake over the top. I think. Don't really know if that's entirely necessary, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Bam. And because I don't want the M&Ms to be touching all the buttercream, because if they're all stuck to the buttercream, they're not going to spill out pleasantly, is my thoughts. Okay, we're going to fill up our buttercream bag to make this next part a little smoother, more satisfying. But first, I'm going to put this away. Clean as you go. Crumbs, crumbs, crumbs. A tasty snack for later. Thinking something like these bamboo cutting boards would also be an excellent stand-in for plywood, if you could find them thin enough to work with, or just already in the right size for the cake you're doing. Because the finish on these is a little different. Plus you're guaranteed that these are like food safe. This one was also in the kitchen section, so I'm like running on the assumption that it's like food safe. It was like for spices or little plants in your kitchen window, but still want to put like, ideally, like if this was going to a customer, I would have like wrapped the whole thing in plastic wrap too, but this is just an experiment for me. So some of the other details like that I'm not really worried about in this process. Okay. It's my sharpest, pointiest knife. I've noticed at like the entrance to our neighborhood, sometimes there's a little truck parked there. I was wondering what it was. At first I thought it was like a food stand or like a street food vendor. But you know what it was? It's a guy, and he comes around to different neighborhoods, and you can bring him your kitchen knives or kitchen shears, and he sharpens them for you. And then, I don't know, I wonder how long it takes, because I was considering doing that. I have my own stone, but there's one knife in particular that I think needs a little more professional help, like from a grinder. It's like a much older knife that I have. But I thought that was cool. So I think I might ask him one time, like go up there and ask and kind of see what the deal is. I'm also curious what like the price is for that. I imagine it's not super expensive. But yeah, he just parks their truck there, and I saw people talking to him. I was being real nosy, trying to be like, what is this place? What are they doing? Like I don't smell any delicious smells or see any steam wafting from his truck. Also, me just always immediately hoping everything is food. But yeah, also the same in the neighborhood. I don't know, there's just some interesting occurrences. There's also been like a loudspeaker was playing through the neighborhood. I was like, oh, is this some kind of important emergency announcement? No, if they did that, it probably would have been sent on the phone. They send emergency like text messages out all the time, literally all the time for everything. Like, it's dry outside, don't start a wildfire, or it's getting colder. Be careful with your electric heated blankets and stuff. Anyway, so I heard this announcement going by like on a loudspeaker on some kind of truck rolling through the neighborhood. I was like trying to figure out what it was. It's happened before where like we've been traveling and it was like a political announcement. They were just like, vote for our candidate kind of thing. But this guy was selling apples. I was like, wait. I was listening and listening and listening. I'm like, I swear he's saying the word for apples. And then I talked to my friend later and she's like, oh yeah, sometimes like seasonal produce people will roll through with their goods. And I was like, oh, that's sick. Okay. But yeah, that was the only word I could recognize over and over. I think he was saying a bunch of stuff, but I was like, is it for fruit? Oh, here there. I was like, where's my pastry bags? We're going to go on these up so we can do some base icing. And yeah, this one will be, I think I need, pardon me, I think I need 3 colors. He's like blue and purple and then a pinky purple lilac, if you will. But I'm just gonna use 1 bag for white also. And for the fringe, I'm gonna use my little basket weave. It's a Wilton or a Teco, actually this one's a Teco 48. And it's just a flat tip, and I'm hoping that it won't be too much weight after I start piping all the layers on, that it drags it down, but we're gonna see. A lot of this is an experiment today. So stick along for the ride and see what happens. Hopefully it's not a horrible failure. All right, some really loud plastic bag noises. Go. Yeah, Saturday night, weekend time. It's Sunday morning over here, but hope everybody's weekend's off to a good start. Oh, I don't want it to be Monday yet. I'm not ready. I think every day should be a 3-day weekend. Okay, grabbing my turntable so we can make quick work of this base ice business. Yeah. And we also need to be thinking about what to do for his neck. Oh no. How is it still sliding after I put... that's not a good sign. Oh boy, maybe I should take it off and just wrap the whole thing in plastic wrap and then I can set it directly on there. Maybe. Also, where did the pin go? Yeah, this isn't boding well. Okay, we're gonna start that part over, I think. This is an interesting process. We're gonna grab the plastic wrap instead of using this parchment paper and cake board situation because I'm not liking this, not at all. It's not a good deal. One moment. This is a fact-finding mission after all. And we are finding some facts. Ooh, also I can grab my coffee. Take 2, plan B. Okay. Here we go again. See, I told you guys I've never done this part before. Room temperature. Okay, we'll lift this part up and then also find that other piece that I popped in there. This is okay though. Should just be able to lift the whole thing up with any luck. Whoop! Also, yeah, where did that other tack go that I put in there? Note to self, don't put tacks inside of people's cakes. I swear. Okay. Plastic wrap it is. I'd rather not use plastic wrap, but that's where we are. No biggie. Okay. Let's see then. Nudging everything out of the way. Need some wrap space. Again, a Kirkland signature product that came over with me. Okay. Let's see that. And I'm just gonna hurricane wrap the whole thing and tuck it under the legs, I guess. Yeah, next time. Okay, I need to take notes on this so that I know how to do this for next time and I don't forget all these things I'm learning along the way. I swear, my memory is trash. I gotta write down everything or I will forget. Love a calendar, love a notification. Love all my checklists. I have like so many lists in my notes app also. Okay. Tape. Should just be able to wrap it and tuck it, I think. Okay, get the spatula out of there, silly. Tucking the sides. She's brought your entire Costco. Yeah, I know. Another Kirkland signature product here. I don't want to throw it away. So I was like, it's coming in the move with me. It's not like it's in a perishable situation. Yeah, okay, tucking it up and under and then back around. It's all coming together. Yeah, yeah. Usually never would have done this kind of thing. I love to make all my mistakes in private and figure things out ahead of time. But I don't really care. Not a big deal. Low-key, that's also why I hammered the legs on off screen, because I was like, I don't even know if this is gonna work. Okay, this is better. I feel good about this decision. Just saw the wax paper the other day. Yep, the parchment paper, and now we got the plastic wrap, the duo. I also have, I think this roll, the normal roll, is the roll from my house, but I also have leftovers from a big giant roll from when I was working in that commercial kitchen for the business. Okay, now we're gonna slap the cake directly on this, and it's not gonna be sliding around. So yeah, I guess additionally I could have also put buttercream under the parchment, but parchment still finds its way of sliding around. Also, you can't like tape anything to parchment. I know that that's its whole deal, is it's supposed to be non-stick, but I'm like, sometimes I'm trying to like tape parchment to things and I'm like, why? Why won't you work? But I guess I've only tried like masking tape and gift wrap tape. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna transfer this bad boy over here with a little frosting squiggle. Yeah. And now, maybe I'll just flip it on its head, because I'm gonna peel all this stuff off the bottom now. And then the hole will be sealed up anyway. Yeah, let's do that, because then the hole will be facing downwards. Okay, 1, 2. I don't want to spill all the guts out. Who is this cake for? This cake is just to celebrate affiliate status. I wanted to do something fun, so I was like, let's do a confetti cake. And I was like, what kind of confetti cake? Like, what should it be shaped like? Oh, a piñata. So we're gonna do the piñata from Fortnite. Yeah, so this is just for me. I'll probably send it to work with my husband so that they can eat it, but it's not for an order. It's just a casual. Oh no! I thought my cake plug was gonna stick. Silly me. Should put more frosting on top before I tried to flip it. I had a feeling that was gonna happen, but I'm like, let's just roll with it. We're off to a great start. Oh boy, I told you this is all an experiment. I haven't done this. Get in there. Oh no, I don't want the frosting ones in there because then they're gonna stick together. Little freaks. Come here, buds. Get out of there. We're off to an excellent start. I might cry on stream. No, I'm just kidding. It's not that serious. If this was for a customer and then I was like staying up real crazy late, then there might be tears, but this is just for fun. So it's gonna be fun, even though the learning process is embarrassing. Congrats on affiliate. Oh, thank you so much. 10-year-old or 25-year-old kid. Oh, yeah, no. This is yes, this is the 6-quart KitchenAid mixer. It's my oldest friend. Yeah, I didn't think I was gonna get to affiliate that quickly. I thought it was gonna take like a lot longer. So I was really surprised. I was like, oh shoot, I have like so many things on my checklist that I thought I was gonna have more time to accomplish before now, but yeah. Here we go. Okay. Get that out of there since that didn't work anyway. Pop this on top. Yeah, so my 6-quart mixer and I have been through a lot. The instructor at the like chef program I went to at my little community college, we did a swap. So he and his wife were both chefs, and she would compete sometimes in like regional baking competitions, and he would refurbish old KitchenAids. Like he would find them and fix them up, and he had like his own little fleet. He was a really cool guy. And so he propositioned me asking if I would paint Cthulhu on one of his, at the time girlfriend, but now wife's KitchenAids. And I was like, yeah, I'd love to do that. And then I was just gonna do it to do it. And he was like, yeah, and I'll give you one of my old KitchenAids. I was like, what, for real? Because at that point, did not have a KitchenAid, never had owned a KitchenAid. So it was a very exciting opportunity. And so I painted Cthulhu on her mixer, and she could take it to competitions and stuff. And then I ended up with a really nice mixer, and it's lasted to this day. It is refurbished, so it does sound a little funky, but besides that, it's fine. I should probably like open it up and do a little check on how its insides are doing. Oh, I just realized I'm like behind it now. That's okay. Here, I'll prop up a little bit. Whoop. It's fine. I'd rather just hide behind it. Okay, here we go. Let's do some squiggles. Also, I'm gonna fill the top back in with more, more M&Ms before we do the top. Funfetti cake, yeah! I wanted to be fun and festive. So we did funfetti cake, and then it's one of those cakes with the candies inside, so hopefully when you cut it open, they're gonna all spill out for funsies. So we'll totally do that at the end of the stream, if anybody's still around by the time I actually finish this thing. It's gonna be a bit of a process. But yeah, I wanted to figure out how to make structured cakes, like standing sculpted cakes, and so I was like wanting to start with a 4-legged creature and then eventually move on to a 2-legged creature. I may have mentioned before, I think the first like standing character I want to do is Yoshi, because his legs are pretty dense and thick, and he's pretty thick and dense overall, so I feel like it'll be like baby level beginner mode for like a standing type cake animal creature thing. So we'll see how that goes next time. Also depending on how this goes. Oh boy. Yeah, it'd be one thing, it'd be nice to just pick a design every week that I know is gonna go great and make for a super great video. But the whole point of, like, I'm not running a business right now, so I really want to use this time to develop new skills and grow. So even though it makes me uncomfortable to, learn, like make mistakes while you're being watched by somebody else, it's fine. You can't grow without mistakes, but I'm just like, normally I would just do this in the privacy of my own home and giggle and laugh at myself as things fall apart. And it's not so bad because it's just me. I don't want to look like a fool. I don't really care. It's not a big deal. It's cake. It's not that serious. Okay. Got some dangly bits. Okay. Looking good. And I'm going to top off that candy content because I want to be stuffed full of candy so it spills out pleasantly. And then we'll seal up the top. So this thing's gonna be pretty big, so yeah, this definitely I need like a crowd of people to eat it. I sent the Kirby Dream Cake and the Heart Piece Cake to work with my husband on Friday from last week, and they got eaten handily. I hadn't sent anything to work with him for like a while, so like a big one like Kirby was kind of bigger, so they'll be good. And also some people were out of town, so this one I'm sure we'll find some happy recipients. Yeah, and having people watch and judge helps. Yeah, it's like you just gotta get comfortable with it. Also, nothing's a big deal. Also, my sister-in-law always keeps saying like, oh, you should try to get on one of the competitions. I was like, that sounds terrible. People and cameras watching you and stuff, but I'm like, well, I don't think that'll ever happen, but if it did, I'm like, well, this is good progress. I mean, good practice for that kind of thing. So I'll tell her I'm working on it the next time I see her. I don't know if that's for me. I don't know if I see that for myself. I'm also just like not on that level, I don't think. There's like a lot of stuff I don't know how to do still. Even though I've been doing this for forever. I can do like birthday cakes and stuff, but like the stuff that people actually want to see on TV, like hyper realism and big old crazy sculptures, that hasn't been my experience yet, you know? So yeah. Heard those shows are rigged. Yeah, I think so. Everyone comes back stateside with diabetes. Yeah, probably. They joked over here about everybody, like in college in the States, people say like a freshman 15, like when you start college, you gain 15 pounds, but people were talking about the Korea 15, like everybody who first moves here just like gains a lot of weight because they're like, I want to try everything. I want to eat all the new stuff all the time. I want to go out for Korean barbecue every night. Which isn't the least healthy option, you know? Just meat and veggies mostly. I guess if you're getting like all the other stuff too, like the ramen and the rice and whatever. I don't know. Korean barbecue is really good though. If you're in the mood for meat and protein. Okay, got this. The little thing. I put the little plug on top. So we're going to pat that down and then we'll move on. I really just want to do the fringe. I am really excited about piping the buttercream fringe all over him. Because I've done it in fondant. I've done it tiny in fondant before. But now I want to do a big buttercream baby. Chinese buffet food overload. Yes. Oh, and a chain smoker. Yeah, a lot of people still smoke over here. A lot of smoking. A lot of little tiny cigarettes. Like they're like really thin and small. Well, at least that's why I see littered everywhere. But yeah, we went on a little regional trip somewhere and we were eating at this this restaurant. It was kind of like izakaya style, but it wasn't Japanese food, but that's just kind of how the setup was, like a big, you know, U-shaped sort of bar seating. Everybody sat around there, and then the main two chef guys. The main chef was like an entertainer. He had like a little mic on, and he was like really putting on a show, and he made people do like little drinking games or whatever. But I was there with my husband, and like everybody got up and went outside, and we were like, oh, are they closing? And then he was like, oh, no, everybody's just smokers. And yeah, we looked outside, and everybody had just gotten up to go out and smoke in the middle of the meal and then came back inside. And they did that. We were there for a while though, but I was gonna say they did that like several times while we were eating and drinking and stuff. we don't really drink a lot, so like one of the little games he had everybody play, he was like making everybody guess each other's age. So like this person would guess the next person's age and they would guess the other person's age. It was funny. But me or my husband won, my partner, one of us won. And then we were kind of like fighting over who had to take the shot, because I don't really like whiskey and my husband's like, I'm not really drinking right now. And so we were like, well, you take this one, I'll take the next one, kind of thing. It was fun though, and it's, you know, it's cool that they do little promotions and stuff like that. But we had also been like walking around a ton that day, so I was like, you know, I was like, I didn't hydrate properly. I'm like to the age where I'm like, I have to plan ahead if I'm gonna have more than one beverage, because I get headaches and migraines pretty easily. And so drinking just like isn't fun to me for that reason. Yeah, like alcohol is definitely like a migraine trigger, even in moderation. So I'm always very conscious of like, I don't really want to indulge if I haven't been hydrating throughout the day, because one thing I hate is a headache. And the only thing I hate worse than a headache is a migraine. Like, you know, you're laying in the dark and feeling nauseous and you can't look at bright lights, and ugh, the worst. Yeah, but anywho, we got his body done, I think. We will start, I'm kind of trying to decide, do I want to start piping the outside or should I go ahead and build his neck? I think I should make his neck and then chill that structure. So build his neck up about yay high and then base ice that, and then have this be chilling while I start to shape his head. That way when I pull it back out and start doing all the little fun fringe piping, like I can be mixing up all my buttercream colors while this is chilling a little bit, because I want that neck to be nice and sturdy. Yeah, so that's the challenge today. Also, Chinese buffet sounds really good. I'm pretty hungry. I had just scrambled eggs and some yogurt for breakfast, and it was very filling at the time, but now I'm like, I want to eat all the things. Also, smelling all the cake smells, I'm like, it's definitely encouraging my appetite. Okay, so we have cake pieces that I can hopefully turn into his neck. We will see. He also needs, I think he needs something here. Like I'll put one straw here, then another small cake plate, then the neck, because I feel like if I just go cake, it's gonna not be good. Okay, so let's see. I guess I'll cut into this one. Have another cake board here, and I want to do straws or dowels. I have dowels here, I have straws. Is this one tall enough? Yeah, we'll do just one big jumbo straw, I think. And then I'll insert a skewer through his whole neck so that the wobble factor won't be crazy. Okay, cutting this. I need my big scissors. And yeah, I think I'm just gonna, maybe this should be his butt. It's a little wider. I don't know which side says butt and which side says head to me. I guess this will be the head and this will be the butt. I just don't know. Nah, we'll make this side the head. Okay, decided. Y'all, I'm winging it a little bit. Like I had a plan, but also you still gotta go with the flow. Okay, right there, whoop. Yeah, these are supposed to be compostable instead of the big plastic ones, which I like, but they are like a little more brittle, which I'm sure it's fine if you're using it for a straw, but I if you're using it for structural support, maybe not my best move. But I'm gonna use them all up, and then maybe I'll find a different solution later. Or just switch back to solely using wooden dowels. Currently traveling, so eating out every day and unhealthy. Yeah, you gotta like make that trade-off, the convenience over the health considerations. But that's okay. Once you're done traveling, I'm sure you'll be able to get back to whatever your norm is. Okay, we'll do like this. Yeah. And I'll cut. Okay. Snip, snipperooski. Oh. Yikes. Okay. Maybe I should do 2 straws. Or a straw and 2 skewers. Yep, okay. And this one. Oh, it's a little crooked. Arts and crafts time. Snip. Yeah. Alright. And I'll cut this in half because then I can use the other half up top if I want to. But yeah, that will be nice. I will probably put maybe another skewer on either side for good measure, because I really don't want this guy to fall apart. The theme of the day is stability. On the one hand, I'm glad that this is still not collapsed. I mean, I kept pressing on it and I was like, I think this can take, you know, maybe 4 pounds. Which is kind of what I was guessing this might be when it's all said and done. We will see. Do I need one right here? You can't put the dowels too close to the edge or the, you know, the cake's gonna split. So I'm kind of considering, I might just use the bamboo skewer for like a little extra help, but not so thick. I think I'll do that. These nice long skewers. And yeah, we're definitely going to probably put 2 of them down the center of him so that he stays stable. Okay, for height. I should have like cut these at the same time that I cut the straw, but this is okay. I just need to be sure that they are the same height. So go over the pencil. Right there. Need one of those like flat drafting pencils. Okay. And take it back out. Grab my snippers. Okay. Making your high school geometry teacher proud. Excellent. High school geometry. Algebra 2. My geometry teacher was cool, but my algebra 2 teacher was, wait. Yeah, geometry was freshman, and algebra 2 was sophomore year, and that lady was cool. Every year at the beginning of the year, she would try to get students to guess how you said her name, because it was CHODV. Wait. CHODKEWIC? Anyway, it was spelled differently, but it was Hodkovich. And yeah, nobody could ever get it right. But she was great. She put up with people's goofs and gaffes, but she was also a great teacher. Okay. Place this one here. How did this one come out taller? Rats. I need to like shave off just a smidgen of this one. Okay. These are like the best investment I've ever made. I mean, they weren't like super expensive, but just finding the ratchet powered ones over other ways that I've done it at other bakeries. Like one bakery, we just literally had like a handsaw to saw all the dowels. But this one's excellent. It cuts smoothly and there's never like any problems. Okay, there we go. They are level. It doesn't look level because the frosting's like dip down on this side, but we're good. Sorry, that was loud. Okay, more buttercream before I break your ears. Okay. Put these away. There we go. And now we'll place our cake support. Yeah, that's much better. I feel like his neck will actually stand a chance now. Okay. And more buttercream. Yeah, pretty soon the structural disasters are gonna be a thing of the past. I won't even be thinking about how this whole cake started. There we go. Whoop. Yeah, I think I'm gonna cut like a chunk off his butt, and that way I can like seal it up, wrap it up, and then send it to work. So they'll still be able to see how cute his head is and everything, but I gotta do the reveal for the funfetti, or the confetti stuff. Yeah. I'm sorry. Oh. I was just told I'm getting Mike Wazowski. Mike Wazowski myself with the cake, I guess. Making high school. Oh, PVC cutter for wooden dowels. Yeah, I wonder if there's like a better dowel cutter like that. It's probably the blade maybe would come to more of a pipe, unless that's an office dowel tool. No, I think it is just a PVC cutter. I wonder if there's one I could find that's like more tailored to dowels, perhaps. Okay, next time, now that I'm done just frosting, I can put this back on table level. So there we go. Oop, really swinging him around, really putting the gravity to the test. And let's see, his neck is thicker at the base, you know, as you do. Tapers a little bit at the top, but not too much. His neck also has a bit of a curve to it, so it kind of like so, like not drastically, but maybe like that. We'll try to emulate that to some extent, but I might not make the curve of the neck quite as dramatic because I'm scared. Okay. So yeah, there's like a slight curve to him. But yeah. Mike Wazowski. Oh no. Hold on. Struggling a bit. There we go. Okay. Cake scraps, build the neck. Probably also gonna be partially Rice Krispie. Yeah. Definitely gonna be Rice Krispie. I don't have enough cake here to do the whole thing all the way to the top, I think, so. Mini chop saw would be best. Okay, I'll look into that. I used to work at Pixar Studios. They have giant lamp outside the headquarters. Oh, cool. I love Pixar. Pixar is excellent. One right here. It'd be hard to pick a favorite Pixar movie though. I was really into WALL-E and Ratatouille for a minute. Soul always makes me cry. Every time. That one's really good. Okay, crispy treats. Let's see, maybe like that. Perhaps, yeah. And I still have to frost them and put the fringe on it, so that's gonna bulk the neck out quite a bit. So I do need to start a little bit thinner than I think. Because that's happened, you know, in the beginning when I first started doing figurines and stuff, or like certain cakes. It's like something that I always have to keep in mind. Okay, neck. I'm gonna go kind of like that, and then head will be up here. Yeah, I think Rice Krispie neck is the way to go today. Okay, and let's see. What's next? Put the skewers. I think one on either side will do. Hopefully. Oh, we're splitting a little bit. Yeah, maybe these should just go sideways. Trying to get weird and fancy. Mini table saws, cute. Mini chop saws are what people use to make models or doll houses use. Okay, that would definitely be worth looking into for dowels, I think, because that sounds like almost the perfect kind of case use. Because I'm never using like super thick pieces. So I bet that would be in the realm of something that would work for me too, for my purposes. Okay, so we poked it in there. Then come over with this one. And hopefully I can just lay the cake over the top. I think we need maybe one more, and then the head would come out right here. Like so. I think that'll be all right. Yeah. Okay. Sounds good. Then we'll save these nice chunks of cake for his head. His head is shaped so funny. Like this, and then it kind of curves over the top. I say it's a curve, but it's more angular than that, so be like about like that. But yeah, we'll angle the jaw upwards, and then the top comes over. Okay, cool. And yeah, I think I need just one more crispy on top. I'm gonna run and grab that really quick. Underestimated the amount of crispies I need. Oh shoot, I lost the wrapper. Come back. And I can offload some of my trash. Okay, BRB, grabbing crispy. Super fast, fast as lightning. So one more here, two more. Is that getting crazy? His neck is pretty tall. I want it to be as proportional as possible. Let's see. I guess I should have waited until it was at full height to stab these in there. Okay, we're gonna go 2. We're gonna get a little crazy and we're gonna do 2. Like that. Yeah. Then the head. Yeah, okay. Feeling good about that. Okay. Stabby McStabberson. Go ahead and okay. Oh, there we go. Good deal. And this one. Okay. Okay, that's as far as that one goes. Same thing. Mark it and cut it. Still a little off. How do I manage that every time? Maybe I can just really hammer it down there. There you go. All right. Next thing, let's buttercream his neck and yeah, I guess figure out how we're gonna do the head. And then his structure can be chilling while I make all his decoration colors, like the buttercream colors. So he has like a detached part of his jaw. I haven't really figured out how we're gonna do that, if not in buttercream. Maybe we'll have his mouth closed. I know that's like part of his key part of his features, but okay, let's go. Here we are. Snip, snip. Okay. Cake plate, and then cake will rest on top. There we go. So like about like that. And I can put a fair amount of pressure on that, and that's not going anywhere. So I'm feeling good about that so far. Need a bit of spackle in between the layers. Cool. That'll do for now. And his head. So his head's very, like the jaw comes up like that, and then the top is angular, like so. Let's see, maybe this. This one kind of goes down. And then I need like another sort of angled piece up top, or just a pile of cake scraps. Yeah, I think that's good. Where's my knife at? There she is. Cutting this way. Oh, I think we froze. We may have lost connection for a moment. Oh, battery swap. That's what's going on. I'll be right back up. In 3, 2, 1. Questionable. In Prism, you just hit deactivate and then reactivate the stream, but we're using OBS today for the first time, but I think we're back up. Hi. I just realized I'm Mike Wazowskiing myself again. Yeah, okay. Back to what we're doing. Doing his head. His face is so weirdly shaped. We might take some artistic liberties with the bottom of his mouth. I'm just gonna probably make that call right now so that nobody's disappointed. His head is gonna be, his jaw specifically might be a little bit differently shaped. Okay. Angle downward slightly. His ears are gonna come out the top, so I need to shave it this way slightly. So we'll do that really quick. Really quickly. Quickly but gently, because I don't want to tear it up and make a crummy mess. Okay. Better, getting there. And then a little bit more on the top. A little off the top. No, we need a little on the top. For that, I'm just gonna use some of our cakey scraps. And pile it up there. This is like that top of the cake that I said was like really sticky. It's very much like cake ball material. Or cake pop material rather. I think okay a lot today. Yeah, but model doll houses and things are so cute. I love watching anything in miniature, any kinds of crafts in miniature. I love it. I think that's part of the reason I like making the fondant figurines so much. So here we are. Everything's cute and mini. He's actually quite tall. I was trying like not to go too big with this cake, but the base of it really dictated the number of servings, so we're just gonna roll with it. Here we go. Okay. Just kind of spackling that on, and we'll get a decent coating of buttercream afterwards. Okay, and we'll kind of flatten out his nose a little bit, just slightly. Like so. Okay, cool. Moving right along. Hopefully with the decorating, I'll be able to pick up the pace a little bit. Okay. And quick crumb check. Gotta have a crumb-free environment. Okay. Trash bowl. The real test is whether or not this guy makes it to work all in one piece. Granted, it's only like, 10 or 15 minute drive. So he doesn't have far to go. I think he'll be fine, honestly. So far. Maybe missing his butt a little bit. Also, it's going to be tempting for me to not, or it'll be tempting trying to, not eat all of the M&Ms inside. I'm not like a super big candy person anymore, but I do love M&Ms. I also still like crave the one type of candy that I still do find myself like craving sometimes is like sour candies. All right, back to business. Face eyes, his head. And then we'll chill him while we make all our beautiful colors. Also base icing him in one of the colors that he features prominently. Probably would have been a good idea, but we can add like a little thin layer of, I guess, blue on him after he chills for a little bit. So thicker at the bottom and nice and thin at the top. Like I said, we're not doing like a really full curve like on his neck, but we can still give the illusion that it kind of angles backwards a little bit at least, you know. And back here as well, similar thing, like kind of build out the back of his head a little bit. And so if those two sides are kind of offset, like here, and then thinner and then thicker, I'm hoping it'll give the illusion that his neck is the right shape like it is in his photo. Okay, so a bit of a rough start, but I'm pretty happy with where this is going now. Pretty pleased so far. Because this was honestly, like, I think I could pipe little buttercream flaps all day, but this was the part I was sweating while I was planning it, and I mean, nothing's sinking, nothing appears to be shifting, and you might be onto something. And this is good. It'll be good to know how to do like a four-legged animal, and then like I said, like a two-legged creature, and then gradually maybe get, you know, more brave with the type of structures that I make. Do some more involved sculptural components. Yeah. Okay. Get this side. And this little nose. And we will go around and smooth this all out a bit. Gotta tuck up under his chin as well. Okay. Let's see. Actually, I want to swap spatulas. I would like a thinner one. This one and this one. Okay. There we go. Yeah, I'm seeing like a little wobble, but nothing, you know, nothing too crazy. No worrisome wobbles, at least. It's good. Feeling good. Eee. Fun getting into more sculpture. I feel like outside of cake also, I've never done like a ton of sculpture. My sister went to She did an art degree in college. She made some really cool stuff. She had to do a wooden sculpture. She actually gave that one to my sister and I when we were living together, my other sister, when we were roommates. They were roommates. She gifted us as like a little housewarming present one of her sculptures, which was pretty sick. It's this giant wooden, it's actually sitting in the corner. I don't know, I had it hanging up in my last apartment, but I can't hang things here. But yeah, it's a big wooden pair of scissors. It's really cool. And the hinge actually works, so you can position them how you'd like them. They're really neat. She also made this big dancing paper mache lady that she gave to my mom. Yeah, she's real talented. She's good at most art forms, though. She's also an excellent drawer. Yeah. Okay, looking good. Oh, I missed this side. Try not to like apply too much pressure. And yeah, just getting it sealed up. Doesn't have to be a perfect finish. And it doesn't need a super thick layer because we still obviously have to come over with his final color. Final colors, I should say. He is like a lilac, a sky blue, and then a dark blue and a dark purple. So we'll do that as well. It's about to be color mixing time. Good deal. Shave away a little bit of his neck. I don't want this part to look too bulky in comparison. Yeah, the texture of this frosting is excellent. Sorry, I'm trying to see what I'm doing, but also not get my apron strings or hair near the cake. There we go. It's coming along. Swoop, swoop, swoop. This is the best part, honestly. Okay, yeah, we have a little excess back here as well. Just starting to form the shape, but we don't want like a crazy thick layer of buttercream on him, if we can help it. You want just enough. Alrighty, I think it's time to check this guy into the old Fridge Hotel for a brief stay. Yeah, cool. He's looking distinctly llama shaped, okay? So I'm pleased. I am pleased as punch. Okay, me and this guy are gonna run into the kitchen and then we're gonna start mixing up our bags of frosting. We're gonna need a decent amount of each color, so I'm hoping that this roughly 5 quarts of buttercream is enough, because also I have a cake to make tomorrow, so I was hoping this was gonna be enough for both cakes, but we'll see. We will see. Yeah, smoothie, smoothie, smoothie. Okay. Let's go. Be right back. You know what I always forget to do? Ooh, what I forget to do is arrange the shelves in my refrigerator before I start running at it with a cake, to be sure that I have enough vertical space when I do a weird tall cake like this. just shifting some stuff around in the fridge really quick so that there's a space for our friend. Yeah, definitely gonna have to remove one of these shelves. Okay. Yes, perfect. All right. He is quite a tall fellow. And we don't want him bumping up against the ceiling. And I still have to consider his ears. His ears are gonna be an additional couple of inches. So let's see. So far he looks good. Let's bring him over. Oh, be quiet, fridge. And in he goes. Oh yeah, he's still got plenty of room for his ears, even with like an inch or two to spare. Okay, so we'll leave him in there for a minute to chill. Let him firm up a little bit while we do all our colors. All right. Okay. Back at it. Here we go. I might just do 3 colors. I know he's 4 colors, but no, we'll mix up the 4th color. I want him to be as close as possible to what he's supposed to look like. Yeah, it's hard to tell. I forgot that he had that like dark purple color too. Okay, get some couplers on deck for my piping bags. And see, oh, this one's inside out. I need to just order a couple more of these bags, especially since my one busted last week. There's a Wilton one though, and the featherweight bags that Wilton has, the canvas material is a little thinner, so I had also had that one for a really long time, so it's probably time to replace it anyway. Okay, perfect. It's down here. Now colors. We'll start with our lightest color and then gradually move darker just so I can use the same bowl and not have a zillion bowls. Oh, I forgot. Forgot this was in there. You weirdo. So light blue, dark blue, purple, and lilac. Lilac might be a challenge. Purple's always tricky to mix, honestly. I feel like it's hard to get like a really purpley purple that doesn't tend to be more blue or pink or one or the other, or also just like not grayish. I feel like that's the most challenging color usually. Okay. And I need blues. Oh, of course they're not in here. Here's the blue, and then I have this one is an oil-based food coloring. It is for chocolates and buttercreams and stuff. These are all just gel food colorings though, which is also fine. Okay, blue first. His entire head is that lilac color. We don't need very much of the stripe colors, but that lilac color I think is gonna be, yeah, definitely the color that we need the most of. Anyway, so We'll start with just like one bag of the sky blue sort of color. About that much. Because he has like one row of fringe that's like 1 row thick, and then up on the neck it's like 2 or 3 rows thick. So that should be fine. Even though his body is quite large, it should be enough to go around a couple times. So we'll start with sky blue and then work our way through the color spectrum, through the rainbow. Don't want to go too crazy. Oh, we need a little more than that. Oh no! It's pretty vibrant. I might even add a touch of teal because it's kind of more turquoise than sky blue. So yeah, I think like 1 drop of teal, and we'll see where that gets us. Teal I also have down here. Is this one open? Yes. Okay. Shaky, shaky. And oop. Hopefully I didn't do too much. One more drop of teal, I think. Really trying to get it into that vibrant turquoise aqua realm. But I'm leaning a little more blue than green. Okay, I think that'll be good. I'm gonna do that. Scrape down the bowl. And fill our first bag. Okay. Just goofing around now. And his eyes, I'm still trying to decide what we should make them out of. They're sort of egg-shaped. If they were like a perfect circle, I would just use a silicone mold and pour some white chocolate in there. I'm also considering, since I do have the silicone mold, if one of them is the correct size for his eye, I might just like pinch it and tie it in place with a rubber band around the silicone mold to kind of pinch it into a more oval shape and do it that way. That's kind of where I'm at for that. Otherwise, we could just type it on with buttercream. That'd be fun too. So just thinking about that. But I thought if we did it in chocolate, I could make it have more dimension. It would be round, and also same like I did with Rossetti's hat. It would have a little bit more of a shine to it. It wouldn't have like a dull finish, which would be cool. And then in that case, we would just paint his pupil on with a little bit of our food paints, edible food paints. Okay. Need my bigger spatula actually. No, it's okay. And come here. One color down, 3 to go. Yeah, looks good. Cool. Trying to like smack this bubble out. There's like a bubble in the middle. Oh well. That'll be fun for later. And next, we'll do our royal blue color. Luckily, that is the pigment I have. I don't have a navy blue on hand. I should get some like navy blue food coloring. Okay. Ta-da! And set these aside. In hopes that we don't have to mix up more later. Okay, now blue. I guess I used both of my spatulas. We'll do this. There we go. Again, this one, it has two thicker stripes. Like the center turquoise stripe was thin, but both of these are thicker. I still think one bag's gonna be enough, honestly. Like about that much, I should say. Hit it with some blue. Ooh, we got some dried food coloring. Into the trash bowl with you. Cool. And one more for good measure, because I want this one to be really saturated. Really blue. Okay, I'll set that aside for now. We're gonna go a little bit darker because right now it's like a, I don't know, just kind of nice primary bluish color. And I want these to have more of a distinction. I mean, if you're making two different colors, you might as well really go for it. Okay. Ooh, we are really going for it now, I guess. That was more than I bargained for. Nice. This is more like more close to a royal blue. It's not super, super dark though. But yeah, I think they're definitely different enough that I'm happy with that, so. Fill this bag. Okay. Whoop, dropping it. Then we'll do our dark kind of violet color next. Yeah, it's really deep, deep, deep purple. As much of the blue out of there as possible, but it's in the same family, so shouldn't be too much of a problem if there's some blue remnants. Okay. And you really don't, when you're using filling a piping bag, you really don't want to fill it like past this point. You still want plenty of room to twist the top off. You don't want to overfill also because you want it more, you'll have more control if there's, you'll be able to control the pressure better if there's not like an overfilled bag. This is like even on the cusp. So it's like as full as I would possibly fill it. So, ooh, sorry. Okay, purple. and lilac. So 2 more colors. We need some white frosting. Yeah. Ooh. And again, this one is like 2 thick stripes. So that should be all we need. And I'm also doing the lilac last, so I might make like a bag and a half of the lilac-ish color, pinky purple color. And so I can fill the bag and then leave some of it on deck in the bowl for refilling. Okay, so I have violet and then I also have neon bright purple. I think we'll start with violet for the dark purple and kind of reserve that for the other one. Might end up having to add some deep pink as well to the pinky purple color for his like head and face and stuff. Yo. One more because I want this one to be kind of dark. Also, I've mentioned it before, again, my long form videos, but a good way to get your colors mixed and use less food coloring, you warm up a little bit of the buttercream, add your food coloring in there, mix that really well, and it serves as like a liaison to get the color flowing. It emulsifies like the food coloring gel with the fat a little better if it's warmed up, and so your colors can come out more vibrant. You need access to the microwave, and I was told earlier that microwaving on mic was really loud. So shouldn't be doing that currently. But pro tip if you want to make your buttercreams. Also, if you make your buttercream a certain color ahead of time and let it sit, the color actually does develop over time. People also use like immersion blenders to really like blend the color in there super thoroughly. There's all kinds of tips and tricks to get nice bright colors. Okay. It's, you know, this is what I was talking about. It looks, especially in this lighting, in person, it looks more purple, but it definitely looks a little gray on camera. I'm gonna add a little bit of the neon bright purple and see how that helps. Yo, hey Savage Pancake, what's up? I ate some cake myself tonight, but it was ice cream cake. Ooh, I love ice cream cake. That sounds awesome. My day was pretty good. I just ate some breakfast and then pretty much got started prepping for the video. How's everybody else today? I don't know if we have any lurkers around. Yeah, how about you? I mean, it sounds like you hopefully are having a good day if you got ice cream cake. At least that part. Okay. That's a little better. It's looking more purple. Still looks a little gray on camera, but I think that's as good as it's gonna get for right now. Then had celery and sliced up a bell pepper as a snack. Wow, excellent balance. You get your nutrition, but you also get some fun. I love bell pepper. Especially like with dips, like hummus or something. Delicious. Or that like, I think the base is Greek yogurt, but there's like I haven't found it around here. I might just have to make it myself. But like street corn, like elote style dip is really yummy too. Especially the one that has a Greek yogurt in it, because I feel like I could eat a lot of this and it's not like so bad for me as like cream cheese and mayonnaise based dips or whatever. Not that it really matters, but sometimes I could do some damage in one sitting to a tub of that or hummus or honestly any kind of dip. I love chips and dip. Love nachos, like nachos and queso. Ugh, my favorite. Nacho flavored things are interesting here. Also, I feel like I've only had like one good plate of nachos here. a couple places I've ordered nachos at, they were like served cold, which I was like, but why? Like the chips weren't warmed up and the cheese wasn't melted. It was all just kind of tossed on there. I was like, okay, nachos might just be something I have to make at home myself pretty regularly. Oh yeah, but like cheese and nacho flavored like snack foods here. Cause yeah, when I first moved here, I was like, let me try all the snack foods. I want to see what everything is. Cheese flavored things are interesting. It's like a, I may have mentioned this before, but I feel like there's a lot of things that tend to be like on the sweeter side that I don't expect. Probably pre-diabetic scare when I got dizzy. Couldn't lift my arms. Oh my gosh. Yeah, definitely be trying to eat better so you don't have to deal with that. Oh. I hate like getting sudden dizzy feelings. That is the worst. I've also gotten better about eating more consistently, but back in like high school and stuff, I had some like blood sugar issues occasionally. I'm grabbing the last color we're gonna make is like the pinky purple color. But yeah, just like maybe not eating enough like protein and stuff, and then getting like wimpy, passy-outy feeling or whatever. Oh, hi Chris, welcome in. We're multi-streaming today, so we're on YouTube and Twitch today. But yeah, for this one, I'll make a decent amount of it since it's the color for his head as well. So I don't want to run out if I mix the perfect color. I don't want to have to run out and mix it again. Okay, I think that's enough. One more dollop for good measure. Yeah. Also, passing out in general is scary. I passed out a couple times when I was younger from the heat. One time we were cleaning somebody's house after there was a fire in the neighborhood. And so it was like really hot, and also the smoky smell and like the chemical smell of the stuff we were using. Passed out. It's only 11:30 p.m. but head to bed, so I'm not feeling the best, but wish you luck with the cake. Oh, thanks so much. Much love back to you, and I really hope you feel better. And yeah, get a lot of rest for sure. I don't want to be feeling puny. And yeah, if you're off tomorrow, have a good rest of your weekend also. Yeah, hopefully the cake turns out well. Hopefully there is a cake for you to check on later, and this guy doesn't topple to the tabletop. So yeah. Okay, so a dab of bright purple and a dab of fuchsia, and we'll see how that is for Mr. Llama Pinata guy. Okay. Oh yeah, definitely gonna need some more food coloring. It's a little pale. Needs some work. Also, I think a lot of the food coloring got stuck in the curved part of the spatula. Yo. Yeah, okay. And some more purple. My tummy just made the weirdest noise. It sounded like a ghostly wail. It went, woo. Okay, purple. And one more splash of fuchsia. I should wearing gloves. I got little dabs of food coloring on my fingertips now, which I don't love. Come out. Oh, that was a bit much. All right, let's see how that goes. Oof. Mixy, 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 mixy. I'm excited. We're about to do my favorite part. If I could just pipe buttercream all day long, I would. I mean, other parts of the prep are fun too, but it's the piping I'm here for. All right, So far so good. Maybe just a touch more purple and I'll be happy with it, I think. Let's see in comparison to our other colors. Boop. I think it's in the same family. And I think if they're all just a touch lighter than, you know, a fully rendered, super saturated photo, I think that's okay as long as they all are comparable. Like you don't want one to be crazy dark and then one to be pastel. So I think that's good. We'll go for it. And I'll fill in my bag, and I should have about half a bag left over. Fingers crossed it's enough for his whole head and stuff. All right, fill this bag. And I'll tidy up the area. Take a little water break. Gotta stay hydrated, for sure. Oh yeah, earlier I was talking about, we went to clean up, help somebody clean their house because something caught fire in the garage and the kitchen was like all smoky. And so they're trying to see if they could just like clean the house and like not remodel, I guess. Anyway, got overheated. I guess I was dehydrated, passed out. But luckily I passed out and fell backwards after I had stepped down off of this step ladder. Also, it was really good luck because I like fell backwards in a doorway. I didn't hit like my head on the door frame or on there's like a dolly cart there. There was a lot of stuff I could have smacked my head on, but luckily I just hit the carpet. Yeah, not great. And then I took it easy the rest of the day. But yeah, just a few moments before that, I was up on a like step ladder cleaning like a kitchen cabinet. So it could have been worse is all I'm trying to say. I think I lucked out, all things considered. I also passed out on like a school field trip one time. That was embarrassing. It was hot. I wore jeans like a doofus. And my hair was really long. I think I just got like overheated. And I passed out, knees buckled and all that. We were outside, I think it was like for Earth Day or something. And we were like at a little festival and there was like arts and crafts and there was also like a lot of presentations on different ways to recycle and stuff. I don't know. It was a while ago. And yeah, I got super hot, passed out, fell over, and then like two of the teachers were leaning over me. And then they made me go sit on the bus with the air conditioner on, and one of the teachers was like braiding my hair. She's like, you need to put your hair up. That's why you got too hot. I'm like, it's Florida, it's hot. I mean, I was a dummy and I wore pants, but still. Yeah, that was also embarrassing. I was like, can I just not be here for the rest of the day? Can I just teleport home? I don't want to be here anymore. I need to pick out my tips for the little fringe that goes around his whole body. I'd love it if I had 4 of these matching tips. Let's see. We got the ones with the little teeths on one side, and then the other ones are just totally flat. So I do have 4 matching ones of those. I don't know, I'll just keep them all nearby and we'll see what works. See what sticks. Throw a heater for the big boy. And I need to see, need 4 of these. Need the little rings, you put them over the tip. Yo. So that you can screw it onto the coupler. Okay, good deal. We will start with this. See how it goes. So the bottom, it goes lilac, purple, blue, teal, and then repeats. And then his head is like that lilac-y purple color. So we'll start with lilac down at his face. I'm hoping this is gonna be enough buttercream. Once I figure out how to do polls, that'll be a fun poll to run every now and then. Did Chelsea make enough buttercream to finish the project, or is she gonna have to mix more? Only time will tell. Okay. All right. Purple. New cake, let's go. Hey, Proto. Yeah, we're doing the llama from Fortnite because I wanted to do like a confetti cake, one where you cut it open, or like a piñata cake where you cut it open and stuff comes out of it, because I was like, that is festive and we're celebrating today. And I was like, well, if it's gonna be a piñata cake, it might as well be a piñata. So we're doing the piñata llama Fortnite guy. Yeah, so welcome in. We already did the scary structure part. That was the part I was most nervous about. Now I've got my buttercreams colors mixed up and we're rolling on to the next section, which is the decorating. And then remaining matters to see through to are, what are we gonna make his eyeball out of? And how are we gonna do his ears? So more to come on the decision front. How to best execute his silly self. Yeah, and our cake is in the fridge currently because I stacked it all up and we made his neck and his head, and then it is chilling while we do our other stuff. So yeah, haven't missed the fun part at least. There we go. Okay. Take a sip. Oh, thanks. Water check. Yes. And battery check. Good deal. One more for good measure. Okay, better already. Alrighty. Battery check. The display is not facing me, so I am gonna hop up really quick and see where we're at and how close we're getting. It's roughly been like about an hour per battery, which is pretty decent. Oh yeah, we're still good. It's telling me full bars. Also on here, I will flip out the, the display thingy so I can see it on this side. There we go, much better. We got these cool little attachments for the camera for when you're going handheld or when you want to put a strap on it. And it has like a little disc and then it fits into a slot, so it's stuck on there really well. It's not just like the like kind of backpack strap style with the like plastic piece that you thread it through and then back through itself. It's very secure, but also it makes putting the strap on and off the camera really easy. Like if we take it out for bird pictures. That's its other main occupation. My partner has been trying to get some cool wildlife photos and stuff, so he's gotten a couple, 2 different lenses. He's found them used for good prices after hunting around, so that's cool. And yeah, I getting some good bird photos. I'm like, you should make a calendar. Birds through the different seasons and stuff. Putting my food colorings away really quick in hopes that we won't need them again for more frosting mixing. But yeah. Speaking of calendars, across the room, there's an adorable kitten calendar that my mom gifted me while I was in town. Because she was like, because you don't have a cat of your own, so you can look at all these kitties. I was like, thanks, Mom. She knows that I would really desperately love to adopt maybe 2 cats or so. And I think all of my siblings, well, my brother has a dog, a small dog, but all of my other sisters have cats. And I always like joke that when I'm in town and I'm visiting all the kitties, I'm like, oh, I recharge my batteries. I can survive another couple months without a kitty in my life. until I meet another kitty. But yeah, so she gave me a kitten calendar. I'm excited to see what February is. Wait, is today the 1st? Yeah, today's the 1st, isn't it? Happy February. Oh, I can see what the next page of the kitty calendar is. Oh, rats, come back. I need my photo reference. But yeah, it's cute. Okay, we got our llama back on deck. And here we go. Things and stuff, stuff and things. Yes, February 1st. I was pretty sure. I was like, I swear yesterday was the 31st. Alrighty. Swipe down the area. A couple frosting smudges. And then we'll go grab our guy, I think. Hopefully that was enough time for him to get a little bit chilled. And we'll get started and see if he needs any intermediate chilling time. So like we'll start piping the fringe, see how it's doing, and continue as long as we can. But if we do need to take a break from piping, I can put him to chill and then we can work on his ears and eyes, because those are the two components that I haven't sorted out yet. I would love to make his eye out of white chocolate so it has that sort of glossy look to it, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. We might just pipe it on in buttercream as well. I had a thought for his eye, but his ears do need to be made out of something rigid, unless I just pipe buttercream around a skewer, but I'd rather them be like a, I guess we can make them out of Rice Krispie treat, because they are pretty like thick and angular, like geometrical kind of polygon prisms. So we'll see once we get him started. I wanted to wait on making those also because sometimes when I start like the body of something and then flesh it out and put the layers of buttercream on it, it ends up bigger than I initially thought. That happened with Rossetti the other day. That's why I made 2 sizes of hats, because I was like, well, once I do the buttercream, it could be this big, it could be that big. So that's another reason why I wanted to wait on his ears and eyeball. Although normally if something is structured or like standing upright, I typically try to make those ahead of time, add a fondant or something so it has time to dry and keep its shape. So we will see. I'm gonna go grab Mr. Cake. I'm also going to wash my hands again because they feel buttercreamy. And yeah, I'm gonna mute myself though, I think, because last time I washed my hands it was really loud. Where's the mute button? Also, yeah, it's a new stream manager, so things are a little different, so bear with me. Oh, I goofed it up already. Oh boy, what did I do? Now my window's really tiny. 1 second. Ew. Here we go. Okay, we're back with that. But where's the audio? Got my chats up, which is nice. Oh, we got a new follow 16 minutes ago. Oh, hi zombie doll, if you're still here and not a fictional person, a non-existent person. Hang on a second. We got it. Llama is on board. He is quite tall. I'm gonna have to get some really good pictures of him because I haven't done anything like this for a while. I've done some, I've done some cool animal cakes, but nothing that I can think of that was freestanding. Like I've done some different dogs that were about this big, but you know, their whole body was supported by the base, so this is kind of fun. Here we go, get the mic back on. It's better. Alrighty. Okay. Oh, my mic went, wait, Mike Wazowski'd myself again. Is that better? I don't really care. I'd rather everybody be peeping Mr. Llama face anyway. Okay, time for the fun part, the colors. New iCloud terms, not now. Get out of here. Okay. Yeah, so since the fringe is like the paper fringe, the way that it's laying, we'll start from the bottom and work our way up so that the, you know, next layer can lay over the layer before it, below it rather. So that'll be the best way to do it. I am looking at our structure. Can you see the bottom? So I really want to cover this part right here. Wait, I'm poking it. I would rather that none of the wood was visible, but I don't think I can have a free hanging dangly piece of buttercream that will hang that low. So I would like to do a fondant fringe around the base, kind of like a bed skirt, so I can hide these pieces of the structure. And then we'll move on from there. I think that'll be good. Because, yeah, like if you're looking top down, you might not see it, but if you're looking at it from the side, I feel like that'll be noticeable. And as much as this is just like a structural kind of exercise, if I'm gonna, you know, do the whole thing, I'd like it to be pretty, and that way I can take pictures of it and stuff. So yeah, we'll make a little fondant fringe really quick and then move on from there. Okay, let's do it then. We'll put our buttercream aside momentarily and roll out a little bed skirt for our llama guy. The only trouble is I don't have any pre-mixed colors. Ideally, it would match that purpley color, but I do have gloves, so I could mix some food coloring into this white fondant. Eek. I got most, I mean, my fingers are still stained from mixing the buttercream, but I got most of the food coloring off from earlier. But yeah, we'll do that really quick. I'll need a small ball of fondant, and that'll be good because I can mix some fondant for his ears also. So we'll just do this all at once, I think. That being said, I probably could have just left him in the fridge while I do this. I might run and put him back. Sorry, change your plans. Making things up on the fly. What is it? Calling inaudible. Is it calling an audible or calling inaudible? Sports. Sports go sports. There's that comedy duo. They used to write songs together all the time, and they had a short form comedy series, like a short comedy series. Garfunkel and Oates, not Hall and Oates, Garfunkel and Oates. And they had a song about sports. And how like, yeah, we're totally invested in sports. We're not just here because our boyfriend is here. Yeah, silly. Okay, I'm gonna pop him back in the fridge. I know he just got here, but I'm gonna pop him back in the fridge while I do this, because I would love him to be as chilled as possible before we bust him out and start working on him again. I am seeing that a fridge in the streaming room is becoming an increasing necessity. Although, I don't even know if he would fit in a mini fridge. I guess if you took all the shelves out, he would, question mark. Sorry, Llama, I got all excited. We'll be together again soon. Okay. Hey, coming. I'm jogging down the hallway. I'm coming around the corner. Okay, we're back. Okay. We're adapting. We're making an executive decision. Okay, gloves it is. It's like dyeing your hair. I don't want to have purple hands for 4 days. You doing great? Oh, thanks, Britta. Appreciate it. Okay, this should be enough, I think. Whoop. Cool. Nice fresh fondant, no crusties. The blue for his legs was a little crusty, but I didn't want to waste it, so I'm probably gonna go over them in blue frosting anyway because his legs are supposed to be the darker color blue and they're like that light color, but it was good for starters. Okay, so we used fuchsia and neon purple for his like the color that's on his face. You don't need as much food coloring for fondant though, so I'm trying to not be heavy-handed. Yeah, come out. I found a new cake decorating shop online that I'd like to go visit because I visited a couple near me, but this one looks like it has some additional items that I haven't found elsewhere. They had more food coloring selection. Food coloring's not super big here, I feel like, which is fine, but like I don't see it just like, you know, on the shelf in the grocery store with the spices and extracts and stuff. So it's definitely like you gotta find it at a baking store. This one that I just found is a little further away though, so it'll be a bit of a trek to get there. Like at least an hour on the train, probably more, but that's fine if I just go and poke around because it'd be nice to see what they have. And I'd rather buy something near me than order it online. When I first moved here, I had some remaining food coloring colors, but I ordered the little variety set of these. They have some craziness. They have like I want to say their biggest set is like a 72 color set. I think I just got like the 12 or 16 colors. Kind of covers your bases. So, wow, okay, that's looking pretty good actually. Yeah, I think we need a little more pigment, but it's in the same family at least. Cool beans. Mr. Cake, yeah. All the cakes take on a life of their own. I also feel like I do have a tendency to like personify things. Okay, oops. Hopefully that wasn't going too crazy here. Hopefully that wasn't too much. We'll find out. Yo. Alright. Yo, see, this is why I wanted gloves. I don't like wasting gloves, but I do need them for some things. Okay. I haven't gotten to play any more Hollow Knight since the last time we talked. I was hoping I would get to chit-chat more about the game, but been busy. Cake stuff and channel stuff. Yeah, I didn't realize we'd get here so soon, so I thought I was going to have more time to work on emotes and stuff. But I'm glad I started the regular ones. I had plans for the subscriber ones, but I didn't know I was going to need them so soon. Maybe a touch more pink. This is like a little muted, so yeah, just a touch more pink. This is like leaning in the purple realm. And this one has just slightly brighter. Okay. Hopefully that's not too much. Oof. But yeah. Your arms ever get tired from mixing? Yeah, for sure. It can be quite a workout, especially if you're needing enough fondant for like a whole cake. And I've noticed that since I'm not doing this every day anymore like I used to be, like I'd be hauling sacks of flour and sugar around and constantly needing fondant or mixing things. Since I'm not doing baking on the scale that I was before, I've noticed some wimpiness in my upper body strength. I'm like, dang, I guess I was getting a pretty good workout from kneading fondant and stuff. So I need to like actually make more of an effort to work out now. And like also like lifting giant cakes whenever we did tiered cakes at the bakery, or if I had bigger orders. Yeah, they get pretty heavy. Like I may have mentioned before, we did some cakes that had dummy tiers, like styrofoam tiers, but sometimes it would just be like a 3-4 tier cake, all cake. You gotta like call somebody to spot you. Make sure all the shelves are ready for you in the cooler before you get going. Okay. I think that's about as close as it's gonna get. There's always gonna be like a little difference in how the fondant picks up the color to how the buttercream picks it up. I'm trying to decide if I could add just a touch more pink. I might add like one more drop of pink, just for good measure. But yeah, I definitely also, I love listening to podcasts because I have a lot of like time to myself, and it's a nice thing to fill your day with that, or audiobooks or whatever. But I've been listening to Amy Poehler's podcast, and she keeps bringing up like when she has like a woman on that's like around her age, she's always like, are you working out? Are you taking care of your bone density? She's like, no, we have to lift weights or else our bones will disappear. Anyway, so I've been thinking about that. I'm like, yeah, I can't just like wimp out. I'm not a big gym person. I like to work out alone in the privacy of my own home, but I just have like some dumbbells and a yoga mat and a couple like stretchy band or resistant bands. I don't know, I just don't want to be sweaty around other people. I know that's the whole point of the gym, is everybody's doing their own thing, but I also rather have room and space for being silly when I'm working out, unobserved. Anyway, so it's really cold outside. I also like to like go outside, like for a jog or something. Okay, I'm glad we went a little darker because that's definitely a little closer. I think that's pretty good. Yeah. Yeah, so I used to love to run. I know that I can't do that forever because it wears down your joints when you get older. So like I need to mix it up and mix some other cardio in. And then I got more into biking. I'd like to get into swimming. I've never, like I can swim as in like I'm not going to drown immediately, but I've never been like a super great, like had really good form or anything for swimming. Not my bones, I know, right? Gotta watch out for your bones. Your bone density. They'll just apparently whisk themselves away. And then you got no bones. Oh, like that little dog that the guy picks up. He says, is it a bone day or a no bones day? And he picks the dog up, and then the dog just kind of flops back down sometime when he's too tired, too old. Okay, we got our fondant now. We can make our little fringe at the bottom, so that's cool. And yeah, I just need my cornstarch and my rolling pin, and we'll get this rolled out before we go grab the cake. So it can be as chilly as possible and give us a lot of time to work on it. Also, I'll feel better just knowing that his neck meat is more sturdy. So yeah. Yep. I'll pinch off 2 blobs for the ears, and then the rest I'll be free to work with. I need my my cornstarch brush. I had a big poofy, almost like a makeup brush that I would dip in, then like a fairy wand, do some cornstarch, but also I have to be careful about powdered and dusty things around the camera, evidently. It's good to know. I shan't be able to, you know those like luster dusts that come in the spray bottle? Can't do that around the camera. Bad idea. Okay. Oh, we got some bubbles. We need it a little bit more. Also, I am gonna put just a sprinkle of Tylose powder in here so that once we get those in place, one, it's a little more elastic, and since we added so much color and moisture to the dough, it is like a little more sticky than usual, so that'll help with that. If you add cornstarch, you're more likely to get like drying and cracking. This stuff dries it while remaining like elastic, so it doesn't crack. That's probably good. And 2, once we get it into place, hopefully if we put some of this in it, it won't sag or tear as easily. So, and same for his ears. If you add the Tylose powder, it will help them harden more quickly, which is good once we figure out what size and shape they need to be, once we're able to compare them to his head size. And we'll be able to compare them once his head has like the colored base coat of frosting on it. That'll be a good indication of how big we can make his ears. Yeah. Okay. Coming along. Just a little bit. More soap for my hands. Beep, beep, beep. Okay. And we'll grab a blob for his ears, set that aside. And this will be for his lovely skirt. And we're gonna cut a strip and then cut some vertical lines across the strip for that little fringe. And we won't cut them all the way up because we want to stay together. But then the first layer of buttercream will come down and cover the top of this, and hopefully that'll be the beginning of a lovely, consistent pattern. With any luck. A little bit this way, and then we're gonna go this way. And I'll use my piping tip as a guide for how thick to cut each of these fringes, so that even though it's a different material, hopefully it'll match as much as possible. Oh, we're gonna have to go longer than that. Maybe I shouldn't have gone quite so wide. Yeah, stretch it out a little bit. So let's see, one side of him's like that, another side. So we need like about yay more of him to make it all the way around his little bod. Swoop. Okay. Flip it. Ooh, sorry. Wake up, Paul. Really just banging around on the desktop. But yeah, the piping should go fairly quickly since it's just a consistent pattern over his whole body. So with any luck. Oh wow, we're already on 3 hours for this session. Good Lord. I was gonna say, with any luck, we'll finish before we hit 5 hours. I hope. This is kind of a bigger project. This is definitely bigger than the little cutie pies I've been doing. Like the Fallout cake, little Fallout guy, Fallout Boy. Yeah, that was a much more simple design. Also, things are always more efficient when I'm doing them in the kitchen. I got my setup, you know. There's more of a rhythm. Things get a little crazy back here in the office. Also, again, that thing of being observed just makes me forget how to do any normal task. Not really, but okay. Maybe that's long enough, maybe not. If we have to like trim this and then cut another panel, that's fine. But I want to go ahead and cut the edge. Where is my pizza cutter? Ribbon cutter? Here. Oh, I found my ribbon cutter, y'all. I kept saying I can't find my ribbon cutter. I wish I could find my ribbon cutter. Found it. It was here the whole time. What's the coolest thing about Seoul? For me personally, growing up in a smaller town that didn't have, is it lame to say public transportation? Because I love it. I grew up in a smaller town. Yes, there was city buses, but it wasn't like super easy to get around. You mostly had a car and that was it. Everybody used their car. But I really love just being able to hop on the metro. It's pretty easy to navigate. And I know that's not like specifically unique to Seoul. Other big cities have nice public transportation, but like that plus the safety, I guess, would be another thing. There's CCTV everywhere. And I feel like I have, you know, as a woman, I feel like it's a luxury to not feel threatened if you're walking around at night or walking around alone, getting home at night. So that is pretty cool to me personally. There's CCTV everywhere. Plus there's also not a lot of, I guess I should say public violent crime. Domestic crime is still a problem here. And I don't know, sexual harassment in the workplace. So it's like, it's not perfect. It's never gonna be perfect, but there's less chance of being like, you know, approached on the street. Everybody kind of keeps to themselves, which is cool. Besides that, I really love the layout, like geographically. It's just really wild to me. Florida is really flat. The beach is a beautiful, wonderful feature. But besides that, it's just flat and pine trees, and I-10 goes on forever. Goes on forever. But the fact that it's like busy, bustling city, and then you turn around and there's a mountain right behind you. It's just like mountain, city, high rises, mountains. I don't know, that's pretty cool. Driving around is nice. I may have mentioned earlier, we'd done a little bit of regional travel. So like a little field trip. Oh, I said I was gonna measure for my tip to see how wide to make these. Yeah, so like driving through the countryside or to the beach, you're like going through mountain tunnels, which is really neat. There's also a lot of really cool public spaces, public parks, and like also public, like, I don't know what, amenities, I guess you would say. Like there's always like pop-up events and things like that. And there's always something happening also, which is cool. Like if you're bored, you just need to walk out of your house and, you know, life will start happening to you. Yeah, I don't know, lots of good things to say. Also the food, street food is awesome. Getting to visit new types of restaurants is really great. I mean, if you can't tell, I love food. So being surrounded by like new opportunities to try new things is great for me personally. Like I was talking about, like even since moving here, I've tried like a bunch of fruits I've never tried. So that's fun. Just knowing that there's more out there. There's more outside your door. Opening your perspective up is good. I feel like, yeah, my natural tendency is more to be like a bit of a homebody, but I feel like it's really encouraged me to get out and make my own plans and spend more time by myself. Like, even if I don't always have like somebody to pal around with, it's like, it's just, you can get out there and do your own thing. I don't want to like waste the opportunity of getting to live here. Is really cool, so I don't want to feel like I, you know, frittered away my time in any way. All the mountain trails that I've gotten to do so far are really nice. The one big national park, Soraksan, that place was really cool. Oh, also I was thinking if I put this up around the llama and then these are dangling down, I could just go in with the scissors and cut them. Maybe that would be faster instead of doing it this way. Questions, decisions. Will this be a cleaner cut though? Let's test it out really quick and then I'll make my decision. It's about the same, honestly. There's like a little distortment. I'll just try to pick up the pace and go down the line. Just be more decisive with my cutting. There. Because yeah, I don't want this to start drying out and like, if I go to bend it around his body, I don't want there to be like cracks in the fondant and stuff. So I need to hurry up. Oh, we're doing a battery switch. Warning. It wasn't in the red yet. I promise I was checking. Partner just came home. He went on a little outing, but he's kind enough to come back here and check on the stream particulars, the setup. Okay, almost there. Then we'll go get our boy from the fridge. I keep saying boy. This llama dude could totally be a llama lady. Or anything in between, anyone in between rather. Okay, grab this again just to make sure I'm not going off script. Start going and then don't want to gradually get thinner as they go. But yeah, so this will be like a little bit of a different texture, but overall, even if it can't be buttercream down there, I would much rather have that part of the structure hidden. I don't want to see the little wooden shelf that I put under there. That's another thing to think about in the future. Okay, grabbing the llama. Are you living there permanently? Oh no, I will be here. I've been here for, thank you. Somebody brought me a little beverage treat. How nice, how kind. I guess it's a 2 coffee kind of day. No, I've been here for about 2 years and we will be here for minimum 1 more year up to 3 years. So we can be living here for as many as 5 years, minimum 3 years though, before we go back. He works like with the military. He's not military, my husband. That's the reason we moved out here, was for his job. And so like his sort of like contract thingy dictates that we have to stay here a minimum of 3 years. And then if he wants to extend, which, oh, sorry, kicked something down there. So far, I think we both like it well enough here that we could see ourselves continuing to live here for 2 more years. But that being said, that's why I'm really wanting to learn Korean, because I'm gonna be here that long. I feel like I should have something to show for myself in that area. Okay, I'm gonna quickly put his fringe on and see if we need to cut a little more. And I want this to dangle down quite a bit, so that's why we made it so tall this way, or the other way. But yeah, we'll start on this side where you can see how we're doing. And hopefully, I guess if I dab a little fresh frosting on here, it should stick pretty well. Okay, so I'll quickly do that. Run against the clock because I don't want this to dry out. This fondant strip, that would be annoying if it looks all crackly and weird. Okay, now, time is of the essence. Well, I didn't wear white or pastels today, but I did wear really poofy sleeves. One day I'll pick an appropriate outfit for this arrangement. Okay, now if I just maybe roll it up a little bit, I can apply it smoothly with any luck. Okay, coming across his butt. I guess I'll do the same on his butt because I think he has a tail. Actually, now that I mention it, I didn't really look to see if our guy has a tail. Or the same can be on the corner perhaps. Okay, and I'll go ahead and apply it. And hopefully if I need to like shift it up or down, it'll be forgiving. If I need to do that, we will see. Okay, hurry, hurry, hurry. There we go. Just at least get stuck on there so I can position it horizontally, and then we can hopefully slide it up or down as needed. Oh yeah, it's coming along. Oh no, okay. Oh, I think it's gonna be long enough. I thought I might have to cut a couple extra fringes, but coming around the mountain as she comes, and we made it. Perfect. How exciting. Little scissors, cut the butt, and then I'll cut this end of it and try to match up the seams nicely enough. Okay. Also, it didn't get too crusty. Good. Again, it's the little things. All right. Bam. And now he's got a lovely little skirt around. His undercarriage is less visible. Okay. And so then, like I said, I'm just going to go around and kind of make sure it's pressed on and adhered properly. And then also this side looks, sorry, hair flip. This side looks pretty good. On this side, it came up a little higher, so I'm just going to slide it down slightly so we don't see that wooden piece or the dangly bits of plastic wrap. I might be able to trim some of those bits of plastic wrap off though. Okay. Oh, this is great. I'm very pleased with this. I can't see any of the supports now from this angle, and I'm getting like on level with it, so I know if you're standing like above it, if it's stable height, you're not going to be able to see it very much at all. Get my fondant smoosher. Fondant paddles, I usually use these if I do a full fondant covered cake. It helps you smooth it, and also if you press them together, you can get a nice crisp corner on the top edge of your cake if you do it right. Like you hold them at right angles and then kind of like press the fondant. That's one skill that I had a lot of opportunity to develop at the last place I worked before I started my own little cake business. We did a lot of really pretty fondant covered cakes, and I really got to work on my fondant skills there. The bakery I mentioned before that was strictly buttercream, so I feel like slowly becoming a more, well-rounded decorator overall. And now we're doing new fun skills, like building cakes with legs and tall necks. Two scary things, but I'm really liking how he's going so far. I genuinely do get tickled when stuff turns out how I hope it would. Okay, so that's what we're working with so far. I think now that I've moved it closer to me, you may be able to see the bottom a little bit. Absolute cinema. Thanks. Oh gosh. Okay, and I'm gonna just mash this back in for his ears later. Probably gonna be about yay big. Oh, he's gonna be so cute. You know what would have been fun is if I made Cuzco from the Emperor's New Groove. That would have been a fun llama. That would have been a great llama. We're definitely gonna do more cartoony things, but I thought I would like start off getting to know the channel by doing a lot of like gaming, at least gaming adjacent things, you know. But yeah, there's tons of cartoon guys I would love to make that are just, you know, really cool character designs. Okay, I need to put this somewhere. Oh, here's an extra baggie. Yeah, okay. Okay, now we get to move on to the fun part. I kept prefacing being like, oh yay, it's almost time to pipe the buttercream. And then I'm like 3 hours later and I still haven't touched the bag to the guy. There we go. All right. Now, buttercream, he's got a nub on this side. There, and there's a nub on his nose. All better. Okay. We are going to spread just a really thin layer of the base color. I think I'll do that. Let's see how far his fringe comes up. Okay, so his head needs to be that purpley color, and the fringe doesn't start until like his jawline. So his head's gonna be smooth, and then the piping is going to come up to about here. So yeah, we're gonna, I guess we'll just start at the bottom and work our way up, like I said before. Push my sleeves up. All right, you can wait up there. We don't need your services currently. And get this swiped out of the way. Piping time, yay. You can also go back up here and buttercream off to the side. Purple bag, well, fuchsia bag, fuchsia colored. That's the dark purple. Light purple. Alrighty. I'm gonna do a tester really quick on this side and then I'll spin it around and see where we're at. Okay, I need a bowl for scraping off my tip because with a lot of tips, one key to success is like starting over each stroke, especially when you're making like flowers and stuff like that. Starting over each stroke with like a clean tip. Again, you don't want to have like smudges or like a little nub coming out. You want just like a clean break. So basically starting over fresh. So yeah, I'm gonna try a couple strokes over here and then I'll turn it to where we can both see what I'm doing. But I just want to do a test run real quick. Okay. Let's see how far I need to come down around this part of the cake. It looks like about 3 layers of this color in his fringe, and we'll count this one as the first layer. This fondant layer is going to count as 1, and then yeah, we'll just pipe 2 more of these around his base. So let's see really quickly how this goes. And I might need to like use the scissors to kind of snip off. Okay, so this is what we're working with so far. It's gonna be like that. Whoa. And so like when there's this one restaurant I had to make, what do you call them? Gnocchi, like Parisian style gnocchi with a flour base, not a potato base. And we piped them out of a piping bag directly into the boiling water. But you would use a knife and scrape it across the piping tip to get like a clean cut on each one of the little nuggets. I might do that in this instance because I don't want these tails of these buttercream strokes to be like smeared, or like I want it to be like a nice smooth square edge to them. You know what I mean? Yeah. So I might do that, or I might just start piping them and then go back and like clean them up. afterwards. We'll kind of see what works best in the process. It'll probably be more time efficient to go around, pipe the whole thing, and then go back and fix which ones need to be fixed instead of like piping and fixing and piping and fixing. So yeah. Okay, I will turn this way. I think you can see, and then I can also just kind of come back towards myself. And yeah, we should both be able to see this part. I noticed on the Rossetti video when I was editing like a shorter version of it, like a 11-minute cut, like for YouTube. There was a handful of things where I was like, I just gotta turn this towards me so I can see what I'm doing, and then I'll turn it back around. But we've been talking about having a second camera angle. That'll be something to work towards on the channel. But I've seen other crafters do that where they have the face cam and then they have like a top down or whatever, depending on what the craft is. And I'm like, for some of this, it would be good to have a second angle that I can play around with. So just for the viewing experience. Okay, let's hush up and actually get some buttercream on this cake. And maybe we'll just enjoy some music for a minute. I'm gonna take a beat and focus on piping. Girl. I need to do like Chihiro does and like put that ribbon through and tie them up out of the way. Okay, for real, for real. Cool. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm gonna like how this turns out. I'm already getting excited. Will we have enough buttercream though? That is the question. I'm feeling pretty confident we will. Famous last words and all, but it's actually releasing pretty well. The buttercream is a good temperature for this. It hasn't gotten too cold that it seized up. But as I move up the cake, I might have to like pause and go like squeeze it out of the bag, mix it up again so that's like nice and smooth, and then go again. Whoop. Okay, I also need to be sure that I'm keeping the height of these consistent so that it looks consistent when I go to lay the next layer on top of these. And I think what'll be the kind of natural thing to do will be to stagger them so that next layer's fringe kind of falls in between where the two below it are placed. I think that'll be a good plan of attack. See, like that. I don't want to have like a scraggly looking end, so I'll probably go back and sharpen that edge up afterwards. Or I could just pull it off and redo it. We'll see. But yeah. Okay, since I am piping at a weird angle, I'm gonna pause here and kind of see how parallel I'm running with his body, because I'm kind of... Okay, that's okay. I feel like it's like when writing on, also, I think this side of his skirt is a lot lower than that side. Maybe I should pull it up a little, because if it's very uneven, it'll become more and more apparent as the stripes make their way around his body. So let me do that really quick. I went kind of crazy with how low I dropped this one. Okay. That's better. It was really just kind of dipping down in the middle. Okay, booty time. Little butt fringe, little butt curtain. I love a dog with a luxurious tail. A little butt flap. Also, I think it's fun when people like, I don't know, maybe it's a waste of time and hopefully they're using like pet safe products, but I do think it's fun when people like dyed their pets' tails colors. Okay, just making sure I'm going as low as I did on that side before I start coming this way. Also, looking at it, our guy might be a little, he might not have as many layers going this way as I thought. We will see. But I prefer that to like running out of frosting. There we go. Okay, these are turning out a little squiggly. I need to make my pools more consistent. Oops, I'm upside down. There we go. Try that again. Corgis are the best. They just look like little loaves of milk bread or something. I would love a corgi. That is the one kind of like smaller dog, not the one and only, but like one smaller dog that I would be in love with. My partner asserts that he doesn't want like a little rat dog or a little squirrel dog. But I'm like, I love all the animals. Also wouldn't mind something that I could just like pick up sometimes and hold. Okay. Cool, and we're gonna just keep coming around. I'm gonna make a little mark on this side so that as I'm moving in that direction, I come around at the same height. Because I feel like I can slip up a little bit in that way. Mark there, and then I need something to, here, let's use that. Kind of lay across it and make sure that this side matches up as much as possible. Okay, now we have a goal. I think that's good, if it's not too high. No, that looks right. Yeah, I have a tendency to do that, like when writing lines or paragraphs on an unlined paper. I'm like, and then like, oh, my handwriting suddenly got like a lot smaller. Oh, I punched him. Oh no, I'm so sorry. And here we go. Okay, I'm gonna scoot a little closer. Sorry. Corgi cake down the road? Oh yeah, for sure. That would be so cute. Yeah, that would be really cute. Ooh, what flavor should a corgi cake be? Milk and honey. Honey toast flavored. Oh, corgi cake. We should just make a fleet of dog cakes. So far, those have been my favorite, like, sculpted cakes I've done. So I'm gonna press this in a smidgen so that these will lay flat enough. Did a schnauzer cake, did a pug cake. The schnauzer was just based off of somebody's pet. The pug was a character, an animated character from a movie I haven't seen, so his eyes were kind of like crazy. Oop. Okay. I need to get my hand at a better angle so I can go, yeah, okay. Not have these like kind of wiggly wobbly lines. But yeah, I think the schnauzer was my favorite so far. Also, my mom and dad, I don't really remember him that much, but my mom and dad had a schnauzer when we were little. And he was a cutie pie. I've seen pictures of him. I feel like any memories of him that I do have are kind of vague, where I'm like, is that a real memory or is it just from seeing photos and then being told stories about him? Do y'all get like that? I feel like that happens a lot because like siblings will tell me about stuff that happened when we were younger and I'm like, oh, I don't remember that at all. I do think my memory is a bit trash though. Where's my little, there it is. A little bit better. Okay, there's a hair. I don't want to touch it. No touching. Lemon, yeah, lemon for the corgi cake would be nice. Oh, and we could put lemon curd and whipped cream inside, and it'll just be the sunniest, sweetest little baby cakes ever. We're adding it to the list. No, for real, I do have a running list of ideas for the channel, and I've added several from this week. Okay, see, that was a better one. That's what we're going for. And this one's really nice. But I think once I lay them all down, I won't be so focused on some of the uglier ones. I think it'll just kind of look like a nice pattern. Fun. I'm really excited that this is working out well in buttercream. Because, yeah, I had always imagined trying to do it in buttercream, and no one ever ordered it at the place I work, so obviously I'm not just gonna make a random cake. But now I'm doing my own thing. And I can finally see what it would look like in buttercream. I literally was like kind of just daydreaming one of the times when I had to make him out of fondant. I'm like, what would he be like as a whole big cake? Because I made him several times as a topper. Oop! I'll have to fix that one maybe. It's not so bad. Yeah, several times as a little fondant topper. So he and I are a bit familiar with each other. Even though I keep saying, like, I don't even know if this guy has a name or not. I just call him the Fortnite llama. Oh no, release! Release! Yo. Oh, that was a little weird, but that's okay. There we go. Snoopy gonna be hype, for sure. Snoopy's gonna be super cute. I was watching, I think it was Brittany Broski. She was doing an unboxing video of some little figurines she got. And she was like, what? I got Snoopy's brother. And they were like, how many brothers does Snoopy have? And someone off camera said like 6 or something. I was like, I didn't know Snoopy had a brother. I feel like maybe I didn't ever see any episodes with his family members in it, but I was like, wait, what? He has a whole family backstory lore that I'm not aware of. Okay. Beautiful first row. Going nicely. We're just going to continue in that way. Looking back, I probably could have dropped these a little lower. And I guess if I hate it, I could like tuck some up under there and drop them. But I think it's fine for now. Like, yeah, maybe just thinking about how far these ones are going to come down. These ones might have come a little further down. I think it's okay though. We're going to keep rolling along. Yeah, we'll keep going. And yeah, I could tuck a few under there probably later if we don't run out of frosting. Okay. So, like I said, it goes purple, dark blue, teal, and then this color again. His actually does it. I think ours will be okay too, but I do think we need to go ahead and move on to the purple color. Technically, his has like 3 rows of this color. But we're going to move on to the purple color just so that there's enough vertical height to fit in all the different colors. Or else our pattern will look a little off. So basically I'm just adjusting our pattern to look as close as possible. Okay, purple time. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I'm really pleased. I was kind of worried about how the release would be on each of the fondant buttercream strokes with the piping tip, but hopefully all the colors will be as cooperative as that one, because that one went great. Like I said, I might have to like mix them up again if they sat too long and got, you know, too chilled, but we'll see. Okay, and then like I was saying, I think I will, yeah, his design's kind of like that too. We're gonna stagger them so that each of this next row comes down where between the two. So like if there were any gaps in the color, like maybe right here or stuff, since I didn't do a base size color. Pro tip, if you were gonna do this, and also if I was gonna do this in the future, probably to avoid any gaps in the color, do the base size in the color that you're frosting. That's also true for like rosettes, cakes, and basically anything where you're doing a piping tip all over. You want there to be a matching color underneath. If there's a gap, it's not gonna be noticeable because it'll be the same color. But yeah, okay, let's go. And purple button. Start about here. And then try to make them a similar length, I think. Okay, yeah, okay, cool. Constantly just reassuring myself. Yeah, all right, that's working, okay. Cool. I already like how these colors are looking next to each other. Also, that's fun. Yo, Lego. Yeah. Okay. Making really quiet sounds from the piping. All right. This is what I've been looking forward to all day. It's just some quiet piping time. I love buttercream frosting. It's so fun to experiment with. Okay, I'll turn it my way and check how we're going. Not bad. I see like a couple little gaps, but I think once we lay the next layer, they won't be as noticeable. Also, in areas where I did make them more poofy, I can go in and smooth them down before I add the next layer if I'm worried about the texture. But yeah, cool beans. Oh, I've also had a really fun idea in my head for a while and just haven't set out to execute it. But there are these, some people call them petal cakes, some people call them like scale cakes. I've seen people use them for like mermaid themed birthdays and stuff. It's essentially you're doing something similar where you're layering strokes of buttercream, but they're like, they almost look like a smeared thumbprint of buttercream. So it's like a one over the other. Anyway, they look cool in a single color, but they also look cool when you alternate the colors. Definitely gives, what's his name, that fish, the rainbow fish book vibes. It's like a kid's book about a rainbow fish and like he's different, but he's, you know, it's okay to be different and special, whatever. Anyway, but I want to do a dragon themed cake with those scales in the design. I think that would be really cool. Because yeah, I've seen people do fish in like mermaid themes or just, you know, any other number of things, but okay, so these right here are a little poofy. I'm gonna just kind of smooth this part out so that these next ones lay down. I don't want to go too crazy though. But yeah, okay. And then we're gonna come around this corner. Yo, get a good grip and carry on. Did I come down far enough? Hang on. Oh, I went a little bit far, but that's okay. Some of his tassels are uneven, so I reserve the right to have a few that are a little funky. Okay. Just double checking. I'm finding if I have them starting up higher and the buttercream has something to grip to, it's easier to pull away and get like the release, so that's good. Yeah. Okay, so I'm finding if I do a little back and forth rocking motion kind of side to side, that is making them release more like how I want them to, because ideally I will just pipe around and they'll look great and I won't have to touch it. A bunch of them. Okay, so coming around this side, I did drop a little bit lower, so I'm gonna snip. I bumped the one underneath it, but if I could not bump it, this would be a great quick way to shape up these little tails. Just literally go and trim them with my fondant scissors. Good deal. Okay, well, we know that works pretty handily if anything goes terribly awry. Okay, here's the front, looking sharp. And I'm gonna make that little mark again. Oh, sorry, it'll serve as a guide to make sure I don't go way crazy coming across this long section. Actually, there's kind of an existing line in the buttercream already. That'll be perfect to use as a guide. Okay, turn it a little bit more so you can get in on this business. All right. It's a weird one. Yeah, I feel like this weekend really flew by. I was baking a lot of yesterday. And it's been pretty cold, so like my partner and I haven't been as inspired to go on outdoor adventures lately. I need to get back into that. It's just been so cold. It's really the one and only deterrent. Okay, booty time. I'm already feeling like I am gonna want to add a little bit more fringe on this side, so we'll see. I also do really like this guy's color scheme. All the blurples. Oh no, come off. Oh, rats. Purple. Ta-da. All the way around his little boxy bod. I think dark blue is next. Let's double check. Yeah, dark blue. Okay. And looking how we're going, guess I'm debating like doing 2 lines of purple. I'm trying to judge about how long it's gonna be. I think we'll just keep moving up the color pattern because his goes blue and then light blue and then pinky purple and then purple again. So I think we're gonna end up around the same height as him with just 1 line of each color, whereas he has a couple lines in each color. So yeah, we'll just do that and move on with the pattern. I think that would be the most pleasing to the eye also. I hope there's legendary loot inside. Oh, there's something inside, all right. We're gonna bust him open. I do kind of want to hit him with like a baseball bat, but we're probably gonna slice him like a normal cake. I also don't want to totally pulverize it because I am going to send his carcass to work to be eaten by other people. And I don't want it to look totally unappetizing. Like, what happened to him? But they said they'll take cake in any form, so I'm gonna hold them to it if I do want to get the mallet and smack somebody open. Okay, we got blue on deck, and we're gonna just continue in the same vein. It's been working out well so far. Just want this to be nice and loose and not clumpy. Hopefully no bubbles. Let's do it. Oh, I'm sitting on my foot. It's falling asleep. Okay. Caught it ahead of time this time. No pins and needles, hopefully. Okay. Let's see. There we go. Alrighty. Let's do it again. See, I filled this bag up, and now it doesn't want to squeeze. Okay. Oh, upside down. We don't want the side with the teeth up. Hello? Oh, hang on. I feel like this one's getting a little cold. So it's being a little difficult to pipe. Okay, there we go. I think, you know, the bag's thinner down here, so this gets colder faster than the bulk of the bag. So hopefully that'll be okay now. Oh, I keep hitting something with my elbow that needs to move. This one too. Okay. Literal cake smash, yeah. Mallet to the cake would do views for sure. I have a little tiny mallet. We could, I just don't know if it's gonna bop him open enough to do the candy spilling out, but we could try. I do need to get like a proper size mallet. I saw these big sledgehammers at the store the other day. Like, I'm talking like, yeah, big ones. I was like, that's a little overkill. I need something in between this little tiny mallet and this big one. Yeah. All right. Oh, that's much better. Yeah, I think it was just whatever was in the tip was getting too cold from the AC. But we're nice and smooth now. Okay. Yeah, and I still want to get like a wooden one and for sure like put the logo colors or the logo on it for fun. Oh no, oh no. The release isn't as smooth on this color, but we can shape up those edges if we want to. 3 or 4 bops should do, yeah. A cake mallet. Ooh, what if I made it out of chocolate? That would be fun. That would be excellent also. And I could just like literally turn and take a bite out of the mallet as well as the cake. I am gonna eat some of this guy's guts. His party filling candy filling, rather. Yeah. Okay. That is parallel enough. Turn to his little chest. This part is going just as well as I had hoped, which is nice. For a change. Didn't have to change any plans. We should have enough of this color left to cover his feet, I think, also, which is good because his feet are supposed to be or his legs are supposed to be this darker color. Okay, I can't see. There you go. Okay, right there. Okay. Doing squats. Release. Okay. Where did my stick go? Right here. And then try to match them up. Across. And across. Okay, good deal. Water and battery check. Good idea. One moment. Battery check first. Should be good. Yep, very good on the battery. And it's a good time for some water and maybe even some coffee. Oh. Yeah, Saturday night. Hope everybody's night is going well. Excuse me, sorry. My Saturday night was pretty chill. Just hanging out, doing a lot of dishes from baking, and finishing the little kitty cat emotes and trying to upload them. That took me a minute to get the sizing right. I knew that they had to be the right size, but when I uploaded them, I like took 2 of them down and redid some of the lines and re-uploaded them just so you could see some of their expression a little bit better. But yeah, other than that, good Saturday night. Had some bean and vegetable soup. I think it was the Amy's brand kind. I like that one, and I also like their lentil soup. That one's really good too. I've eaten that one a lot. And we had some sourdough, so I had some sourdough with it. It's good stuff. The bakery up the street, they did a whole wheat sourdough, and it's very delicious and flavorsome. Like you can eat it by itself, and it's just delicious on its own. No notes, no toppings, no nothing needed. I would love to get more into sourdough baking, but one thing at a time, I guess. It's like definitely one of the breads I haven't really done a whole lot. I think I made it like twice. So I've never had like a very developed starter. And the one time we made it in class, it was like our chef had a starter he'd been feeding forever called the Beast. I'm pretty sure I mentioned that once, but I love making focaccia though. Focaccia's yummy. Also, I've been seeing a lot of people do like sweet focaccias. I'm like, well, that's an excellent idea. Like, oops, sorry, bud. Just swiped his tuchus a little bit. So somebody do like a cinnamon roll style focaccia, which look really good, or one with like blueberries and cream cheese. Because I'm always thinking about savory focaccia, personally, so I thought that was pretty fun, an exciting new thing to think about baking sometime. There's this one page that I follow that I really love, Red Currant Bakery. They make a cake every month, and it's like, this is what I would make if my birthday was in July or whatever. But they also do this fun thing every once in a while where they have breakfast club, and they bake a lot of stuff, and then they invite their friends over, and they have brunch with their friends with all the things they baked. I'm like, that's an excellent idea. Somebody invite me to that. I guess I could be the host, but also I would just love to go and eat delicious things that somebody baked with love and care. Oh, cinnamon rolls are amazing. Yeah, Cozy Cake Saturday for sure. I also love cinnamon rolls. They're definitely one of my number ones. And nothing is more disappointing than a disappointing cinnamon roll. I'll say it. Hot take, but like if you're getting excited about a cinnamon roll and then you bite into it and you're like, it's dry, what the hecky? Yeah. So in that way, I feel like greatest possibility for delight and excitement, but also a pretty good threshold for disappointment sometimes. I feel like usually you can look and tell. You can kind of clue yourself in though if it's gonna be a fresh one. They gotta be fresh. Oops, that one a little chunky at the end. There you go. Has to be gooey, yes. Even on the side of just ever so slightly underbaked in the center, you know? How do you like your cinnamon roll? Oh, I'll have my medium rare. I would love that as a restaurant concept. Cinnamon rolls baked to order. There we go. Blue level is in place. He's still feeling like his external frosting is still feeling chilled and firm, so I'm not super worried about putting him back in the fridge at this stage. I thought I was gonna have to like, you know, take a break between these layers. There are a couple areas of the blue. There's like 2 gaps right here. I'm going to just gently smooth those existing strips out a little flatter and wider so that they cover up the little gap I missed. But then we're just gonna carry on. Business as usual, more fringe. Love a fringe. I've been thinking about getting fringe again, getting my bangs again. I've been a big bangs person. Not a big bang person, a big bangs person. Yeah, I mean, it was my signature style from the ages of like baby toddler to, I don't know, I gotta say like 12, 13 maybe. I finally like grew them out. But yeah, just watch out. Right across the top. For the longest time. So it always feels real natural to have bangs. Okay, I smoothed out those little gaps pretty much. I'm gonna check his butt. Nope, butt looks good. And let me look at this other side straight on to see. Because I know I could be missing things when I'm doing it at an angle. It's possible. Yeah, just nudging a couple of these into place so that they lie down better. Yeah. Butt looks good. Yeah, butt looks good. It all checks out. Ooh, throat bubble. He's got a nice caboose, I must say. Okay, so now we do our light blue color, I believe. And then we'll continue the pattern. Yeah, cool. All right. Yeah, blue. And then I think we cap the top off with his purple color, maybe? I'm kind of gonna decide as we do this last line. Yeah. Oh yes, our blue color. I'm gonna really smush up this one since that last one was kind of firm when I first started to pipe with it. Yeah, needs a little bit of kneading just to make sure it comes out smooth since it had been sitting. It's probably been sitting for close to an hour now since I last picked it up and mixed it. So just want to make sure that it's all good. Because you'd be surprised how much the temperature makes a difference in your buttercream and piping and smoothing specifically. Okay, here we go again. Once more. Okay, and also I used a different tip on this one because I guess I only have 3 of that one. We're gonna see if it looks the same. We'll just roll with it. If not, I'll take one of the tips off of those. Basically same thing except for those have the like teeth on one side of it. This one does not. We'll see. But the outward facing side should look the same, question mark, is my thoughts. Okay. Yes. Yep, okay. We're looking pretty good as far as how much height we have left to cover. Coming across him pretty parallel, I should say. Because it didn't take like a ton of time to like level him out perfectly, so things are going better than expected in that area, I guess I should say. I was like, okay, just finish the structure and hurry. Because like I was prepared for this to be a longer stream today since it's a much more involved design than some of the ones I've been doing. And it's for fun and celebrating. But I was like, okay, I can't literally be back here for 20 hours. Like I gotta do some things with the swiftness. Okay, so I'm not liking how these are coming out. So I don't know if it's the tip or if it's this frosting, but I'm gonna swap the tips just to be sure. To give it the best chance for consistency. Yeah, we'll just do that really quickly and carry on. I'm sure if I went and rustled through all my tips, I probably do have one more that's the same, but I didn't see it at first glance when I was getting set up. And I was already a little bit behind on my start time, so I was like, hurry, get in there, start frosting. Ooh, don't love that metal on metal sound very much. Okay. It does have some purple in the tip. That's okay. Boop, 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 boop. And I'm going to scoop off these losers. That's not very nice. They're just different. No. Swipe. Okay. And business as usual with any luck. Ooh. There's like a little purple left inside and it was giving very much like wild berry pop tart with this aqua color and the purple color, or like Taco Bell fast food cup design, 90s style. I guess that is a pretty 90s color combo, like aqua and purple. Oops, I think that gap is a bit big, hard to tell from this side. Okay. Sorry, really trying to choke up on the bag to get it. Oh, also, maybe you would like to see, perhaps. Can you see? I think you can. Is it in focus? That's the other question. They did try their best, I know. They had the odds going against them. It wasn't their fault. I set them up for failure. Wiggle. Interesting. Yo. Oh, that one was weird. I think I sense a gap. It's hard to tell from this angle. Okay, that one was funky. It is in focus? Okay, thank you. I was like, it looks like it is, but sometimes it's hard to tell. Cause yeah, definitely one of the times I hopped up on here and then I watched some of it back later and it was focused on my face and not the cake, which I want it to be the other way around. Yoop. But yeah, when you do a manual focus, the like plane is so thin. It's hard for me to tell sometimes where it's at. But I can't do the autofocus because then it will just naturally try to keep finding in my eyeball. So I don't want that either. I wish I could dye my hair all these colors. That would be really fun. I don't want to bleach my hair though, really. My hair's dry enough as it is during this time of year. Okay, booty time. Does he have a tail? I meant to look at that earlier and got distracted. He for sure has a tail. We will figure that out. I might like attach a piece of fondant and then pipe the fringe over that so it's pronounced instead of just trying to build up a big blob of frosting that is probably going to like just drop off. So yeah. Oh, I was checking to be sure I put that fondant away that I had out earlier. I was like, did I get distracted and leave it out? And now it's getting dry and crusty and I'll cry later. No, I put it away. Let me see. Okay, that one's a little long, but we're pretty much, yeah, we're at the top all the way around now, basically. And then, like I said, I think I'm just gonna pipe fringe all over his top instead of doing the little saddle bag. Like, I really want buttercream to be the star here. And I'm sure if I post it later, somebody's gonna say, you forgot his whatever, and it's okay. He's off duty today. He doesn't need his little treasure chest bundle thing. I don't know. Maybe if there's time, we'll roll one out really quickly out of fondant. We will see. We'll see where we're at once we get done with his, you know, most exciting and necessary features. Yo. Hair dye stream win? I'll need an assistant. I've done, what you call it, like overtone, the like color depositing conditioners and stuff. That's really fun. I could totally do that on stream. I'm comfortable doing that. But like, I'm scared to like try and bleach my hair myself. I have friends who do it and they're like, yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's not that big a deal. I'm like, I've never done it. So anything that I haven't ever done is a big deal. Here we go. I did get like an underlayer of my hair bleach the last time I went. This has been months now, so it's really grown out, like if you look underneath it. But yeah, I got it bleached and then they toned it with a little bit of pink, which was fun. And then I had ordered some overtone and then was gradually touching it up myself. So that was fun, but I've never done the bleach part myself. I'm looking at his legs just to be sure we don't have any movement. I am gradually adding more and more weight, but so far things don't seem worrisome, so I guess we did all right on his little leg stand. And that part of the process can really only get better as I find more appropriate tools and materials to do it, instead of take out chopsticks and dollar store accessories. So yeah. But yeah, I kind of planned this stream in a hurry because I was like, oh what, we're at affiliate. And I do want to do a stream on this day with somewhat regularity. I'm gonna try to post it in the schedule when I do it, because every week I want to do Monday, Friday, or perhaps Thursday, Sunday, depending on where you are located. But I want to sprinkle in the weekend ones pretty regularly as well. It's just I'm reserving some weekend time for errands and activities, as I believe the weeks are about to get kind of busy with that class coming up. Yes, okay. We're doing okay. Coming around. A couple of these turquoise ones look a little scraggly, or what's the word? Not raggedy, not scrappy. I guess that's what I was trying to say, is with two words together. His legs look like mine at the gym. Same. Well, more my arms. They look like my arms at the gym. I've got kind of chunky legs, but I got weenie arms right now. Need to fix it for sure. Before Amy Poehler tries to steal my bones. This one's weird. I just keep screaming and not doing anything different about it. Oh, let go. Let go. And one on the corner for good measure. Yay! Oh, look at his little fringy butt. That's so fun. I'm happy with that. Okay, we'll go back to purple, like the pinky purple, and then that'll be good because that'll be kind of the natural distinction between where the pattern continues up on his neck, I think. So, good deal. So far, still have plenty of colors. Definitely gonna, I don't want to speak too soon about the light purple color because I could run out of that one, but I was gonna say definitely gonna be fine. 100% gonna have enough frosting. I don't want to speak too soon. Okay, let's see. I'm trying to decide where this layer should start. I think I need to do the top of this and then the part that goes around his neck, because like right here it'll kind of have to lay down. Yeah, okay, so we'll do his haunches, his caboose, and then we'll come up to his neck and chest area. So, do I want it all to just lay down in one direction or come from the center? I think it makes most sense to come from the center. I'm trying to imagine how that's going to look. No, that should be fine. I'm just imagining like how it would layer, if I'll be able to lay the last like strokes down neatly in a way that finishes the pattern, or if it's going to be weird and that's why they put the saddlebags on him. But no, it should do all right. Okay, pitter patter, let's get at her. Alrighty, turn it around, and I'll do one pipe on the neck, I guess, to see how far it needs to come down, because this one will have to match that one in length. Okay, yeah, I'll do this part first, I guess, and then go around. Oh, I bonked him. He's getting taller and taller. I keep having to not your bones. Outside bones, don't you know that your teeth are outside bones? Copyright strike. Kimmy Schmidt's gonna come for me. Sorry, scooting again. Okay, yes, I'm gonna start here. And then, yeah, okay. Ramble, ramble, ramble. Yo. Weird, but I'll take it. Mm-hmm. Oh, I should have checked if there's any gaps first. This side looked good, so I kind of forgot. No gaps, but this one's looking a little puny. I'm gonna fix it. I was just gonna move on, but I can't. It looks a little sad compared to its neighbors. Okay. I think those ones are chill enough that I won't disturb them. Okay, cool. Better. How many times can I say okay in a row, do you think? Hello? Get out of here. You're encroaching on my elbow room and my voluminous sleeves. Okay, there I go again. I really get stuck on words. You can mute me for a while if you have to. Also songs. I get songs stuck in my head really frequently. Okay, cool. So now we know how far the rest of this needs to come down. I just wanted to be sure, because I was just gonna start right here and go around, but I was like, let me be sure it's gonna match up. Fine. Yeah, I've literally never done a buttercream cake this texture before. So this is thrilling stuff. This is what dreams are made of. She's performing again. She performed, I don't know, Instagram was like, you know Hilary Duff, and they kept sending me little, guess what Hilary Duff is doing? She performed some of her, what was it, the like Come Clean album. I don't know if it was for like an anniversary or what. But I'm like, you get it, Hilary Duff, get out there. My younger sister, we would all watch the Lizzie McGuire show together, but my younger sister in particular, I mean, I also liked to sing along to the songs, but my one younger sister was like obsessed, loved Hilary Duff, blasted that CD nonstop for a hot minute. This is a lot easier because I can see over the top of the cake now instead of like peeking around like a creep. Yo, I need to turn him around but not wobble him like that. That's what I was trying to avoid doing. They have little foam circle stickers. I forgot to put them on this one, but you can put them on the underside of your board so that it's raised up slightly off of the surface of the table. So instead of like shoving it until you get it to start moving, you can like put your fingertips under it and turn it. Especially helpful with heavier cakes because obviously they're resisting you trying to slide them. But you can get a grip and control your movement more than if you're just trying to like press on the sides of the cake board. It makes more sense if you could feel what I'm talking about. But like, yeah, you can control the movement of the cake better than if you just start pushing it because it wants to resist initially, obviously. Okay, enough talking. Whoop. I sound like when the animals go back in their coops on Stardew Valley, where they go whoop, whoop, whoop. There we go. Oh, that's a funny one. Oh, that's a weird one too. That's okay. no, oh no. We're really having a hard time on this side, evidently. I felt like I hit my stride on that first side and then start goofing it up. Oh boy. Like a toddler with scissors. Just come out with a crazy looking mismatch leveled haircut. Okay. Yo. Let go. Gotta let it go. It's time to move on, purple frosting. Okay, so I went about this high on the other side of his neck. Let go. I think I need more of the frosting up here to be actually touching the cake so that I can pull away cleanly. Yeah, this side looks great. I don't know what happened on your side. Yeah, that's your side now. Okay. Go. I was about to start making regular show sounds, but I stopped myself. I'm like, no, we don't need to do that. Okay. Let's finish the top of his back here. Right here. I'm gonna finish going this way, and then this first layer here will also be pink, I think, and then we will alternate colors again. Okay, cool. Just checking in. There we go. Beautiful. And yeah, this side looks real goofy. Also, it's like the top side. It's gonna be the most noticeable. Mayhaps I will touch this up before I move on. Perchance. It's pretty, yeah, at least these two. We got one that's like, and it's real skinny, and then one that's like, whoa, next to each other. They need a little help. Need a little makeover. Again, it's not you, it's me. No matter. Easy fix. Pretty forgiving, all things considered. This pattern, as long as you don't disturb the color that's underneath it too much. It's not a big deal. Okay. I'm gonna do it facing me. I feel like that also is a recipe for success when I can see what I'm doing. Oh, and even still, we got a little funny looking one. Much better. Still got some inconsistencies, but that's okay. Cutie pie. Okay. How should we do? I'm gonna start there and then bring it around. Bring it around. I gotta stop saying that. So sorry. Okay, here we go. How's that for the length? Does that look comparable. Maybe just like slightly longer. 1/4 inch. Yeah, okay, cool. That's a weird one. We simply must do a shaggy kind of monster hairy cake one time. I don't know if we'll do like Cousin It or a Sesame Street monster or just like some kind of generic monster of our own design with eyeballs and horns and stuff, but we have to do a funky haircut. Oh, what's the guy's name from Foster's Home for Imaginary Friend? That's like just a big hairy dude. Yeah, that would be a cool guy. I will not be able to tell you what his name is, but there's one of the monsters that's just like a shaggy hair guy with eyeballs. Not Eduardo. I think I'm thinking of a different guy. Although he's pretty furry too. And have to keep in mind that his tail is going to come back here. We will wait and place that after we get like his base colors all the way finished, I think. Less chance that I'll knock it off in the meantime, you know, if I wait till later. Oh, maybe that's the ticket. I needed the angle to be different so that the frosting cut off smoother. Yeah, I think that would have been key. Like hold the bag higher for the finishing, like that. Yep, that's what it was the whole time. Well, it only took me like 100 and bajillion tries to figure out the best way to do it. And yet, that one wasn't so great. Where's my baby scissors? Yo. Fondant roller down. It landed on the thing below, so that's good. Excellent. Okay. Same thing one more time. Run it back 1 to maybe 2 more times. Up top anyway, so I think maybe this will be the last one. We might like have to place a couple things for the seam. Ooh, those are kind of close together. Oh boy, this bag's getting kind of empty. I think we have like 1 more bag full though. But I cover his whole head still. So, yippee for me. I do not want to have to mix this color again. Oh, a little bubble. No worries. Yes, we are getting down to the bottom here. Maybe I should have made the saddle just for that reason, just to take up some frosting real estate. Oops. Well, that one, I can't live with that. Doesn't even look like a paper friend. It's undeniably a blob. Shattered the illusion. Okay, well, it just wasn't meant to be for that one. Okay, so it was 2 times around. We gotta do 1 more to cover up the center. Will it be enough for this last little gap here? Let's give ourselves a fighting chance and scrape it all to the bottom of the bag. Oh, I sat on my foot again. It's falling asleep. It just sneaks its way back up there. I don't know how it happens. Okay. Let's go. It'll be close. I mean, there is more, but it would be very satisfying if this finished off this section. Ooh, I'm doing a weird thing. Ah! Another weird thing. Sorry. Shouted for no reason. Oh, oh. Pins and needles in my foot. Okay. Oh, I should peep that battery after I finish this part. Look at that. He's got such a luscious mane. Okay. Yo, I think we did it. Okay. Cool. We had enough for his whole body in that first batch. And then I'll just do like 1 or 2 more little dealies here. Hello, friend behind the camera. Perfect. Got it. Nice. How's the battery look? Good? Thank you. You look sleepy. Okay, now finish his neck stripes. And then while his neck is chilling, I think we will pop him in the fridge briefly while we make his ears and figure out what we're gonna do for his eyes. And again, I mentioned earlier, like he has like an unhinged jaw situation going on. We might skip that detail for this imagining of him. I'm gonna take artistic liberties, creative liberties, and maybe just forego that part of his design. But his ears, nice and tall. His eyeballs, hopefully round and glossy. I want to do them out of chocolate. We're gonna give that a try. Like I'm gonna try my little idea out about rubber banding one of my circle molds and rubber banding it so it's pinched into an oval. We'll try that. And if not, we'll just do white buttercream because we have the white buttercream ready to go. Okay, purple around his neck next. Yes. Sure. Yes. Definitely. Okay. Smoosh it up a little bit. And I'm gonna steal this tip. I'm gonna have a beverage sip. Seems like a good natural break. And water. Ran out of eggs this morning. I need more eggs. Did a lot of baking yesterday, and then I also boiled some eggs just to have on deck for easy access throughout the week. And then I scrambled up 2 eggs for each of us, and now I need more eggs. It was a big egg day. It was a big day for eggs in the Cakes by You household. Here we go. Scrape out some of this color. Oh, I don't love that sound at all. That's the one sonically displeasing thing I can't handle. Scraping sounds. I can't do certain scraping sounds. Chewing and like mouth sounds doesn't bother me as much as some people, I feel like. Depending. If I can like see you chewing your food, I don't want to hear it. It's a whole package deal then. But yeah. Scraping noises I feel like are my one. It's also a sensation. Like if I scrape my fingernail on something, that just sends me to the moon. Like growing up, my bed used to be pushed up against a wall, and anytime I would go to tuck the fitted sheet around the corners that were up against the wall, if my fingernail scraped against the wall, like the paint, that was the worst. I don't know why that sticks out in my head so much, but okay. We're gonna do one stripe of purple around his neck. And I think, I'm trying to decide where I should stop and start it. I guess right here, and then I can come back around the back. This one has to be pretty long though, because it's kind of establishing the new height that I need to do everything at. Okay. Do this one. Oh, there's still some pink in there. There we go. Purple. I was like, ooh, color changing frosting. Speaking of fun color effects, I was reading about how you can use tonic water to make things glow under black light, and I'm like, yeah, we're definitely gonna have to do some kind of cake design inspired by that. That sounds super fun and exciting. It's like the quinine, I don't know how you say it, I think it's quinine or quinine. I don't know, quinine. I'm gonna go with quinine. The quinine in the water evidently glows under black light. And it will still glow after the water has dried. So I was thinking like painting, when I paint on fondant cakes, I don't use my oil-based paints. I use gel food coloring, and it comes out with a much more watercolory texture. So we could do that on a fondant cake, paint a really cool like watercolor or graffiti or splatter paint kind of design, and use the tonic water for the black light effect. That would be really cool. And then have some kind of like element in the design that's like a reveal, like a hidden character, or like yeah, something that's like fits the theme of like not being visible to the naked eye and then appearing, like a ghost. Oh, like Boo, or maybe something. We'll figure it out. Oh, we're gonna swap the battery really quick, so if it pauses, that's why it paused. Wow, I just caught a peek of him in the display from the computer, and his colors look nice, all like lined up next to each other. It's looking pretty good. Yeah, I definitely want to fill in this little gap here though, especially seeing it from a distance. I'll go back if there's enough frosting left over and kind of fill that in. But besides that, I'm liking it. Oh, we got a blowout. I should start like a counter on the channel for how many buttercream blowouts we have. Got a lot of silly things I want to do for the channel. I guess that would also be a funny one to bet on. How many blowouts are we gonna have this stream? Oh, I think the YouTube chat's gone. But maybe it's because nobody was on YouTube. People will stop by every once in a while. But I feel like YouTube Live is very different from Twitch. Like, for sure, for sure. The chat culture and everything seems different. Oh, thanks. It's definitely more of a community on Twitch, it feels like. There we go. So yeah, next time if I was getting really crazy, I could use a smaller square tip and then make his layers of color a little more true to size probably. But like, so we could fit more layers vertically since his pattern had different layers within each color, but overall visual effect, I'm thinking that this is going pretty well. It serves the purpose. You can tell who he's supposed to be so far, I feel like, so that is the main goal. Come off it. Ooh, weird one. Oh, doing it again. Should just give him like a sick mullet. Cool. Next we'll do blue. Let's see if we can finish this guy. It's ambitious, but I'm gonna see if I can finish him in 1 more hour. That'll be 6 hours. That's a pretty respectable time for this kind of cake, I feel like. And also, I want to cut it into him before it gets too late. That's the main thing. I don't want to leave people hanging on the big reveal. Like, what's a piñata cake if you don't bust into it? Ooh. Okay. Oh. Blow out. Okay. The layers are going so much faster since his neck is a lot less realistic to cover. Oops. Kind of smushed the colors together a little bit there, but that's okay. Fine. Man, I would love to like make something crazy and textured like this for like a smash cake. And then see some kid. I know people do it for 1-year-olds usually, but I'm like, let all the toddlers get in there. Just really, tear it up. But I guess that's the point of making a companion cake that's a lot smaller, is they can kind of go crazy, but you still have something to serve people that a small baby child hasn't put their face and hands and mouth and everything all over. Okay. Oops. We went a little funky there. No worries. I'll just kind of even it up as I come around the side. Oops. Okay, light blue. Getting closer. To finish line. Also, with any luck, that will have been my last layer of dark blue, so I can use the rest to touch up his legs. So, that's nice. Things are going according to plan. Yes. Evil plan. No, just regular plan. All right, once more. Oh yeah, so this is the last one because then it's just like 2 layers of pink fringe on like, I don't know, basically his sideburns. Whatever you want to call it. Some mutton chops. Is that offensive because he's like vaguely related to a sheep? Perhaps. I don't even know. They're probably in totally different like animal families. I haven't really peeped that part of the evolutionary chart. Because there's always animals like that where you're like, yeah, they're probably pretty related. And they're like, did you know that what is it? The red panda is more closely related to a raccoon than a panda. I'm like, yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Have you seen them? I guess that's the case with a lot of misnomers. Also, bobtail squids. Are they cuttlefish? Are they squids? I should know this. I listened to a thing about them recently. And they said definitively, like, based on their studies, what they were. The person, it's this really cool show called Ologies. They interview a different scientist, a different ologist every week on different topics. Super good listen. The animal episodes are always some of my favorite ones. Like, they also had a really good episode about about ferns recently. All kinds of studies and stuff. I'll smooth this out because the white frosting, there's like a lip right here. Okay, and then we're gonna stop doing the fringe for a minute and do his smooth layer of pink and then come back and do the last layer of pink fringe because I'm gonna have to be messing around with the top a lot. So if I add the pink fringe right now, it's probably gonna get disheveled in the process. So it just makes more sense to do it last. I'm like, if he doesn't have his jaw and he doesn't have his bag, what if he doesn't look like himself? We'll see. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Also, if I pick up the pace on this part maybe a little bit, maybe there'll be time to attack those problems. Okay. Oop. Bad idea. Bad plan. Okay. Now we need some smoothers because we're gonna swap to the like magenta, not magenta. Yeah, magenta color. Magenta lilac. I'm gonna say magenta. I mean, it looks almost exactly like Blue's Clues' friend, so. Wow, these are very Blue's Clues-y colors. Oh, if you think about it. Excluding the purple. I think there was like a purple character too. On like one of the side characters in Blue's Clues. Because on the holiday episode, they went and they met a cat and they met a kangaroo. I'm like, who are these characters? Where have they been my whole life? I love Blue's Clues. Now another blue dog has moved into my heart. Blue is pretty. Great. All right, there we go. Pinkish purple time. What do I need? I need this one and this one. This one can go away. momentarily. And I need frosting. So let me fill up this bag and then we'll smooth stuff out after we pipe an even layer over the top of his whole head. Really gotta cover the dome piece. He needs a hair system. Okay. Oh, there we go. This is also a very nice, like, Courage the Cowardly Dog color. I couldn't watch that show when I was younger. It was too scary. Also, we didn't have Cartoon Network. But I watched it a couple of times at a friend's house, and it was so scary. I'm like, why are they showing this to children? Also, looking back, some of the like animation choices now in like a current light and viewpoint, like that was very unsettling. I don't feel like it was that crazy to be creeped out by the show. Yeah, but that was growing up. That was one of my best friend, basically, in elementary school. That was her favorite show, and she even named her dog Courage. They got a he was like a golden retriever or maybe a red retriever, but she named him Courage. He was very sweet. She was also very sweet. Okay, here we go. Let me look at his head really quick again to see if there's anything. No, he's just got his nostrils, his eyeballs, then he has that little like harness around his face. We could do that pretty quickly and easily, I think, if I have brown fondant on deck. Or you can mix some buttercream and do it, question mark. We'll see. But yeah, I'm mostly worried about his whole body actually right now. So quickly cover the whole head and then we'll finish the purple fringe and then cut back to, I think at that point we will put him in the cooler, cut back to doing his ears and eyeballs. So yeah. Hang on, I'll get on your side next. Oh, there was a gap here the whole time. The cake has been slowly drying out. This head shape is making me think we should do, it would be real crazy, but we should do a stable from, like Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. One of the horse stables would be crazy. There's a lot of like freestanding type structure things and sort of limby like stick. I don't know. I have to look up at a picture of that and see if that's actually like realistic. But we're definitely, oh, I'm running low on frosting. Definitely gonna be making more exciting Zelda designs in the future. Ooh, someone just followed me on TikTok because they saw a Zelda cake I made, and then I looked on her page, and hang on, I will pull her up because it was so cool. She looks like she does a lot of Zelda crafts, and I'm gonna find her name so you can see it. But she did, it looked like clay, like polymer clay. But the cool thing that I haven't seen before in such detail anyway, pipe cleaner crafts, like pipe cleaner sculpting basically with pipe cleaners. So cool. I will pull up her name because way cool. You should see. I've seen people make, I'm staring directly into that light. Wow. Okay. I've seen people make flowers and bouquets and stuff with pipe cleaner, which is also super sick. But she made like the Deku shrubs. Is it scrubs or shrubs? Is it gifts or gifts? From Majora's Mask. She made those. I don't know, pipe cleaner. As soon as I smooth this, I'm gonna find her name, but I gotta smooth it with the swiftness. But yeah, so cool. Anyway, love Zelda. Love people who love Zelda. Yeah, so the frosting is looking a little bubbly. It's getting kind of cold in here. It's more smooth and glides and looks super glossy when it's like room temperature and or warmer. Like if you like heat the butter ever so slightly, you don't want it melted obviously, but you know, just slightly warm to the touch before you mix your frosting. That is the best possible decorating situation. Yeah, because you can see there's like, you know, some texture to this now. That's okay. We're gonna go over it with our little scraper. It should be fine. I still have to do that bottom fringe, so I'm not worried if there's a gap between the bottom of this color and the next color. Mostly, I just need the smooth parts of his head where there is no piping to be entirely covered in his primary color. There you go. I don't think he has fringe under the neck, so I should probably make this look nice instead of just slapping it up under there. Maybe he has one. Okay, he does have like one row of purple under there, so at least up until where that seam is going to drop down, I should do a proper job of smoothing it. I need one of my little blue scrapers, which is over here somewhere. Also, low-key, I'm gonna have to GPG when I go put him in the cooler because this is running longer than usual. So I will have to work in a bathroom break real quick between phases. It is what it is. Okay. Now, okay. Get better view. And move this out of the way. Bring this closer where I can access it. All right, smoothing time and paying attention to like the planes of his face. It's very angular. We're going to mimic that, but just by where we make our smoothing stuff. Where we make like the seams between our, I was gonna say brush strokes, but not brush strokes. Actually, since this side of his face is super huge, I could probably use my big scraper and make one continuous motion. But I should touch up his under bits. So preoccupied by his various under bits. It's gotta look good from almost every angle, you know? That's why I was worried about his structures showing earlier. Okay. Boop. 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 It is gonna be tempting to like just like totally behead him after we're done. I want to totally dismember him if I'm gonna try to give him to someone else to eat, which I am. This is like too much cake to not be sure that it gets eaten, which is always the case. But I just mean it's too much for me to eat alone since my partner is not eating cake right now. He is trying to eat less sweets, but yeah, I can't eat him myself, so I want to totally rock his world and then try to feed him to somebody else. No, it's fine. Okay, smooth, smooth. That's good enough because we have to pipe the little fringe underneath it. His nose needs some work. Ain't that the truth? Yeah, would have loved it. I should have probably gone and done it. Heated up the frosting a little bit because he's looking a little textured. Then there, like applying your makeup, I'm like, oh, there's too much texture. We need an airbrushed finish. Hair chunk there. No, just a hole for no reason. Okay. And then across the top. Probably could have been a little more intentional with my base icing as far as trying to build up the shape of his head a little more carefully, but I don't know. He's looking pretty good, all things considered. Also, not to be like jumping the gun too much, but I'm kind of already considering this a great success. He has not fallen over. There has not been a whisper of instability for his legs. So that was the major challenge today. Everything else is literally icing on the cake. So I'm already counting this guy as a win, I must say. Eh. I'm still mad that his face isn't smooth though. Also, it's like if I'm doing these kinds of things on stream for like my portfolio, they gotta look good. But I kind of am caught in the balance of like, okay, hurry up and do this in a timely manner, and also like make it entertaining. But also the finished product still needs to look good. Oh no. But I feel like I spend less time on certain things for watchability, I guess. I guess it's gonna be a balancing act. We will see. Oh gosh, I hate this. It's not smooth at all. Yo. Spiraling. Spiraling. Just kidding. He just flew by. Okay. Also, sometimes in photos, if your frosting is as smooth as it should be, which this is not going to be today, it doesn't have that, you can already tell it doesn't have that glossy finish. But yeah, some people don't believe that's buttercream. But when you take a photo of a really nice smooth buttercream cake, they're like, that's fondant, and you're like, nah, guess again. It's buttercream. We shan't be having that mix up, unfortunately, with this guy. But I don't want to spend 8 million years running back and forth between the kitchen and the office. Maybe I'll get like a bain-marie situation back here where I can rewarm my frosting without using the super noisy microwave. It's super loud and imprecise. A dial is not the way to go. It's gotta be buttons. Buttons are nothing. Okay. His head is smooth enough, and we are going to put him back in the fridge. Oh, I didn't do the back of his head. The back of his head looks pretty busted. Okay, I'll fix that too. And then he'll go into the fridge. He does have some piping back here though, so actually let's see exactly how far down I need to do. Can't see the back of his head. I think it's pretty flat and then it comes in that way, so still on the hook for smoothing this out. And I need this area of his head to chill also so that I can stab his ears into it somehow. That'll be crucial. Okay. How are we doing on time after my last assessment? Okay. 45 minutes is the goal to be finishing and cutting him. Roughly 6 hours. That is the goal. 6 hours total, I should say. Okay. It's fine. Maybe just let it go and move on. Perhaps. Quizás. All right. He looks nice. He just needs his purple fringe. Yeah. Let's do his purple fringe and then stick him in the fridge. And we will say goodbye for a little bit while we make his ears and his eyeballs. We'll do his ears first because those are gonna be fondant. So if we just chock them full of that powder I was talking about earlier, they will, oh, his legs. We'll go back to that. Yeah, so if we chock them full of Tylose powder, they'll have time to firm up while we mess with the eyes and the legs and stuff. So that should be a good order in which to do things and finish in a timely manner. Swipe down some of these buttercream smudgies. Okay, I'm going to nudge him forward, grab this buttercream that's been sitting over here. Yo, running low. There's like one more good scoop. Oh, also, I think it'll be enough just to do his little neck fringe though. It should be fine. The texture on the other hand is questionable. I need to like stir the crap out of it or go warm it up slightly. Okay, set this aside. Grab the bag. But he's coming along quite nicely. To finish off the design, I feel like, what was that? I don't know what that was. To finish off the design, I feel like it would have been cute to like cover the board in green fondant, make it look like grass or something. But I think it'll be fine on a white base. It's contrast enough. And we're gonna add his little black hooves also. So nice. It'll be good. There we go. Shove it in here. Set this aside. Right here, I guess. And oh my gosh, and work it just a little bit. Oh, we got the wrong tip on the bag also. Swap that. Where is it? I guess it's on the purple bag. Yeah. His tail. I forgot about his tail. Oh no. So many things. Yeah, I forgot that we still had a round tip from his other covering in this color. Okay, neck fringe time. Probably 2 layers, because one of them kind of goes up higher on the cheek, so we'll go around the neck and then have one that kind of, let's see, angles slightly down from here to like about there. So, squishy, squishy. Get that purple color out. Yes. And moving right along, it might be easier if I pop him on my cake table for this part. Because, well, he might be too tall for you to see then. That's okay. We'll just leave him like this, I guess. Like that. Okay, neck fringe. Let me go lay down this blob, or else it's gonna be in the way. Okay. Short fringe under the neck, just to be sure we have enough for the side that comes down like his jawline. Snatched. Okay. There we go. Wow. Oh golly, that one was not great. Can't really angle up or I'll hit him in the chin. Clean his clock. There we go. It's a little nubbin. Get out of there. I'll fix that one in the center later. Okay, this side. All right. Here we go. Can't see what I'm doing. Okay. So I used to play violin in school. And I never thought about it until one day my sister told me, you make some crazy faces when you're playing the violin. And I couldn't stop thinking about that. So now I think about that when I'm piping too. I know I make weird faces when I'm piping. I'm just really locked in. I do that when I'm drawing too, especially if I'm drawing expressions. I'll like make the expression I'm trying to draw. I guess I'm really just trying to feel it out. Whatever. And same thing with photographs. I'll look back at pictures of myself. I'm like, that didn't feel like that was the face that I was making. I was making an expression that I thought looked totally different and I looked crazy. Hee hee. That's okay. My method now is just like, can you just take like 80 in a row and then one of them will maybe be good? I can't do this one and done business. That's crazy. Also, it's not like we're like running out of film anymore. Everything's digital. Don't be stingy with the photographs. This one in the front needs some help. I'm gonna, I guess I should remove it and then do it. I was just gonna lay it right over the top, but I feel like I will not like how that looks. Because it'll look different from the ones next to it. Okay. Oops. Sorry, dude. I poked him a little bit. Okay. Right here. Better, I guess. Questionable. This water's sanitary. It looks questionable to me. Tan tar. Better? Okay. Don't go too crazy on the front because he still needs his little side dealies. I feel like that will really tie the room together and make him look like himself. Okay, sure. Moving on. So starting higher and then kind of angling downwards. Yeah, angling and dangling. Yeah, let's just here. Like that, and then, ooh, maybe I should have started up high and then come down. We'll see. Let go. No! No, actually, it's fine. It's great. It's good. I love it. Okay. Same thing. Try to get them even enough. And then if there's room, I guess I'll go back around the back of his head at the same height so it matches across. I didn't pull up another reference photo of what the back of this dude's head looks like, so might just kind of wing it. Snip, snipperooskies. Oh, or you could make it worse. That's an option too. Nah, he looks great. Yeah, we'll go do one layer over the back of his head because he also has like a little gap where the white is showing through, so it's a win-win. But I'll reserve like one plop of this color in case I need to like have, because this is gonna chill, it'll be hardened, it'll be firm after chilling, and I might need like a plop of softened frosting to kind of anchor his ears on top, perhaps. So keeping that in mind, I'm just going to be sparing with it around the back. And also, incidentally, it is going to look like he has a little mullet going on. Woo. Got some free danglers in the back. Okay. And voila. Fringe. Oh! Spoke too soon. Fringe is done? Question mark? Lest I bump it on the way to the fridge. Okay, cool. We are going to roll with that. He's got a little dingle dangle mullet back here. And we're gonna go put him in the cooler. I'll grab my stuff for his eyeballs, I think. I think we're just gonna do them in buttercream, honestly. This will be better because I won't have to fool with melting things in the microwave, yada, yada, yada. So chill him, come back, do his nostrils, eyeballs, and ears. See if there's time. We can do some of his other features. Oh, also his tail. We gotta think about if we're gonna have time for his tail. Also if we'll have frosting. But I'll be back like just a couple minutes. I do have to take a quick bathroom break while I'm at it. But it's a good time for a break. Check them out. Check it out, check it out, check it out, check it out, check it out. Okay. See him in a minute. Okay. Get out of here, you loon. Can't wait to cut into that sweet candy butt. Full of M&Ms. How I'm trying to be, full of M&Ms. I'm just waiting for the day I'm carrying a cake to the fridge, and I'll hear a disastrous crash, and then I just sign off. And I don't come back. Hee 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 hee. Okay, he's in. He's landed safely. Remove the microphone for a minute. Hand washing, bathroom break, more hand washing. You know the drill. Okay. See, this is my be back. Be right back sign. I need to hop. I do this for the channel currently. We'll be right back. We'll be back. Okay. Oh, apron. Don't need that in the bathroom either. Hey-ya. 2 seconds. moment. Get on mic shortly. Just making some adjustments. Okay, back. April. Okay, ears and eyes and nose time. And legs. Ugh, these dumb little legs. If my fondant had just been right in the first place, wouldn't have to fix those crusty little legs of his. That's my bad. Also, yeah, if it was for a customer, I would have just gotten some new fondant, but it's not. It's just for me. So it's like, let me not waste this. Okay, here we go. Mic is on. Apron is on. Okay. Ears first, I think. Yes. Okay. Sorry. Buffering. Quick water break while we're paused. Saturday night. It's getting really late now, I bet. Let's see. East Coast, it's gotta be 4:30 here. So 1:30 a.m. East Coast. I also saw in one of the streams we have some Canada viewers, so that's cool. And Australia, US. It's kind of fun that they break it down for you. And so you can see all that stuff, all your data and analytics. How fun. Love a graph, love a chart. Not making them, but looking at them. The hot beverage that once was is no longer. Okay, busting out our ear color, and let's get back to it. Where are you? Here you go. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, also last night I saw there was this crazy fan-made extension to of the Ocarina of Time world. Basically the Fallen Hero timeline. A bunch of fans got together and it looks very similar to Ocarina of Time, the graphics and stuff from it, but they made their own game basically. It's 20 hours of gameplay and it's a different storyline. You have to go get 4 pendants or something. And it's set in a time after, so I guess, after Link circa Ocarina of Time timeline fails and Ganon rules Hyrule in darkness for a while. It's about after Ganon has fallen or died, and then this hero, I guess, is another reincarnation of Link who's trying to get his groove back. I don't know. I don't know ultimately what the goal of this storyline is. You're trying to, I assume, save Hyrule and make things better again, but I don't know the mechanics. I don't know. It looks pretty cool though. It looks fun to expand the world. I don't know, and just play in that space some more, I guess, would be neat. Oh, I wanted to look up the creator I was talking about earlier. I don't want to forget. Just because I mentioned her, I don't want to not tell you who I was talking about. The pipe cleaner. Oh, that was loud. Sorry, y'all. Yeah, hang on 2 seconds. Oh, their name is Letty Link. They have a lot of, if you're into Zelda, there's a ton of Zelda crafts. There looks like some Pokemon stuff too, but they look like a cool maker. They made, what's his name? Shakala! Hestu from the 2 most recent games, a bunch of Koroks, some Deku Shrubs, a Jigglypuff. But yeah, check them out. Letylink looks really cool. But the pipe cleaner thing looks really sick. I had never seen anybody do such detailed sculptures with them. Pretty sick. Pretty cool if you're into crafting. Which I'm gonna assume you are if you're here on the makers and crafters page. Okay, ears. So his ears kind of go like that. They're very angular. So I'll just roll with that. I'll try to save a piece for his tail also. So maybe about yay size for ears, I think should be good. So whatever this is, times 2, and then whatever remains shall be for his tail. And we could just go ahead now. I don't want to have to fuss with anchoring his jaw. Well, I feel like since it's part of his expression, his jaw is more important than his tail. So we'll make a little kind of thing for his jaw also while we're at it, since we have so much fondant. It is a key. He has a little underbite. It's very charming, but I was just like, how am I gonna anchor that on what I have going right now? We will do it though. Okay. This will be our tail nubbin. I'm gonna just kind of roll it out like that and then pipe some fringe around it. It's not super big. This will be for his jaw. We just need to make it look sort of angular. I am gonna have to like put this up next to the cake to reference how wide it needs to be. So yeah, we'll hang on to this and the tail. So we'll set those aside. We'll just do his ears. And after that, oops, sorry. We need to pipe his nose also. He just has 2 like slot shaped nostrils. And then we'll be looking good. We could also add his little band across his face if we're feeling like it. I feel like that kind of maps out his face and will probably make him look more like himself. So we could do that super quick too. It doesn't have to be crazy. I just want to get to the cutting part now. I'm excited. The fringe part, I'm done with the fringe and now I want to move on to the next exciting bit. Okay, for the ears, we're going to make them this shape. Oh shoot, I need to put shimmer Tylos. No, I feel like they'll keep their shape. I was gonna say I need to put some more Tylos powder in here. Where did I put it? Oh, it's right here. So that they firm up and they don't sag, I am gonna put a dowel inside of them to pin them to the cake and also keep them upright. They will not be freestanding since I didn't make them ahead of time. But this will help so they don't sag down the length of the dowel. They'll remain nice and perky. And also, when you put fondant into the fridge, it naturally absorbs some of the condensation around it. So if you want something to remain standing upright, it's a good idea to put some of the Tylos in there. Also, we used to, at the one bakery I worked at, we used to like wait until the last minute to place all our cake toppers on cakes for multiple reasons, like less chance of damaging them as you're moving the cake around. And also, oh yeah, we're still good. Okay. The battery died on the microphone the other day and I have been meaning to check it more often. Battery life on these really lasts a long time. Anyway, but also yeah, so like we would wait to place toppers until the last minute just for stuff like that, because like if it's something, a piece you've dried out, you don't want it to absorb moisture and then get floppy. If it's something thin, you know, thicker stuff, you don't have to worry about it as much. If it's dried, it's going to remain more sturdy, but really just dependent on the design. Okay, here we go. I'm hoping I finish in enough time to clean up all my messes, do my dishes, have enough time to do a couple things in Procreate for the channel, and then I would like to get back and play some of, what you call it? Hollow Knight? Yes, Hollow Knight. Yeah. And I still need to eat lunch. I need to eat dinner lunch. I didn't have lunch properly, so I'll probably just eat like a early dinner when I sign off here, which will be good. Because I also want to eat some mini M&Ms. Okay. I don't buy candy a lot because if something's in the house, I'm going to eat it. So I just don't keep bad snacks in the house. I did get a box of peanut butter Cap'n Crunch though, because we don't have that in any of the stores near us. We had to make a pilgrimage to the other base, which is further away, and they do have peanut butter Cap'n Crunch. So I did get a box of that. Okay, shooby-doo. These look like little sweet potatoes. Okay, roughly the same size, taper the edge. Now I want to use my fondant smoother to kind of mash it so that it has more angular planes. If I do it with my hands, it will appear like more of a smooth shape. So let's see, coming up the back, that's like one plane. So you see what I mean? I'm kind of really flattening to make a angular face to it. And then, so yeah, we'll do them side by side so that they are as similar as possible. There's the back, or the bottom kind of, but, and then maybe like so. Oops, it's a little fleck of the dust there. And then coming down the top, angle like so. So that they have, I don't know, a little bit of definition to them. Oh no, they're stuck together. And go back in, shape up the sides a little. That looks pretty good. And I'll try, I have two of these because you need to press them together, but I think it's in the kitchen, so that's okay. We'll just make it work. I'll use the spatula instead to stand in as my other guy. So sides also. Oh gosh, that sound. Come in a little bit. And yeah, so not super drastic, just enough so that it looks like it has sort of little angles to it. Nothing crazy. I also still kind of like the rounded appearance, like so. Make sure they're at least mostly similar. Okay. This one's pinched more up at the top, so we'll do that. All right. Okay, flatten this one slightly. All right. Close enough. We need to dip some skewers into our food glue, and we can go ahead and stick those in there. It'll be sort of drying. We'll leave like half the skewer exposed so that it can be inserted into his head. Keeping in mind that his head is only about yay high, so I can't have too much exposed skewer business. Let me see. Here, I think if we just split one of these like so, yeah, almost in half, and we'll be good. Oops, get out of the way. Okay, so about there. Maybe slightly shorter. Okay. Honestly, I think that means that this one leftover, actually this is gonna be the perfect size. I'm just gonna cut this one to match. Don't you like when that kind of thing works out? Also, I do want the pointy end because I need to poke through something. So, snip, snip. Watch your fingers. It even has like a little, I don't know if you'll be able to see it, but it has a little warning sign on the side of like someone chopping their finger off. It wouldn't be hard. You would not have to apply that much pressure. Isn't that crazy? I don't know if you've ever heard the fact, but like a human can easily bite another human's finger off. Sorry, gross. But evidently you only have to apply as much force as is needed to like bite through a carrot. Isn't that wild? Gross. But crazy. I think that's a legit fact. I don't know. I might be spreading an urban legend. No, that sounds right though. I mean, like if you really think about it, you could bite through like a chicken bone pretty easily. So do with that what you will. Okay, again, not my bones. Why is that the theme of the night? Not my bones. Okay. Now let's see how these are angled before I stick this in here to make sure. Okay, so they lean forward slightly on him, which means I need to be like that, I guess, because my stick still needs to be straight up and down, regardless of how his ears are tilting. Okay, so that, which means I can't push all the way through. I'll make the hole with the pointy side, but then I'm gonna flip it back around and stick this side there. And I will let these dry. So hopefully, maybe more of an angle would have been, no, they'll be tilting forward. So if I put it straight down in the back of his head, if his head's right here, that should look right. Again, it'd be nice, I should have him standing by to use as a reference, like the cake itself, but we're gonna leave him in the cooler as long as possible. Okay. Until I pull him back out, because if the cake and the buttercream on top are firm, these guys will have a better chance of sitting properly without shifting around. Also, if these are nice and dry, that'll help too. So I'm going to set these aside on some parchment or something to dry while we prep the white buttercream for his eyeball, figure out what we're going to do about his strap and his chin. So yeah, let me parchment. I had a piece earlier that I cut because I cut it too small. There she is. Cool, cool. Okay, I will do the jaw next, because similarly, it would help if it has time to dry a little bit, so that when I stab the skewers into it, it's not going to sag or poke through the soft fondant. Come here. Here you are. So, chin and tail details. All right, and for his strap that's laying across his face, we could do buttercream, pipe it out, or I could roll a strip of fondant and paint it brown, because it's like a little brown, I'm presuming, leather strap that goes across it. So I guess this was my idea for his tail. This will be his jaw then, which means actually both of these need more titless powder. So chuck that in here. I could have just added it all together to the lump after doing the, like added more of it rather, after doing the fringe earlier. And it would have been kind of seizing up a little bit as we worked on other parts, which would be good. Okay, how are we doing on time? Oh no, dang it. I was gonna try to be finishing by 6 hours, but we're at 5 hours and 57 minutes, and I don't know about you, but I don't see me finishing this in 3 minutes, or 2.5 minutes rather. Okay, but keep trucking along at a hasty pace. No. My iPad thought I was talking to her again. Okay. No saddlebag. I've decided that's where we're gonna draw the line, because I won't cut it before it gets too late. It's already getting late. Also, the iPad, it's dying. I should turn the brightness down a long time ago. Oh, the brightness is only at like 1/3. It's not that crazy. I really just have it nearby in case I need to like type something in chat, but it hasn't been necessary. So if we lose the iPad, it's fine. I can still see chat across the way. I just won't be chat typing anything in. Okay. Chin and tail lump. There we go. Chin we need to make angular. Try and see if I had that other piece of cardboard that I snipped away at to use under his face as a guide for the width, but also like for this part I could cut it just before I put it on also if I end up going crazy with the size. His face width was about as wide as a cereal treat, so we'll use that to guesstimate. Sure. All right. There's a hole, there's a bubble. Okay. We also still have our skewers out because he'll probably need 2 skewers to anchor it into his jaw. Which the top I ended up going with cake, so his neck is actually the Rice Krispie. So I wonder if it would be easier to stick it in that part if the angle will work out. I don't think it will. I might just have to poke a hole because under his head we had that one layer of cardboard. I might have to poke the hole up through the cardboard and into the cake above. Perhaps. Okay. But yeah, wanted to take this fun celebratory stream to say thank you to followers so far, because we're at like the next benchmark basically for this whole thing, so that was fun. Again, like I said, it happened a lot faster than I thought it would, so that was a surprise. A welcome surprise, but a surprise nonetheless. And yeah, excited to keep doing stuff here. Cakes on deck. I'm going to post in the schedule about the Resident Evil cake coming up for sure. That'll be cool. And yeah, just keep on keeping on, I guess. Okay. Again, I'm using the paddle to press like some angles into his chin. It's like a trapezoid kind of looking thing, like a little upside down plateau shape. Really ought to grab my other thingy, but we'll just use this instead. Okay, so just creating some panes. What do you call it? Like some faces, like faces on an angular shape. There, that's better. Got a little more definition on that last pass. Okay, cool. Okay, I'm gonna try to like not manipulate it too much anymore because I don't want to morph what definition I do have going on. But I need to clean up these edges in hopes that I didn't mush it too much onto the surface of the table. That's gonna be sticky. Okay. Flip her up. Okay, cool. Yeah, we might have to trim it once we set it up. At the very least, we might have to like angle whichever side is uglier for the back of his jaw. Make a cut across this way so that it sits up against his neck. But for now, we're gonna just go with that. Okay. And oh, I guess I should stick the skewers in so maybe the food glue has time to dry some before we do the next bit. Like maybe one long one in the center and then a toothpick on either side to anchor it. I need this one to be pointy though, or I will poke the hole ahead of time before I shove this in there. Yeah, we'll go with that. Okay, cool. Go team, good chat. Maybe about this length. It's probably one of those tools where they recommend you wear goggles with it. I'm just out here, up to no good. Okay. Toothpick, where is my toothpicks? Rather, where are my toothpicks? There they are. Come with me. Kicking things. 2 toothpicks for good measure. Food glue. Beep up, beep up. Oh. Here we go. More food glue. Oh, there's like one little stray bamboo fiber. Okay. Boop, up, up. A little bit of something to stick to. Also, you want to get the ratio if you're mixing your own food glue of the Tylus powder. You want to get the ratio down because, oh wait, if I stick the sticks in, I'm gonna have to like trim around them for if I have to cut his jaw up. We'll just go for it. We'll see what happens. Anyway, yeah, get the ratio down. You don't want to add too much water because then you just have to wait for longer for things to dry. So, oh, did I grab the sticky side? Ew, I grabbed the sticky side. Sad. Okay. There we go. I want these to dry as much as possible. This fondant is already becoming pretty firm, so that's exciting because it'll hold its shape. It's just whether or not I don't want them to like sag on the supports at all, or like have it be poking through after gravity starts working on it. Okay, his jaw, done. We'll roll out the little strips for his harness, and we'll bring him back, lay those on quickly before they dry is the reason I say quickly, and then we'll pipe, oh, posture check. We'll pipe, is a big egg shape circle in white buttercream for his eye, do his nostrils, finishing touches, and then we're gonna cut into this bad boy. So that's exciting. Yeah, okay, cool. Moving right along then. His tail is still a question. We'll come back to that because I'm going to use this for the straps on his head, because if the sides show at all after I've painted it, it'll kind of blend in with the color of his face, which is more what I'm worried about than the tail, which is going to be totally covered in frosting. So I don't care what color that is really. All right, roll this out, use the ribbon cutter, which I put somewhere nearby. It's getting messier and messier. It's like, because I see the finish line in sight. So I'm like, no time to stop and clean in between. Here we go. Alrighty. Yeah. Well, some of us, it'll be Monday tomorrow. Hope everybody's week's plans are in place, and hopefully everybody's looking forward to a good week ahead. Here we go. Well, also let me not talk about that, I guess, because some people it's still Saturday. And it's like, yeah, don't make me think about Sunday when it's not Sunday yet. Yeah, anyway. But for those of you who are winding down, I hope you get a good sleep tonight. All right. Excellent. Roll this out. We need one strip to kind of go over the back, under the chin, and then one strip that comes under the chin over the top of the nose. So, also if his face is really firm, I think we can just paint his nostril holes onto his face directly instead of applying something else, because on the character model, they're just flat on the surface of his face. They don't necessarily look like they dip in or that they have a texture. Okay. Like this, that's about as thick as we need it, but if we spread it out, we can maybe get two out of one length, side by side. Okay. That. Flip. Alrighty. A lot of fun things you can do with fondant as far as texture goes. Like if this was a super detailed cake or a cake that I wanted to be like quote unquote hyper realistic, you could press a texture mat onto it. And I mean, honestly, weirdly enough, this table has a kind of texture to it that's making it look almost like a leather or something. We're swapping the battery one more time. I think this will be the final battery swap for the night if things go to plan, which I think they will. Perhaps we'll finish in the next 20 to 30 minutes. And then we'll cut into that big old confetti caboose. And yeah, we'll get to see the reveal. Hopefully my hole that I made in the middle of the cake, hopefully that's big enough and I put enough M&Ms in it to do the effect. We're not gonna know until the last minute, so stay tuned, I suppose. Okay. Here he goes. Okay. That should be good, I think. I was just trying to make sure the length was good enough. Is that too thick? Yeah, that's too thick. It's too thick by virtue of I can't fit two in one now, so I'm gonna do two thinner ones so I don't have to roll it back out again. Also, in relationship to the shape of his face, I think this is more appropriate. It's not only because I'm lazy. That's just a side effect. Okay, cut. Shoo. Handy dandy ribbon cutter. There we go. Oh no, get back. And it'd be sick if they made a metal version of this. I haven't seen one. Someone might already have one out there, but obviously I have a single rotary tool or pizza cutter that is metal, but this one, oh no, there you go. It's plastic, it's fine, but it would be cool if I had like a really sharp double one. Yeah. Oh, okay, gotcha. My guide told me that people got hit with ads and left, which understandable. We're gonna try to fix the ad setting. That is a new development. I think this is the first time I've streamed where I've had ads, so going to look into how to adjust that for the future. Because yeah, it's new. Still figuring that kind of thing out. Because I think if you do a thing, correct me if I'm wrong, if you know, pretty sure if you do ads up front or something, then you can not have as many later on in the stream. I don't know. I gotta figure it out. I gotta read up on it and figure out how that works exactly. Okay, setting these to the side and quickly go and grab the cake so that I can lay them on before they start to dry and crack. Since I added so much extra Tylos powder to them because of the ears and the jaw and stuff. So 2 seconds, grab the cake, BRB, and we will be coming around the final turn of this little cake marathon. Oop! Almost did it. Almost did it, y'all. Just kidding. Well, now all those fringes are pretty firm, so if I do accidentally bump into them, I won't totally obliterate them. They might like chip off, but I'm not going to like smear the whole side of the cake basically. So that's handy. Okay, and also after we place this little strap that goes over his head, that'll kind of help me determine the placement of his eyes a little bit better is my hope. So that's good. Okay, strap goes, one kind of angles this way and then one goes across the nose that way. So the point where they sort of intersect almost makes a right angle. So let's do it. Should I paint it first and then plop it on? I don't know. I need to plop it before it hardens, so I think I'm just gonna go ahead and plop it on. We will tuck it under his chin, make a nice clean cut, tuck one side under the chin. Here we go. Oh my gosh. There we go. And then let's see, go up and back. Hi Kyle, yeah. Longest stream so far. Celebrating a new little milestone in this venture. So yeah, it's been a fun one. Kind of ambitious project I'm finding for doing this while on camera, but it's going okay. I'm excited. We're just putting the straps around, if you can't tell, it's supposed to be the Fortnite pinata guy, Llama. And inside there is a surprise, so he's like a proper pinata. Yeah, so welcome in. I mean, you could have been... Oh, so I got to the affiliate status. I got enough followers, so technically made it to the affiliate status, which is fun because I can do emotes now. Yeah, so I wanted to do something silly and festive. And on Monday, I had been talking about a past bakery I worked at where we had made pinata cakes for Valentine's Day. They were heart shaped, so when you cut into them, they had the candy filling inside, like the other kinds of pinata cakes. And so that was kind of on my brain. I was like, ooh, that's fun and festive. We'll do one of those cakes where you cut it open, something comes out. And then I was like, well, what kind of pinata should I do? And I was like, well, that kind of fits if we do the Fortnite llama guy. So that's why we did that. So he has a surprise inside. Yeah, actually, I don't think anybody necessarily knows what's inside. I'm not entirely sure that anybody is still around from the beginning of the stream, unless they're lurking, which, hi lurkers, welcome in, or welcome still to be here. But yeah, so I did start the stream by, like, start to finish. I had made this little structure with the legs and a platform, and that was it. And then we did everything else since then. So we attached it to the board. I cut the cake, I cut a cavity in the cake and stacked it up, filled it, frosted it, and then, you know, did all the fringe business, and now here we are. So it's been quite a fun process. A lengthy process, but still fun. And yeah, I'm pretty excited with how it's coming along because yes, you are finding out on stream. If you hang out till the end, we're gonna cut right into that big butt of this guy and hopefully get the fun. Oh, I love that emote. Hopefully get the fun reveal. I'm hoping I put enough in there that it scatters out pleasantly, the insides. But yeah. Oh, also, thanks Riz Riot for the follow if you're still here. Yeah, and also if you're a real person, which I hope you are. Yeah, cool. And so yeah, we made the nose and the ears and his little jaw, because he has like kind of that unhinged jaw. Those are sitting on deck waiting. They're drying a little bit. I'm going to paint the harness on his nose. We'll attach the ears, jaw, pipe a big egg-shaped oval for his eyeball, and then we will pipe some little fringies for his tail probably, and then we'll get to the cutting. So we're winding down sort of. I just don't know exactly how long all this is going to take, but because I also said about an hour or so ago, I was like, ooh, maybe I can finish right at the 6-hour mark. That is coming on now, obviously, so here we are. But yeah, pop this iPad into low power mode. Yeah, maybe I think like by between 6 hours 30, 6 hours 45. That's my new goal. Also, I should start doing polls and bets for time limits in the future. Oh, that's a good, I need to write that down for future streams, being like, can I finish in the time that I was guessing? Probably not. Okay, I'm getting out my brown food paint. Gonna paint the straps, and then we'll do his eyeballs, the tail, and then we'll save the ears and jaw for last, just so they have as long as possible to dry firmly before we attach them. That's the idea we're going for here. Okay, so I need brown for the strap, and I might need, I have it nearby, I might need black later if, oh, the crusties. There's like some crusties in the lid. It's just the dried paint. It's nothing weird. It's like when you go to squirt some mustard out and you forget to shake it and there's like a little watery squirt that comes out first. You're like, no, I forgot again. This happens every time. That's me with the paint crusties. Okay, and then we're going to paint this. Which brush would be best? Because I want to be delicate around the edges. I don't want to smear, but I also would like to make somewhat quick work of it so we can get to the exciting reveal before it gets too crazy late for everybody. But yeah, I was just talking about, I fear we lost a couple people, ads had come on. I haven't set all the ad settings. This is new. I didn't realize they kicked in like automatically. I thought you had to set them up, but that being said, once I realized it, I haven't had time to stop and fix them. But we will fix that for next time and look into how to do that and like with what frequency they're set on right now for the default setting. Yeah. Anyway, so apologies, bear with me on some of these things. It's a bit of a learning curve, just figuring out, going in and messing around with settings. But yeah. There we go. Looking pretty cute. I'm gonna tuck this under his chin a little bit so it's just even all the way across. This strip of fondant is reminding me of bubble tape, bubblegum. My sister's a madman. One time she got a bubble tape and this crazy little lady, she just took it out of the container and bit into it sideways. I'm like, that's not, you can't, what? Like literally blew my mind at that age. I was like, you're just a monster. That's insane. Also, she's just hilarious like that. This was like ages ago. We were quite young. Yeah. But yeah, end of stream, cutting into the bad boy, the big guy, and seeing what's inside. Oh, right now I'm just painting the strap brown. Sorry, I just realized I should have turned it towards you guys so you could see what's happening. But yeah, just painting the strap brown. It'll stand out nice against his rather pleasing complexion. Yeah, here we go. The goal is, now, the goal is to finish before the microphone dies. I have a little backup microphone, but I feel like that would be a good goal to encourage some swiftness on my part. I can get lost in some details sometime and like spend a jillion years on them. And when it's just for fun, that's one thing, but like, you know, you can't do that when you're getting paid by the hour. Bosses don't like that. So I can work with a swiftness, I feel like, but sometimes it's just nice to take it easy and really just enjoy the process. That being said, I've enjoyed doing that on stream, especially this past week, the little Fallout guy, the Vault Boy. Like, it wasn't a super involved design or whatever, but you know, just taking up time, piping some chocolate, having a nice time. Okay. Another encouragement for speed is usually temperature, but this guy's structure, pretty pleased with it. I have not been worried about him this whole time. So I think I found out a pretty okay solution for four-legged creatures. By anchoring it into the board, after attaching it to the support panel that's right here under his haunches, under his, I mean, the main part of him. Yeah. Ooh, I colored out the line just slightly. Oops. There we go. That's better. Sort of. Kind of. Need a little bit more brown to do that side. And turn it where you can see it better this time. It was like just kind of hurrying up on that side, but now we'll spend a little time doing this side together. Oh, ads are automatically scheduled. Oh, they're doing it right now? Oh, just kidding. Okay, well, I feel like, you know, you won't ever miss anything too crazy. Oops, there she goes. Okay. By she, I mean me. Mm-hmm. Alrighty. Almost done with his little straps. What's it called? A bit when you're like a horse? I don't know if this is technically a bit or a lead or a harness or what part of the equestrian anatomy. Oh! Accidentally nudged his frosting a little bit. Alright. Just a touch under the chin. No one can see it too much if I paint out little lines under here. Oh, okay. I just received an update. We have set it to the least amount of ads available, so it should be fixed where they're not coming in. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We will see. I'm also like, I need to set it where I get like an alert on my end when ads are dropping, I guess. If that's possible. Again, I just need to go poking around. Oh, also, update for people who are just joining us, we swapped. I was using Prism, but now I'm using OBS today. So far, so good. We'll see. The main thing was Prism just kept requiring me to like log in again and again to Twitch. So I was gonna see if I could fix that by using Prism. Because it retained my YouTube info. So I didn't have to like keep logging to that one. Oh no, here we go. Here we go. Okay. And just a little bit more. Okay. Yeah. Also, try not to stand in my light too much. Okay. Nice, 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 nice. Ooh, do I have enough paint? It's gonna be close. We're like almost done. I think I have enough. Yeah. Yeah, we'll be all right, I think. Here we go. Doo, 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 doo. Yes. I don't see any glaring spots missing. So I think that's a good time to move on to the next bit. Thank you, paintbrush. Your services are always appreciated. I'll come back for you later. Okay. I went all the lines just on one little spot though. Where'd I put my blue scraper? Is it this one? No. Which one do I want? I want, where is it? Oh, I want the flat one. That's why I kind of gouged it out on the other side. Okay, just painted out the line slightly. And I wouldn't really care, except for it's right next to where his eyeball goes, so I feel like that's gonna be noticeable. There. That's better. Alrighty. Now we need eyeball. We're gonna do his big old egg-shaped eyeball and then his tail. Then we just have to pop his ears and his lower jaw on, and it'll be cutting time. I was talking about, I had wanted to add some extra fringe here, but I think we're just gonna roll on and get to the good stuff. Oh, his nose. I gotta paint his nostrils on really quick while I have that paintbrush handy. Yes, this one, and I need black for his nostrils. Ooh, I found some coffee. It's getting a little late in the day for me to be drinking coffee, honestly. Especially if I'm gonna get up and stream again tomorrow. I can't stay up too late. Tomorrow's stream will be slightly shorter. I have to make a cake for an order tomorrow. It's going to be a sprinkle cake with some cutout letters and stars and stuff on it. So nothing crazy, but also that one has to be done by a specific time. So I can't dilly-dally all day on that one. So that will be starting 10:30 my time, which is 7:30 Eastern? No, 8:30 Eastern. Yeah, so it'll be in the morning, my time again, evening time again for US time, and I guess Canada time. 8:30 Eastern time. 8:30. Okay, getting some black for his nostrils. Oh, rats. Also, there's like a little spot missing on his nosy. Oh, hey, April. Welcome back. April's in the YouTube chat. Where is that at? Sorry for sending those. Oh, okay. Yes, this is the party llama from Fortnite. Hang on, let me turn it around. Sorry, I just saw you commented. I was busy painting. It's the party llama from Fortnite, April. And it is almost like a real piñata because it does have a surprise inside that we are going to cut into when we finish adding his eyes and ears and finishing details. We're gonna cut into him and see what's inside. So yeah, he's like a proper piñata actually. So how exciting. But yeah, cool piñata. Hey Reaper Spear, welcome back. Thanks so much. I had a lot of fun doing the piñata texture in buttercream for a change. I've made him as a fondant topper before, the llama as a fondant topper before for out of fondant, sorry, that's what I was trying to say. But it's fun making him out of buttercream for once. And I want to do something silly and festive to celebrate getting to enough followers to be an affiliate. Also, I really wanted to practice making a four-legged structure for a four-legged creature. So that was my like design goal today, was trying out making structures. So that part was a success, which was my main personal goal for the day. So that's exciting. Pretty soon, I want to try a two-legged creature structure. It's gonna be Yoshi. I'll just tell you right now, it's gonna be Yoshi. So we will have to check back on that. I haven't picked a date for that one yet. It'll probably be sometime next month, because at the end of the month, the other big exciting cake design we're doing is the Resident Evil one. And then Yoshi is gonna have to wait because I'm still figuring out how to do the structure for that one here. Let's see, his nose is just two, I can't tell if they're pointed at the top. We're just gonna make two like rectangular slots in his nose. Oh, there's a spot there. I couldn't see it from the other side, but there is just a dab of white peeking through that I would like to not be showing if possible. All right. But yes, there will be a fun cutting review, this cake, or cutting reveal rather, at the end of the stream, because this cake I just made for fun and for practice and for yeah, so we get to cut into this one. Get to cut into this one at the end of the stream. Okay, shaky hand. Get all the shakies out. Okay, just one smooth, decisive, key being decisive, line for the nose. Okay, we look pretty good at the top, but the bottom could use some work. Oh boy, oh boy. And do it again. Try to make them parallel. Okay, hold your breath. One smooth, decisive. Decisive. Okay, cool, good enough. I can't touch it too much because it's buttercream and it'll start to just look worse and worse. As long as they look somewhat similar, symmetrical, parallel, we're good, I think. Okay, moving on. Nosy nosy. Congrats on becoming a, oh, thank you so much. Thanks, I appreciate it. Yeah, it happened a lot faster than I thought, so I didn't have all my stuff ready. I had started designing like subscriber emotes and regular emotes and stuff, so, but we're here already, so I'm just gonna catch up on all that stuff as we go. Oh. Oh, where is the ears? Hi, April, sorry, I missed that. The ears are right here, they're laying down. They're drying a little bit. I'm gonna do his eyeballs and then we're gonna put on his ears and his jaw and his tail, and then we're good, and we're gonna cut into it. Hi. Hello. Okay. Yes, so we did nose. Let's move on to eyeballs. We're gonna do buttercream. Let's see. But I need to mix this up again because it's been sitting for so still for so long that it's probably a little seized up. So I'm gonna squeeze it out. Also, since this was just the one I was squiggling the base frosting on, I never put a tip in it, and now we need to put a tip in this bag, so it works out both ways. Okay, here we go. And let's drop the coupler in first, in case I don't like the first tip that I choose. We just need a round tip to make his ovalish egg-shaped eyeballs. And again, we'll probably just paint his pupil on with buttercream paint instead of, you know, any other. I guess for his pupil, since it'll be nice and round and I don't want to touch the fresh frosting, you can't really paint very easily on like freshly piped frosting. Actually, sorry, thinking on the go, I will make his eye out of fondant, like black fondant instead. So we'll do that. I was like, wait a minute. Okay, I need a round tip for his eyeball, but I want kind of broad one. Let's see. Here we go. This will do. I just noticed he did not even have a tail. Yeah, no tail yet. I got started and part of the way through I was like, wait, does he even have a tail? Like I was looking at his design in the picture I have pulled up online. And I was like, oh yeah, he does have a tail. So I guess we're going to do that. You should add a candy eyes to it. It's funny that you say that. I was thinking about doing his eyes with white chocolate, but we are running a little short on time. And the method I was going to make them out of, I haven't tried it yet. So for simplicity's sake, today we're gonna make them out of buttercream. What I was thinking of doing was I have a couple different sizes of half sphere silicone molds to make like chocolate and things out of. And I was considering if I wanted to make a more oval shape, if I could like wrap a rubber band around one of the cavities of the silicone mold to make it look more oval, long enough that the chocolate will set into an oval shape. I don't know though. So it was kind of something I was going to test out. But we'll wait and do that another time perhaps. I'm also trying to think if I have any just like sort of egg shape molds anyway. But yeah, or I could do his eyeball in fondant, that'd be fine too. But I got the buttercream right here, so we're gonna do buttercream and smooth it out. There we go. How much time do I have? I was trying to finish him before my microphone battery died. So I will probably be 10 to 15 more minutes probably doing his eye, popping his ears and his jaw and tail on. Probably, yeah, I'm gonna try to say 10 minutes. Actually, let's look at the time. It's 5:35. I'm gonna try to have all that done within 10 minutes and then we're gonna get ready to cut into the butt. I was also talking about recovering his feet with blue buttercream, but I think we're just going to move on because I could do that for pictures or something. The legs were supposed to be a dark blue, not a light blue. And also the fondant I used was chunky, so it's whatever. Here we go. For me, it's not 5:35. Oh yeah, I think we live in different places. So, you know, like different time zones have different times. Have an egg-shaped thing. Oh, I have an egg-shaped cookie cutter, but I don't have like an egg-shaped mold. I have one that's like a perfect circle, but his eyes are more like oval almost, so I don't have one of those for that kind of thingy. Here we go. Okay, we got our white frosting. I'm going to trace a shape for his eye and kind of look at them to be sure that they're the right size. Also, you know what would be even better is a round cookie cutter to get the shape started, at least the base of the shape. So let's see, that's way too big. How about this one? Oh, is that, okay. Okay, so this is better, even better. If this is the right size, it's a little big. Rats. Let's see. Use this one maybe? Yeah, okay. So we will use, it smells like oatmeal. After that, there's gonna be 8 minutes on the timer. Okay. Oh, you're pretty sure there's one back there. Okay. Let's see. Eyeball. Here, I'll make just a circle, but then I will make the top more egg shape. But this will help me space it out and also keep the dimensions consistent. Sometimes when I'm working on one side of the cake, I lose track of what the other side is looking like. So I want to be consistent. Okay. Hi. Okay, yeah, we are multi-streaming, so we're on YouTube and Twitch. That's why I'm talking to invisible people. Okay, eyeball. I'm gonna do this one as a test run, and I'll turn to your side and do your eyeball. Okay. The edge is a little wobbly, but that's no matter. Alrighty. Yes, on this side I do have more blue scrapers. Handy dandy. Okay. Let's see. Right. 10 minutes may have been a little ambitious, but we'll see. Yes, okay. So this will work. And this is what we're gonna do on that side for the eye as well. Let's keep it moving, because we gotta cut into this guy and see what's inside the piñata. As soon as we are done with the finishing touches. Okay, that's one eyeball. Do the angry one that it just comes alive because you carried it too long. I don't know if I know that one. Like on Fortnite? Is it something you do on Fortnite? Comes alive because you carried it too long. Oh, I know that's a thing on Mario. Like sometimes if you carry a Koopa or something for too long, it'll turn back into a Koopa. But I don't know. I'm not really up to date on all my Fortnite knowledge, I must admit. I like watching people play Fortnite, but I don't really play Fortnite. Okay, eyeball. Good deal. Yeah, somebody's making oatmeal in my house, so it smells like oatmeal now. I can't wait to hop off here and eat. I'm getting hungry. I will be eating some of this guy's guts. The surprise inside. Alrighty. Smooth, smooth. How are we doing on time? Oh, I only have 4 minutes. Ah. Rats. Thought I would be real speedy. Well, if I just take 2 minutes on the tail and 2 minutes on... No, there's no way I'm gonna make it in time. But let's try anyway. Okay, tail. We're gonna do the tail first because it'll be the fastest, I think. Let me get my buttercreams and make just like really quick. Here, we'll do the base in white and then we're gonna cover it in other colors. So we just need a good size lump like that. And then we're gonna cover it in the fringe texture like before. Here we go. We gotta go from the bottom upwards though, is the only thing. Okay, hurry. There's no way, y'all. I'm so sorry. Yeah, but that'll be a fun channel bet thing in the, well, they're doing that on their catalog. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, so maybe just something I'm not familiar with, I guess. Here we go. Oof. I was gonna skip the tail, but I think it's too much of a fun detail to leave out. And I still have the frosting, which, oh no, that one's a little funky. Starting out, I was like, is there gonna be enough of all these colors? I'm like, one bag of frosting should do it, except for the pink color, like the pinky purple color. I was like, that one will need a little more for sure, but. And I was definitely right about that. Okay, there we go. Fringe. There we go. Okay, then I got the base down. Let me turn it that way a bit. Oh dang, we got 2 minutes. I'm just gonna keep on, you know, trucking along. I know. Also, no lie, I'm also getting snacky, so I'm like, it'll be a good time to, you know, finish him off, and we'll chit for chat for a little bit while we cut him open, say our goodbyes. Oh, there we go. Okay. But yeah, this is how we did for those of us who have joined us later. Oh no, that one wasn't super cute. That's better. Sort of. Those of us just joining us, this is how we did the whole cake, basically. Oh! We got a blowout. That's okay, we're gonna cover it with a different color frosting. Oh no. Okay. One more on this side. All right. And one more for good measure. Okay. I think we'll top it off with the dark purple color for some contrast. Because, yeah, where it meets the color, the main color of his body. I feel like that'll kind of offset it. Oh, how unfortunate. There's like a brush hair on the front frosting. Purple. This one, the dark purple. And I need a flat tip. There we go. Ooh. Yeah, my little workspace gets increasingly messy as I move along. Early stages, I'm good about stopping, tidying. But now it's getting down to the finish. I'm like, ooh, let's just power through and finish this guy. Oh no! You got some twinsy emojis. Cute. And the dancers. All right, I don't know what I'm doing anymore. That's okay. Emojis are fun. Okay, purple. Oops. There we go. Get it going. And top off his tail with a nice little purple. Okay, try to see what I'm doing. Oops. Try that again. Oh, you know what else is different? I was piping these going down like that instead of up like I'm doing right now. I knew something was feeling different. I was like, what is... But I think it does make more sense to do it that way, maybe, on the tail. We'll see. I'm gonna try one from the top to the bottom. Oh, yeah. That's why they were all coming out differently. Okay. Also, again, the texture of this frosting has changed a little bit as it is sat still for so long in the cold Arctic tundra that is the office. Okay, one more. There we go. His tail's a little shaky. It's a little shabby. But that's okay. Here. The bottom looks great. Rats. It is past my guesstimated time. Like, yeah, 10 minutes, I can do 8 things. Yeah, right. You fool. Okay. So, pupils, ears, and his mouth, and then we'll be good to go. I really want to shape up his legs, though, if I'm going to take pictures of him. I should have just mixed new fondant, but I wanted to get started, so I was like, well, I'll just use what I have. I'm gonna do it, y'all. I'm gonna do it. I'm at least gonna do one side so I can get a really nice picture of him, okay? Bear with me. Which one's his good side? Let's see. I don't know. I guess this is good side? Okay, so I am going to pipe a little bit of buttercream over his legs. Oh gosh, this buttercream is also getting cold. Yeah. There we go. And then I just need to bust out a little bit of black fondant for his eyes, and then we'll be cutting to him pretty soon. And we will all see what's inside. Honestly, it's been so long since this morning, oh, I forgot. Just kidding. Oops. Oops, okay. Oh, I messed it up. I'm doing too much. There we go. Dark blue on his legs. How nice. Are you still second? 23rd? Yeah, you are still second. Hi. Where's the string? Because we're going to cut it open, break it open, right? I'm not going to hang it up like a real piñata. I'm just going to like cut into it so he busts open. But yeah, I don't think I can hang him up, unfortunately. Also, that would make a mess in this room if I tried to bust him like a real piñata. But nice thought. That would be fun for perhaps another day. Yeah. I also don't have a baseball bat. So yeah, we're just gonna cut him open kind of like usual. Okay. Rats. Okay, well, at least these legs are nice and dark blue like they're supposed to be. It's the wrong color of fondant, which is fine. Also, they look more geometric. They look more square now. They look kind of round earlier. Okay, moving on. We need black fondant for the eyeballs. Then we pop his finishing features on. Excellent. Where is the black fondant? That's the question. There it is. 1 second. Go grab it. Bop him with the hammer. I will give him a bop with the hammer, but it's a pretty small hammer, so I don't know. It's just gonna get stuck in the buttercream. I will do it for y'all. If y'all really want that to happen, I will do that. This is what I want. Okay. Sorry, I messed up his leggy. Okay, that's enough of that. Black fondant. We need a teeny tiny dot for his eyeball. Did I need it for something else? Oh, his hooves. I said I was gonna put little hooves around his feeties. Okay, that should be enough though. Just need a pinch. I'm almost out of black fondant. I did order some more a while ago, but it always takes forever to get here. And I definitely haven't gotten to the stage of baking where I'm like, yeah, I'll make my own fondant. I don't even know. Because I feel like there'd be a lot of weird ingredients I would have to order anyway to make my own fondant stable. But yeah. You can make marshmallow fondant pretty easily, but it's not as pliable. I feel like it really wants to seize back in on itself. Where's the hammer? I can't see it. Oh, you have a second account on YouTube. If you learn karate class, you would know why. Just go outside and do it. Use your hands. Oh, to bust him open, just hi-ya. Oh my God, that would be crazy. Also, he has some sticks in him, so I'm scared if I use my hands, I would just impale myself. Yeah. But yes, I have a tiny hammer. I can go grab it from the kitchen. It's in the drawer by the sink. And it's specifically meant for bopping food. It is for when you make chocolate molds of something, you're meant to use it. My foot! I'm not putting my foot in this cake. Gross. Someone else has to eat this cake. They don't want my stinky feet in there. Okay. Little hooves. That's silly. I don't even like that. Make it smaller, maybe? I was thinking like, okay, well, I'll finish it and then with you guys and I'll go back and fix his legs. But then I was like, wait, I'm gonna cut into it. So I was gonna say, go back and fix his legs and then get some nice photos of it. But that's not what this is about because we're gonna cut into it together. So we're just gonna move along. It's not a big deal. Also, he was kind of a maiden voyage into a new territory, which is structured cakes. So yeah, so the cakes I've done before that were supported by other structures, I never got to make the structures. Someone else, like the manager, she put them together and then was like, here, this is the thing you're using for that one cake. So on the one hand, when I was like, okay, cool, that's less work for me because I feel overworked at this place, it was cool in that way, but also I never learned the technique. So that's why I'm doing it now. Okay, that's goofy, but we're gonna move on. We'll get a picture on both sides. He needs his pupils, and then we'll stab his ears into his body and see what's inside. Bop him with the hammer. I guess we gotta bop him with the hammer. I just fear that it won't have quite the exciting finish. I feel like I'm gonna bop it because the hammer's like this big. I'm gonna bop it and it's just gonna get stuck in the frosting. It's not gonna do a lot of cracking or anything like that. Okay. This one on this side. How's that? That looks pretty good. It's that little like shocked kind of surprised expression. Okay. His tail, you're forgetting about his tail. Oh yeah, I piped it on. It's a little sad. But I think it looks fine. Little fringy tail. I ought to have done it sooner because my frosting was looser and more, it was piping more smoothly because it hadn't gotten super cold yet. So the tail texture looks a little different from the rest of the cake, but at least it's on there now, you know? How many likes do I have? I don't know. Like on this video, I'm not sure how to check that. But I'd be curious to find out. Okay, we are going to move some stuff out of the way, add his ears, and then we're gonna see what's inside. Here we go. The big reveal. The exciting conclusion to a really fun stream today. This was nice. It was a big, long project. I feel like I've been back here all day, but like in a good way. I like getting just kind of like locked in and sucked into a project like this. So this is cool. And thanks for everybody who's tuned in so far. It's been a good time. Here we go. Put this right here. Put that right there. And set this aside. Okay, I'm gonna run and grab the hammer, and I'm also going to wash my hands because I got fondant on them. I feel like I've washed my hands like 80 times today. Okay. BRB. I will grab the tiny wooden mallet real fast. And wash my paws. Yo, yo, yo. Oh, wow. I thought the sun was already down. There's still a little bit of light left in the kitchen. Ah, much better. Okay. Let's grab that mallet now. I'm not kidding, y'all. It's very small. I'm hoping it won't be a disappointment. We will eventually locate a more exciting mallet for other cakes that we want to bust up. Here we go. It's not very big. I'm trying to manage expectations. Ta-da. What was the sound that I was making? Oh, I was washing my hands. I ran into the kitchen to grab the hammer, and then I was also washing my hands in there. But I have the mic on still, so it came with me, basically. Okay, we got to do his ears, and then he's ready. We'll spend a little moment with him while I get some pictures, and then, friends, we will be cutting into him. Oh, and climactic reveal to a fun day of decorating. Okay, just tidying up some of the surrounding area so I can get a good picture. Okay. Here we go. This is for his jaw. He kind of has like a underbite where his jaw comes out further than the rest of his mouth. Also, the layer that's right under his head, his neck is made out of Rice Krispies. So I'm gonna have to stab this into him somewhat firmly without shoving his whole head off. But you know what I'm going to do is I'm going to use, since I cut the edge of all of these, they're not very sharp, I'm gonna use a sharp one and poke a hole first and then place it in, I think would be the best way to do it. So that's what we're gonna do. Try to center it, stab a hole, and then use that existing hole to anchor his jaw into the Rice Krispie. Also, this is reassuring if he can take this kind of, oh no! We lobotomized him. Sorry, dude. Get back in there. Whoops. It's like it never happened. Okay. So now I'm gonna pop this one into the hole that I just made, so hopefully, this is a little heavy, but hopefully it'll hold up the weight of it, and we can have his expression look more like himself, because originally I was just gonna leave off, I'm not gonna lie, I was gonna leave off the jaw part, because I was like, I don't know how to do that right now, because I was really focusing on the buttercream and the structure of it all. Hang on. I'm trying to be gentle. Oh boy. We got a ways to go. We got about another inch to shove it in. I wish I could just grab the back of his head and like jam it. Also, is the angle even correct? Oh, it's kind of angled. Man, I really wish I could grab his head. Hold on. Oh boy. I'm glad that this fondant piece firmed up enough for me to do this. I'm kind of really manhandling this. More than I would in the interest of time. Let's see. Can we still see the toothpick on that side? Or is it all right? Okay, I'm gonna scooch it a little more, a little more. Okay. Let's see. How are we looking on your side? On my side, it looks okay. Okay. Also, yeah, it definitely looks like his jaw is broken, but that's kind of how he looks like, so like, so, right? It kind of goes to one side. Hang on. Am I crazy? The view that I have him pulled up is kind of, does it just stick out this way or is it also crooked? I think it should be centered, maybe. Oh, here's an end game. Yeah, it's supposed to be centered, but like have the overbite. So it's okay. It looks good. We could pipe his little teeth on, I guess. I am going to pipe like 1 or 2 fringes under the bottom where it meets the cake. Super quick. Just to fill that gap in, because I'm scared to keep pushing and pushing and pushing on the fondant around the toothpicks, because I'm afraid they're gonna poke out of this side if I keep going. So, oops, wrong way. Try that again, take 2. So instead of making the fondant meet the cake, or make the buttercream meet the cake, meet the fondant rather, I'm going to make the buttercream come out further around. So will look like it's flush with the rest of the cake, where the jaw meets the bottom, is what I'm trying to say. Okay, here we go. Finishing details. He turned out pretty great. I'm really excited, actually. Also, he's so tall and proud, and his legs are extremely goofy, but that's okay. Here you go. Yep. Honestly, I probably should have just left the black part off. The black part's kind of silly. I don't know. I did it because he does have hooves, but it's not like the right shape the way that I did it. we're gonna move on. We have more important things to deal with, which is busting him open after we put on his ears. Okay, so his ears are positioned slightly forward, but I do have to have them anchored into the cake. So let me hop up and make sure that they're going in somewhat centered. There we go. Okay. So they're touching bottom where the cake board is. There's a cake board supporting his head. I do have to punch a hole through that, or else they are not going to sit on the surface of his head neatly. So really quick, another lobotomy. Just another Saturday night for this guy, I guess. Sorry, dude. Okay, so we poked a hole through the cardboard that's underneath his head, and now I should be able to, there we go. Looks like it should, oh, did I leave enough room for his other ear? That is the question. Okay, yeah, we will see. Okay, so if I do this one like that and just really jam them close to each other. Sure, yeah, I think it'll be good. Yes, confidently, it'll be great. Okay, second time around. Woo, he's wobbling. Oh boy. Oh, now I can't get it out. Just lift it up and take his whole head off. Cut to me crying on the floor. Okay, here we go. Last detail, kind of, sort of. Oh, I can't find the hole. How did that happen? There we go. There we go. Okay. Oh, I think the iPad is super dead. That's okay. I just can't see what's on the screen exactly. All right. We have our lovely, really silly llama cake. He looks a little goofy, but we got the job done. We made a cake with a structure. We made a four-legged animal. He looks tall and sturdy. He hasn't even begun to try and fall over this whole time that I've been working on him, so that's great. And the test run of the buttercream fringe went great because I'd never done this technique in buttercream. I'd always done it in fondant before, so a lot of little wins today. That's exciting. He's not perfect, but he's our guy. He's really cute. And now we get to cut him open. We're gonna bop him with a hammer and we're gonna cut into him. I just need to grab the super big knife so that I can cut all the way across to be sure that we get the reveal that we're looking for. Okay, so I'm gonna move this really quick, grab the knife, and be right back. But yes, feel free to marvel at his silliness while you wait. Hopefully while enjoying some tasteful music that I can't really hear right now. Okay, doink. All right, let me find the big knife. Can't see. Oh, that's a really big knife. How about this one? This one. I was like, where's the middle big knife? No, we got the giantest knife that I have. It's quite long. Actually, I might tie for first with the serrated knife. They're both for, well, the serrated one. This one's for slicing. Oh, cute. Okay, he looks fun from a distance. I've just been looking at him up close for hours, so I'm really judging him. But yeah, not bad for a, what hour are we at? Almost 7-hour stream. Pretty cool. Pretty fun to try and do these kinds of things live. Yeah, we're gonna bop him and we're gonna cut off that caboose. So if everybody's ready, let's hop right into it. Been leading up to it for quite a while now, so. All right. Again, I don't think the bopping's gonna be very, oh, it glitched in 19 again. I don't know. Oh, it's not working. Okay. Yeah. All right, let's get to it. Happy affiliate day. Okay, cool. Ready? It's really just, it's gonna be so silly. It's not gonna bust open. The big hammer? The metal one? But it's also very tiny. I'm getting suggestions off screen. It's very tiny. It's not much bigger, you know? I don't think either of these is gonna have the intended effect. We literally would need like a baseball bat to, and that's getting a little crazy. I have a tennis racket. No? Okay. Ceremonial bopping, and then we'll slice into him. Okay, ready? Like I said, that's kind of as much as I expected. But we did it for vibes. Hey, welcome in. You're just in time. We're about to cut open the piñata and see what's inside. Good timing. We'll take one more look at him and then say goodbye. Oh, there you go. Ta-da! Oh, I should put him on the turntable and this would be a lot smoother. But yeah, y'all ready? Let's do a countdown. How did the Fallout cake go? Oh! Oh, good idea. Thank you so much. Fallout cake went great. It turned out nice. The topper didn't break and it was delicious. It was carrot cake. And yeah, so Fallout cake turned nicely. Yeah, but good suggestion, Caillou. Okay, we are going to cut into this guy. Okay, countdown from 3. Ready? We're gonna go right for the butt. All right, 3, 2, 1. There we go. A little surprise inside. Maybe more filling next time, perhaps. Oh gosh. Yeah, it got a little, we need some help. There we go. I was expecting it to go a little more all over the place, but that's all right. Also, it's less for me to clean up if I don't have to chase them all around the recording room. Hang on. I'm gonna spin it, but I gotta move this. I can't like spin it while this is here. Hang on. I've got my scraps bucket. So I'm gonna set this aside and then reattach it after somebody gets some photos. Here we go. Just for a moment. Wow, that is a lot of, actually not crazy amount of frosting. Somebody commented on the, here we go. Is that good? We're taking photos off screen. It wasn't bad. Note to self, for the next one, I think the cavity needs to be a little wider for more splendiferous effect, I think. But yeah, I still had a fun feeling. But there we go. Ta-da! Can't even tell that he just experienced a traumatic. Oh, look at all the stuff inside. See, there was more still to come. Yeah. Next time, bigger cavity, and they should kind of come rushing out more willingly. But it was still fun. I think it still did the intended effect, pretty much. But yeah, thanks for hanging out, guys. Yeah, that's pretty much it for today, I guess. Tomorrow I'll be back around the same time, 8:30 Eastern, and that'll be my pretty regular schedule from now on. 8:30 p.m. Eastern, which is 10:30 a.m. my time. And yeah, so that'll be Monday and Fridays my time, the day before your time. And tomorrow I'll be making a birthday cake. Oh, what we making cake? Oh, thanks. Hey, thanks so much. It was a really fun build. Thanks for joining in. Oh, you just subscribed. Thanks so much. I appreciate you. That's exciting. But yeah, tomorrow the cake is a birthday cake for a customer. It is going to have sprinkle base and then fondant cut out stars and letters of different colors. Next Friday, however, we need to decide on, did we talk about what next Friday was going to be really? I have one Valentine's Day cake to make for next, wait, this upcoming Friday rather. But besides that, we need to pick a cool character for this Friday to make. So undecided. We've had some suggestions. Somebody suggested Tom and Jerry. Somebody suggested Snoopy. Thursday, sorry. I keep saying Friday because it's Friday my time, but Thursday evening, US time. Yeah, so haven't fully decided. If you do have suggestions, leave them here and I'll put that up on the schedule within the next couple days what we're going to make. Oh, and Discord. I'm going to start a Discord page, so we'll have it there as well for future use. So that'll be cool too. Yeah, so slowly getting everything settled in place. And yeah, just figuring things out as we go along. So thanks for sticking along for the journey. Yeah. But yeah, till tomorrow, we'll do a kind of simple birthday cake, which will be a kind of a contrast from today's big exciting project. Friday, one Valentine's Day cake for sure, and we'll pick a character to make on Friday as well. Sorry, Thursday night, y'all's time. Looking into getting a Discord to collect suggestions. Exactly, yes, we're definitely gonna do, I'm gonna set up the Discord this week, like ASAP as possible. Yes, sick. That is exactly what we need for this kind of stuff and to keep everybody up to date. Yeah. Oh, good day if you're heading out. Have a good night. But yeah, thanks so much for sticking around. We'll get the Discord up. There's gonna be some new emotes to look forward to for like, well, I haven't done subscriber emotes yet, but yeah. Thanks so much, Caillou. This one was really fun. There was a lot of new stuff to tackle that I was really excited to get to do. So we did our little structure. You can finally see now that I've cut into him if people got here afterwards. Yeah, and also thank you to those of you who like had been sharing clips and stuff. Specifically you, I guess. Yeah. What? Wait, we got our first subscriber, y'all. Hang on. Dude. Ready? That was louder than I thought it was gonna be. Oh my gosh, yay! Cool! I hope that wasn't too loud for the downstairs neighbors. Thanks so much for subscribing. This is our ceremonial first subscriber excitement. Oh my gosh, there's confetti. There's confetti, there's edible confetti. Yay! Thanks so much. Yeah, thanks for being here, y'all. Oh, there's a little thing from the thing. I've never done one of those little poppers before. I saw them when I was getting my sprinkles. I was like, that'd be fun for our first subscriber. Thanks so much for subscribing. That's really exciting. Yeah. And again, stay tuned, everybody. We've got more fun stuff coming. So yeah, awesome. What an exciting way to wrap up the day. How cool. But yeah, thanks again and see you in Discord and see you tomorrow, most of you, some of you, hopefully. So cool beans. Well, have a good night, everybody. Get some rest. Enjoy the rest of your weekend tomorrow and stuff like that. So cool. Say bye, little llama dude. Bye. Bye. Cool beans. How fun. I'm about to eat a handful of M&Ms for sure. Oh, bye. See you later, Proto. Bye. Good night, everybody. Till next time.